In the near future, a catastrophe unleashed countless monsters and mutants, devastating human civilization. But while the outside world was plunged into chaos, with people slaughtering each other to survive, this guy was living the dream. Every day was either walking his dog or just kicking back as a casual fisherman. His pantry was packed to the brim, he could just eat and sleep without a worry. On top of that, he was gifted a spatial gate skill, making monster hunting feel like using a cheat code. His ultimate strategy? Sneak a hit, hide behind the door, and camp there like he's invincible. The monsters were so incredibly frustrated, but they still ended up getting skewered by his makeshift spear from behind, unable to do a thing. Inside a quiet room, a female secretary bowed respectfully to the president of South Korea. Mr. President, the national address will begin in 1 minute. Looking at the digital clock striking 8:59, 20 seconds, the nation's leader let out a sigh, wondering how time had flown by so fast. The national power grid had just been restored, leaving only 30 seconds to prepare. As soon as the signal connected, President Jang Moon-tak appeared on every screen and spoke, "My beloved citizens." Before getting to the main point, he urged everyone to turn on their TVs at all costs so as many people as possible would know the truth. From small households to large screens on the streets, all eyes were glued to him. The president apologized for the suddenness of the broadcast and for the inconveniences caused by the power rationing orders. He officially announced that martial law had been declared at exactly 9 p.m. on the 15th of the month. Currently, the military had seized control of all media outlets, key production facilities, and all major roads had been blockaded. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, he calmly asked his assistant for a cigarette, ignoring any concerns about the opposition lawmakers going ballistic. He casually took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the smoke. He revealed the true reason behind this insane martial law order. Because I want to face the apocalypse in an orderly fashion. Everyone now realized that the script from the game called Survival Life was actually unfolding in real life. The meteorite from that game, Unzambi, was burning up and hurtling straight toward Earth at a terrifying speed. According to reports received at dawn, the US military had completely failed to intercept Unzambi. The Unzambi meteorite had finally landed near Shizuoka, Japan, causing devastating damage beyond imagination. Worst of all, the people there were gradually turning into bloodthirsty zombies. The cursed zombie spores released from the meteorite would be carried by the wind and sweep into our country by 1 p.m. today. President Jang Moon-tak, with a grave expression, continued, "My beloved citizens, we cannot avoid the outbreak of the zombie pandemic. However, based on our findings, a small number of people, including veteran gamers, might not be transformed. Therefore, he had prepared 5 shelters at the locations marked on the map and requested everyone to find a way to reach them. These bunkers would not open for 1 year to ensure safety. A survival guide for dealing with monsters had also been prepared and would be dropped everywhere by aircraft. At exactly 10 p.m. tonight, all nuclear power plants would shut down. All communications, including the internet and mobile phones, would also be completely severed." The president choked up. "This is the final gift I can give you as the president of this country. I wish you all long and healthy lives." The TV screen went black, closing the fateful address. Time traveled back a few months. Back then, Kang Seon Ho was just a gamer known by that very name. Every day, he and his best buds would grind the post-apocalyptic survival game, Survival Life. As soon as it launched, it quickly became famous and climbed to the top of the game charts. But because the game was so insanely difficult, after a year, only 4 players remained. Kang Seon Ho's group felt the game was about to die, so they decided to quit. One by one, they began to fade and disappear with promises to return to reality. Kang Seon Ho stood frozen in the middle of a swarm of shadows. He bitterly realized that their journey had truly come to an end. But deep down, he wasn't ready to let go. As other veteran players gradually left the game, Kang Seon Ho was the only one left. He diligently recorded update videos and live streamed, day and night, clinging to the faint hope that one day they would return to enjoy the game together. Months passed quickly. The difficulty of the final tutorial was lowered, and the game's early-stage systems were gradually improved. Alongside the usual zombies and fantasy monsters, many terrifying mutants began to appear. Even though he was incredibly excited about this massive update, his friends had completely lost interest, and no one bothered to log in anymore. Eventually, Kang Seon Ho was the sole player remaining in Survival Life, facing a breathless battle against a giant, flaming insect. After dying 300 times, he finally took it down. But the sense of victory no longer brought any joy. He realized it was time to leave this world and decisively took off his VR headset. When the final update about the cross-server battle arrived, it was time for him to say a formal goodbye. Unable to bring himself to throw away the hard drive filled with precious memories, he carefully tucked it away in storage. Bidding farewell to the name Kang Seon Ho, he officially returned to reality. A customer's loud call interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, kid, let me get 2 orders of spicy rice cakes and 2 rolls of kimbap." He hurriedly replied, "Coming right up. Just a moment." He had been living a reformed life as a shop owner for 3 months now. The reason people called him Kang Seon Ho was simple. He'd been running this restaurant for 3 years. As you can see, business was doing quite well. This was the family shop he'd taken over after his parents passed away when he was in 11th grade. While he was busy working, a familiar voice called out, full of excitement, "Hey, Kang Seon Ho." It was Mi Kyung, his neighbor since middle school who often stopped by the shop. Seeing the place bustling, she smiled and teased him. "Business is still booming, huh?" Mi Kyung curiously asked if he'd heard the news, then handed him her phone to show an article about a meteorite about to collide with Earth. Although she figured most people were taking it as a joke, Kang Seon Ho went still when he realized the name was identical to the meteorite from Survival Life. Unexpectedly that very night, a status window notification suddenly appeared right before his eyes, leaving him stunned and speechless. Panicking, Kang Seon Ho stepped back and let out a horrified gasp as his personal information floated right in front of him. The system suddenly forced him to become a rookie for the tutorial phase of Survival Life. Flashbacks of zombies and terrifying apocalyptic scenes from the game started flooding his mind, making him tremble. Though still doubting whether this was just some system prank, Kang Seon Ho stared hard at the text demanding a command to begin. He took a gamble and shouted the command to open a spatial gate. A glowing green maze portal suddenly sprouted right in the middle of the shop, looking exactly like the one in the game right after a burst of light. Kang Seon Ho stood there in shock, wondering if the real world was turning into a video game. To verify, he hurriedly grabbed his phone to check and stopped dead in his tracks when he saw images of a burning meteorite named Unambi on the news site. He clutched his head, trying to reassure himself that it was probably just a coincidence with the name and that he shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. However, fear still crept in as he thought about the worst-case scenario if all of this turned out to be real. Looking toward the gate radiating a mysterious energy, Kang Seon Ho told himself that the absolute proof had to be inside. Above the gate, a cold warning message appeared. 32 days left until the apocalypse truly begins. Standing in front of the spatial gate glowing with a mystical blue light, Kang Seon Ho told himself that proof of the end of the world was definitely inside. He reached out to touch it, but then stopped cautiously. Wait, wouldn't it be super dangerous to just blindly charge in like that? Changing his mind, he decided to run a small test by poking a large ladle into the bottom edge of the gate. Kang Seon Ho gently twirled the ladle to check what was on the other side of the ground. Seeing the dirt clinging to the ladle, he realized that place probably wasn't a terrifying maze. He guessed that this gate might just be a teleportation point to somewhere else on Earth. After packing his gear and running the minimum safety checks, Kang Seon Ho slung his backpack over his shoulder and made up his mind. Well then, should I head inside? Without any more hesitation, he walked right into the center of the beam of light. Whoa! Kang Seon Ho let out an astonished cry as a lush green forest under a crystal-clear sky unfolded before his eyes. Witnessing this majestic natural scenery, he was still stunned, wondering if this was real. However, the biting cold of the weather quickly dragged him back to reality. His phone was completely useless now since there was zero signal. He realized he was in a remote wilderness, a place ordinary people could hardly ever reach. Just in case he got lost, Kang Seon Ho used a pen to mark the entrance location on a tree trunk and didn't forget to write down the exact time he set foot here. Walking along the trail, he marveled at the breathtaking beauty of the place, feeling like he was genuinely inside the world of the game's Survival Life. Suddenly, a strange noise from the bushes made him jump and turn alert. A white deer with glowing green antlers appeared before his eyes, and floating right above it was the label Validia. Kang Seon Ho was stunned to realize that not only its name, but its exact appearance matched the creatures in Survival Life. He wondered if this place was even Earth anymore. The deer stood still, staring intently at him, which startled him a little, but thankfully it wasn't an aggressive beast. Kang Seon Ho told himself that running into a stone monkey or a saber-toothed wild boar would be a real headache, but he also wondered why he had never seen this valley deer species appear in the game before. Even though deep down he had a gut feeling this place was closely linked to the game, he stubbornly kept denying it because he didn't want to believe the human race was about to face extinction. Yet, that fragile sliver of hope quickly vanished when he stumbled upon a strange glowing tree in the middle of the forest. Standing before the floating text, Sun Apple, Kang Seon Ho could only gasp in absolute amazement. What's this? Out of curiosity, he picked a golden apple and took a bite. Immediately, the system notified him that he had gained extra experience from eating a sun apple for the first time. Kang Seon Ho was shocked to realize its taste was identical to the expensive juice previously sold in the game's shop. He bitterly muttered, "This is insane." This flavor confirmed everything completely. His suspicions were further reinforced when he discovered goblin waste tracks on nearby rocks. Seon Ho clutched his head in stress, reminding himself that he had to accept this cruel reality. Ha! Kang Seon Ho, it's time to face facts. With the apocalypse approaching and his gut feeling proven true, he immediately left the spatial gate to return to reality and start preparing. He hurriedly dragged out his dusty hard drive to check the videos he recorded during the early game phase. Kang Seon Ho never expected that his passionate livestream sessions from back then would actually come in handy like this. There were only 32 days left until the end of the world. Seon Ho diligently rewatched the footage of Survival Life, a game packed with harsh and frustrating mechanics. Among them, the most terrifying was Iron Death Disease. This disease specifically wrecks metal, turning high-tech machinery into useless scrap metal in the blink of an eye. This vicious plague could instantly force human civilization back to the Stone Age. Although it subsides after about 6 months to a year depending on the region, that much time was more than enough to completely ruin the modern world. However, Kang Seon Ho held a massive advantage, his personal spatial gate skill. He theorized that if he carried items through this gate, they might escape the effects of the Iron Death Disease. To prepare for the long-term survival battle, Kang Seon Ho decided to use all his savings to buy supplies. He gathered everything from food, medicine, and tools to self-sufficient equipment like solar batteries. Scrolling through online forums, he could only shake his head in disgust at everyone's chaotic comments. As soon as morning broke, he immediately went out to buy more equipment and made an in-person deal to acquire a 6.5mm hunting rifle. Holding the vital item in his hands, he nodded and thanked the seller for the quick transaction. The seller cheerfully replied, "No problem at all, I really needed this cash, so thank you instead." On his way home carrying the gun case, a sudden thought crossed his mind, making him wonder if he was blowing things out of proportion. But then he reassured himself that if the apocalypse didn't happen, at worst, it would only take him 2 to 3 years to rebuild from scratch. Back at the shop, he posted a 1-year closure sign and made it clear he had no intention of leasing the place out. Standing dazed in front of the shop, Mi Kyung's panicked voice suddenly rang out. "Oh Lord, Kang Seon Ho." Mi Kyung stared at the notice and asked anxiously, "You're not doing business anymore?" Kang Seon Ho scratched his head, making up an excuse that the shop was too old and he just wanted to do a bit of remodeling. The young woman immediately switched to teasing mode. "Must have made a fortune by now, right?" Kang Seon Ho just offered a bitter smile in return. "Not that much. The shop is just a bit old, that's all." He hurried to say his goodbyes so he could get back to work. He left me behind, who had been hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Watching her walk away, he wondered what it was she had been planning to tell him. Even though he could easily just ask her, Kang Seon Ho decided to stay silent. He had much more important things to do right now. Returning to his shop, he firmly ordered the portal to open. He was confident in his playstyle. After all, he was a pro gamer who relied on genuine physical ability. As a veteran gamer, he understood just how crucial physical strength was in this brutal world. That's because in survival life, stats don't just rise automatically upon leveling up. They must be earned through hunting and exploration. Seon Ho began practicing archery deep in the forest, wondering if this would really be effective. To his surprise, he found drawing the bow much easier than he'd imagined. Once more, "Let's do it again." He practiced diligently, believing that as long as he aimed true, anything was possible. Suddenly, the figure of a stranger appeared, urging him on. "Fire now." Seon Ho jumped in surprise. "Oh, so you want me to fire right now?" He focused intensely, pulled the bowstring taut, and aimed straight at his target. In that moment, a strange connection to his past skills seemed to surge forward. The arrow tore through the wind in a perfect arc before thudding deep into the bullseye, shocking even him. Looking at his own hands, Kang Seon Ho was stunned, wondering, what was that? Was I Legolas in a past life? Drawing the bow correctly felt a bit strenuous at times, but not too bad. Kang Seon Ho nodded, satisfied with his test shot. With the basic preparations finished, he decided to move to the next stage of his plan. The 2 massive tasks ahead were testing his actual combat ability against the monsters and finding a safe location to stockpile supplies. With no intention of going in unprepared, Kang Seon Ho started planning to transport all the weapons and supplies he had ordered into this space for storage. As he walked, he accidentally stumbled upon some glowing golden apples and couldn't help but get excited. Crazy, my luck is insane. Being thoroughly prepared for any situation and planning for the future was his top priority. He began tracking the traces left in the forest. I'm pretty sure I saw it around here. Finally, what he was looking for appeared: goblin droppings. Checking these tracks helped him pinpoint the monster's habitat, allowing him to find a small target to test his strength. Seon Ho spotted a lone goblin that had strayed from its pack, a perfect opponent for his first live combat test. The sun was setting faster than he'd anticipated, and the howling of wolves in the distance made the atmosphere even more tense. Damn it, it's getting dark faster than I thought, but the howling sounds far away. He cautiously moved toward the valley and finally discovered his prey lurking by the stream. The status window popped up, confirming it was a level 1 goblin with a cowardly trait, the perfect starting target. Kang Seon Ho slowly raised his bow, held his breath, and aimed straight at the creature. Gotcha, don't you move. A sharp whoosh rang out, and the arrow flew perfectly, thudding into the monster. It only had time to let out a pained shriek before collapsing. Kang Seon Ho observed coldly, checking the results and telling himself not to waste a second arrow on someone already down. Deciding not to give his opponent a chance to breathe, Kang Seon Ho rushed in to close the distance. Even though the arrow had hit its mark, the goblin was still frantically fighting back with its primitive weapon. They clashed in a fierce melee, the sound of weapons colliding, ringing out, and breaking the forest's silence. Determination flared in Kang Seon Ho's eyes. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into the finishing blow. "You little jerk!" he roared as the monster struggled in desperation. After a violent tug-of-war, his blade finally pierced through his target. The goblin let out a final, tragic scream before collapsing, officially defeated by the hand of the restaurant owner. The system immediately displayed a notification. "You have received 5 points." Seon Ho sat down on the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion, but he couldn't hide his joy. "I did it. I actually took it down." "Haha, I really did it?" After regaining his composure, he began collecting loot, including ginkgo powder and vegetable oil. Seon Ho calculated that combining the two would create a magical ointment that would be very useful for the journey ahead. However, he quickly realized he had to dispose of the corpse immediately. "I have to dig a hole quickly. Otherwise, the stench will attract other predators, or this place will soon turn into a dangerous goblin graveyard." While busy working by the stream, Kang Seon Ho suddenly froze when he saw a fish swimming by. "Oh, is that a red salmon?" A terrifying memory from the survival life game suddenly flashed back, causing his face to pale. Wait a minute, if this is the valley where the red salmon live. He realized the horrific truth. No way. From behind, a pair of giant glowing red eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness, radiating in bone-chilling killing intent. A massive, freakish-looking monster slowly emerged, accompanied by the haunting nameplate, Ogre. Kang Seon Ho stood frozen, feeling death closing in as he faced a monster far beyond his current capabilities. "I'm done for." Meanwhile, the countdown clock ticked away cold and unyielding. Only 31 days remained until the true apocalypse. In that moment of facing the Reaper, memories of his time as a streamer, Kang Seon Ho, suddenly flooded into Seon Ho's mind. He remembered his lively live streams where he enthusiastically welcomed everyone. "Hello everyone, it's Kang Seon Ho here." Back then, he was running a video series summarizing information about the monsters inhabiting the deep forest. A wealthy viewer with a rather funny name had just donated 5,000, along with an expectant message, making the live broadcast atmosphere incredibly rowdy. Kang Seon Ho smiled brightly. "Oh, as expected from Poman. Thanks for the support." After explaining goblins and kobolds in the previous episode, he specifically emphasized the creeper species, something everyone should absolutely avoid. However, he had insisted that the most terrifying creatures in the forest were actually werewolves and ogres. According to his analysis, the ogres establishing their own territory had upset the balance of the monster ecosystem, making them the absolute rulers. Looking back at the old footage, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Looking back, those were some truly good times. He remembered his virtual friends like Gimmon and even Old Man King Dog, those who shared his passion. Even the tactics to deal with the giant fish were taught by him in detail. But he wondered why, at this life-or-death moment, he was only remembering those happy memories. Could this be the famous life flashing before your eyes phenomenon people always talk about? Kang Seon Ho immediately brushed the thought away. He figured this must be like a comforting memory brought up by his old friends to help him keep his wits about him. He forced himself to stay calm and think things through. "Come on, Kang Seon Ho." Based on game knowledge, the giant fish had a habit of tearing anything in sight to pieces when they got hungry. But the fact that this massive walking mummy was still standing completely still meant it wasn't hungry at all right now. In other words, there was only one thing that could ruin its mood. That was the fact that he had trespassed into the red salmon's territory. The only way to save his own skin was to lay all his cards on the table. Kang Seon Ho told himself that even if his mind felt like a complete mess, this body was still his. He clenched his teeth with absolute determination, knowing he had to act right away if he wanted to survive. "Bring it on!" Kang Seon Ho roared defiantly. The giant fish's glowing red eyes flashed, and it charged at him with terrifying speed. He knew very well that this creature was extremely sensitive to light, and that was the key to turning the tables. With only a single chance, he pulled out his high-powered flashlight and braced himself for the decisive strike. To create the most blinding effect, he had to shine it straight into the enemy's eyeballs. Kang Seon Ho bravely rushed forward, leaping right onto the giant monster. He pressed the flashlight hard against its eye and turned it on at maximum power. A blinding flash of white light exploded, causing the giant fish to shriek in agony and completely lose its bearings for a split second. An alarm clock rang out repeatedly, dragging Kang Seon Ho back to reality. He woke up on the floor, his entire body aching as if he had just been through a real battle. Looking at the clock, which showed 8 o'clock in the morning, he nervously wondered if he had passed out right after escaping the spatial gate. The memories of fighting goblins and facing off against the giant fish were still vividly clear, making him shudder. He silently swore that, come hell or high water, he would never go near that oversized monster ever again. Hunger began to gnaw at his stomach. He suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten a single thing since yesterday afternoon. Just as he tried to stand up, Kang Seon Ho collapsed onto the floor. His legs had completely lost all their strength. He wheezed in exhaustion, finding no power left in his legs whatsoever. Suddenly remembering the loot bag from the gate, he quickly pulled out a sun apple and took a huge bite. Instantly, a notification popped up confirming that the apple's effect was restoring his stamina. A warm wave of energy rushed through his entire body, making him feel amazing, and he finally felt like he was truly alive. Once his strength returned, he decided he needed to go fill his roaring stomach right away. At a local diner, Kang Seon Ho was startled to see Mi Kyung sitting right in front of him. He awkwardly wondered why she was here, but she just flashed a bright smile and replied, I came to eat, of course. This is my favorite spot. Finding Mi Kyung sitting at his table, Kang Seon Ho reluctantly accepted having an unexpected dining companion. While eating, he casually asked her about what happened last time. Have you tried checking your status window yet? Mi Kyung excitedly confirmed. And right then, Seon Ho finally understood why she had hesitated to tell him something earlier. Mi Kyung showed him her phone with news reports about the sudden disappearance of cash in convenience stores, and insisted, I'm telling you, this is real. Looking at her serious expression, Kang Seon Ho wondered whether this friend of his was utterly naive or genuinely pure. When she turned the question back on him, he chose to lie. Yeah, I tried it too, but sadly nothing popped up for me. Under the circumstances, he believed his lie was completely justified. The spatial gate skill he had acquired was meant for individuals, not team projects, and exposing his trump card before safety was guaranteed was basically walking straight into a death trap during an apocalypse. Kang Seon Ho realized Mi Kyung asking about Awakening carried a very special meaning. Suddenly, Mi Kyung lowered her head apologetically. Kang Seon Ho, I'm sorry. Seeing him look bewildered and clueless, she choked up and confessed that she had lied about something. Seeing her friend looking so deeply remorseful, Kang Seon Ho gently stepped in to smooth things over like a gentleman. You don't have to tell me right now. There's still plenty of time. Whenever you find the courage, you can tell me. After saying their goodbyes, Kang Seon Ho headed home and found packages piled high like a mountain right outside his door. The items he ordered were being delivered one by one. He smiled and greeted the delivery worker. You've worked so hard, mister. The driver cheerfully replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my job. Kang Seon Ho quickly and efficiently moved all this cluttered stuff up to the rooftop and the second floor to use right away. He started unboxing cartons and getting his gear ready for today's campaign, including a gas mask, a firefighting suit, a fire axe, spray paint, and even a handheld telescope. Today's mission was to scout out a safe space to use as a hideout. Slinging the axe over his shoulder, Kang Seon Ho told himself, I've got to claim it, right? He resolutely stepped through the spatial gate to enter the forest. Finding a hideout turned out not to be as difficult as he had thought. Earlier, while tracking the traces of some goblins, he had accidentally stumbled upon a pretty suspicious-looking spot. Kang Seon Ho hid behind the bushes, observing the entrance of a pitch-black cave, and silently judged. This place would actually make a perfect base, right? However, the important thing was knowing exactly what kind of monster was living inside. He pulled out his telescope to take a closer look. Seeing footprints pressed into the sandy ground, he blurted out in surprise. Oh, these are kobold footprints. A cunning smile spread across Kang Seon Ho's face. He thought to himself, what kind of incredible luck is this? His plan was to use smoke to wipe out the monsters without wasting too much energy. After carefully checking the wind direction, Seon Ho knew that kobolds naturally operated during the day, meaning they were definitely sound asleep right now. This would make his attack more fatal than ever. He tirelessly gathered dry twigs piece by piece, stacking them into a giant wooden fortress right outside the cave entrance. Is this enough yet? he wondered before pouring gasoline all over the pile of wood. The final step was to light a match and burn the kobolds inside alive. The first two kobolds began poking their heads out from the dark shadows of the cave. Kang Seon Ho recognized them instantly. Kobolds. Instead of hiding, he casually offered a provocative greeting. "Oh, hello there." Taking advantage of the monster's clueless, innocent looks, he swung his axe and lunged forward like a gust of wind. A razor-sharp axe swing took out the enemy in the blink of an eye before they could even figure out what was happening. Looking at the carcass at his feet, Kang Seon Ho wondered if sleepiness was considered a debuff in this world. He realized he had more than enough strength to finish them off with a single blow right now. Immediately after, a system notification popped up, confirming he had officially reached level 1 and received a total of 4 potential points. Not wanting to waste time, he decided to start his plan before the others could wake up. Kang Seon Ho lit the firewood, letting thick smoke begin to pour into the cave. In survival life, every creature in the early stages shared a common weakness, being highly vulnerable to sudden natural phenomena. Although burning them alive directly would be more effective, Seon Ho chose to use smoke because he didn't want to deal with cleaning up a base full of stench later. His tactic was to force the monsters to abandon their shelter in a state of panic and weakness. Inside the cave, the kobolds began to wake up, choking on the smoke. They screamed frantically. One by one, they began to flee outside, desperate for a way to survive, never knowing that death was waiting right at the exit. Kang Seon Ho muttered his calculations. Usually, a pack of kobolds would have 7. I guessed 5 would come out first, but it seems that's not the case. One kobold had just escaped the smoke when Kang Seon Ho intercepted it with a powerful swing of his axe. Wearing a gas mask, he stood tall like a butcher amidst the gray smoke. The remaining monsters began to charge out in a line, howling. Without a moment of hesitation, Kang Seon Ho turned, pouring all his strength into a horizontal slash. The axe blade created a brilliant arc of blue light, wiping out every single one of them as they stepped out of the cave. The kobolds shrieked in madness as they were cornered. Kang Seon Ho quickly pulled out a spray bottle for a direct assault, making them scream in agony. A fatal blow descended, finishing off the last enemy in the blink of an eye. After everything was settled, he sat down heavily outside, his breath coming in ragged gasps from exhaustion. He told himself he had handled things quite easily, but this fatigue was no joke. A new status window appeared, notifying him that he had unlocked the utility systems. Kang Seon Ho nodded, realizing that the leveling mechanism here was no different from the game, as it didn't automatically add attribute points. Leveling up opened the system's shops, which made him extremely excited about today's harvest. Kang Seon Ho slowly entered the cave, where the darkness covered everything but brought an unexpectedly comforting feeling. He broke into a bright smile, realizing that he finally possessed a safe space that only he could use. However, witnessing the messy and filthy scene inside, he could only scratch his head, telling himself he would have to clean this place up first. Finally, Kang Seon Ho had a shelter of his own. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately started cleaning the base. Even though the cave terrain was a bit rugged and uneven, looking at the big picture, this place was truly great. Compared to a standard base, the area was a bit small, but it was more than enough to get started. He diligently scrubbed every nook and cranny, and while scrubbing, he cursed the filthy lifestyle of the monsters, putting all his effort into cleaning off the stubborn stains they had left behind. Although it was hard work, his heart felt much lighter knowing he had secured a safe position before the 32-day deadline ended. To turn this into a livable place, he decided to take a breakthrough step. "I'll connect it right here," he muttered, then pulled a long water pipe from his diner through the spatial gate directly into the cave. With the divine high-pressure spray nozzle in his hand, he immediately turned on the full-scale cleaning mode. I'm going to turn this into the most amazing base ever." He promised himself he would renovate this place to be comfortable enough to survive for at least the next year. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout the cave, washing away everything that remained of the kobolds. Seeing the murky black water gradually turn crystal clear, he knew he was on the right track in building his impregnable fortress. Standing inside and looking out toward the entrance, he nodded in satisfaction. The view from the cave mouth wasn't bad at all. If he added a sturdy door, it would be perfect. The ground, after being cleaned, had also become quite flat. He calculated that he only needed to lay down a few mats to have a decent place to sleep. Suddenly, the light from some strange rocks caught his attention. These were mana crystals. He picked them up and realized they glowed very strongly, perfectly capable of being used as a light source to replace electricity. He excitedly took this bunch of natural light bulbs to distribute all over the cave, feeling that the previously dark space had now become much more shimmering and cozy, starting to look like a real base now. He smiled proudly at the fruits of his labor. The next morning, he woke up in his familiar room with his whole body aching. My whole body is so sore," He groaned as he tried to move his arms. Looking at the combo of cuts, aches, and pains on his body, he could only click his tongue to console himself. Wow, it's not for nothing that I got these scars. Even though his body was tired, he knew he couldn't stop. Looking at the loot piled on the table, from the sun apples to the pile of monster skins and the hunting knife, he sighed softly. Still, I really don't want to eat another sun apple. I'm sick to death of them. Shaking off his lack of appetite, he picked up a small bag and decided, first, he had to test their effects. Kang Seon Ho began crafting a recovery potion by mixing ginkgo powder and oil in a 5-to-5 ratio. He stirred diligently until the mixture became thick, and the system immediately notified him that he had successfully created a primitive ointment. Applying the medicine to his wounded arms, he felt the pain subside noticeably. It actually helps me recover a bit. Though glad this medicine worked like a booster, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. But do I have to do this every time? He contemplated raising his body stats. Kang Seon Ho understood that he had to accept this harsh playstyle because the difficulty of the world would spike long before the real disaster began. Instead of holding up in the ruins, he realized a non-combat zone would be a much more advantageous terrain. A bold idea suddenly flashed into his mind. Wait a minute, what did I just think of? He began to envision a large ship on the ocean, even though he knew this was a path completely outside the main plot of the game. That night, Kang Seon Ho diligently researched information about islands full of scrap and abandoned ships. He wondered if the logic in the game would really hold true in real life. Either way, to him, a giant ship was still much better than a dark, gloomy cave. He decided to thoroughly research long-term underground events to prepare a flawless combat strategy. Looking at the massive mobile grocery warehouse piled up on the rooftop, he told himself that money was nothing more than fleeting dust right now. The next morning, Kang Seon Ho started moving at least 100 boxes of goods into his personal space, prioritizing food supplies first. As he was heavily carrying a pile of stuff down to the first floor, he suddenly froze when he saw Mi Kyung standing right by the door out of nowhere. She waved cheerfully and said, "Good afternoon." Kang Seon Ho silently groaned, wondering why his friend had to show up right at this exact moment. Seeing that he was busy, Mi Kyung asked curiously, "Are you moving?" Kang Seon Ho stammered in response, "Oh yeah." She immediately got all meddlesome and insisted on acting as a manual laborer to help him out, making him hesitate as he wondered whether he should tell her about this secret or not. Kang Seon Ho apologized to Mi Kyung for being so busy lately, and she perceptively noticed that he looked a lot thinner than before. He gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and asked her for a favor, and shortly after, both of them arrived at the hair salon. Mi Kyung curiously asked what kind of haircut he wanted, and Kang Seon Ho replied without hesitation, "Cut it all off." Surprised, she asked for the reason, and he calmly explained that he wanted a fresh start. While getting ready, she noticed that his shoulders and chest seemed to have become much broader and more toned than before. Kang Seon Ho thought to himself that this was the result of him starting crazy physical training since this morning. While working on his hair, Mi Kyung chatted away about how angry her dad was, constantly complaining that people were leaving and the rental market situation was terrible. In the middle of their conversation, the doorbell rang, signaling someone walking in. A blonde punk with tattoos covering both arms appeared with a very threatening look on his face. It seemed like this blonde guy wanted her to join some kind of gang group belonging to them, but she still hadn't agreed, so he was starting to lose his patience. He demanded that Mi Kyung step aside so he could handle this business. Finding it a complete waste of his tight schedule to deal with show-offs, Kang Seon Ho immediately stood up and told him to get the hell out, stating that this place didn't welcome trashy thugs. Thinking he misheard, the blonde guy puffed out his chest and threatened, "What did you just say?" However, the murderous aura radiating from Kang Seon Ho's eyes made him shudder in sheer terror, feeling like his life was in serious jeopardy. To save a shred of face, the guy muttered an excuse that he was lucky today and hurriedly stormed out. Before leaving the hair salon, Kang Seon Ho proactively offered to exchange phone numbers, leaving Mi Kyung quite surprised, although deep down she was still shaken by the terrifying pressure he had just exuded. Returning home, he immediately sat down at his computer to check the situation on online communities. Right at that moment, Kang Seon Ho's name was becoming the epicenter of intense criticism and hatred. People were frantically hunting down his whereabouts, even threatening to deal with the only person who held secret information about the game yet chose to vanish. Those threats and information about him frequently showing up at a local salon started leaking out, making Kang Seon Ho realize his identity was in danger. However, he quickly brushed those annoyances aside, realizing that preparing for the first wave of disaster was far more important. After devouring survival experience posts about those steel-chewing spore monsters, he resolutely shouted the command to open the spatial portal, and an intense blue light instantly burst forth and engulfed the entire room. Over the next 2 days, he poured all his concentration into fortifying his secret base. To expand this cave area, he had to transform into a diligent mining worker, pickaxing stones, and carefully smoothing everything out evenly. When night fell, standing under the bright full moon, he had a little time to reflect on his drastic change in circumstances. Amidst the quiet darkness, he came up with the idea of fighting fire with fire, clenched his fists tightly, and told himself he was no hero, so he didn't need any so-called sense of responsibility or noble duty, with his sole goal now being to survive at all costs. But just as he made up his mind and turned to leave, a strange noise suddenly echoed from behind, and he turned around startled and froze, upon seeing that a creeper had appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying skeletal creature with glowing eyes and sharp claws was closing in right behind his back. His heart pounding wildly in succession made him wonder if it was because he was too terrified or because his heart was about to be swallowed by that freak. This entire situation was truly and utterly terrible as a horrifying explosion suddenly erupted, scorching everything with blazing red flames and plunging the entire forest into a sea of fire, marking the beginning of a horrific series of days to come until the apocalypse truly struck. In the dark night and dense fog, Kang Seon Ho collapsed onto the cold ground, one hand twitching slightly before he suddenly jolted up, coughing violently in pain. Still in shock, he squatted down, holding his head, trying to recall what had just happened, wondering what had just taken place, and looking at the shattered, scattered bone fragments of his enemy everywhere. He realized the terrifying truth. Oh right, a creeper had actually appeared. Kang Seon Ho stared at his hands, wondering how he had managed to survive that attack. Memories of that life-or-death moment when the monster exploded vividly flashed back in his mind, and he realized he had passed out right after the creeper self-destructed, with the proof of that lucky victory lying right before his eyes. Kang Seon Ho tremblingly picked up a glowing, vibrant blue crystal. There it was, the core of the creeper. Immediately, a system notification popped up congratulating him on officially leveling up to level 2, with his stats in strength, agility, stamina, dexterity, and intelligence all increasing simultaneously. He let out a sigh of relief. The level up had gone exactly as planned, and at least he had secured this core. However, because his time at level 1 was so short, he still had a surplus of 10 unused potential points, and damn it, he was exhausted with his head feeling like it was about to split open. Unable to hold on for another second, he mustered his last remaining strength and gave the command to open the spatial portal, and as soon as he got home, Kang Seon Ho immediately set to work treating his injuries. Kang Seon Ho gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating burning pain as he applied medicine to his open wounds, the stinging sensation creeping into every fiber of his flesh and making him groan. Ugh, it hurts so much. After applying temporary bandages, overwhelming exhaustion washed over him and took over his entire mind as he muttered, "I'm so tired, I've got to rest for a bit." Kang Seon Ho collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. When the bright morning sunlight began to filter through the window, he groggily woke up after a long, exhausting night. Sitting up with his body feeling less sore, he told himself, "I feel much better now," and immediately sprang into action. Sitting up, his body no longer aching as much, he told himself, finally feeling much better. Instantly, Kang Seon Ho opened his status window to check his progress and see his stats. Currently, his strength, agility, stamina, dexterity, and intelligence were all at level 5. He stared thoughtfully at the 10 potential points he had just received, like a wealthy investor weighing which property would yield the best return. However, instead of recklessly throwing his money away, he decided to hold off. He didn't need to use them just yet. Kang Seon Ho stood up, grabbed a water bottle, and took a long drink to clear his head. He told himself he should keep his body in top condition before making any major decisions to avoid any costly mistakes. In the world of survival life, there are two main ways to increase personal stats. The first is through grinding and accumulating experience to level up. The second is by finding and using gear that boosts attributes, such as watches, telescopes, or even special food items. But this was a brutal survival game, not a stroll through a flower garden. If you wanted to get your hands on those sweet, stat-boosting items, you had to go all in and fight tooth and nail against some terrifying boss-level monsters. That was an almost impossible challenge, a pipe dream for anyone who had just stepped into the game. Understanding the danger, Kang Seon Ho decided he would only use his potential points when absolutely necessary. It was best to save them for life-or-death situations. His next goal was to figure out a way to acquire gear without risking his life too early. He sat at his computer, muttering as he checked the community status. He accessed the official Survival Life website, hoping to find more information on hidden items or tips from veteran players. His fingers flew across the mouse, focused on hunting for information about hidden items amidst the chaos of the forum posts. After days of diligently searching through old records, Seon Ho discovered three major events that would soon occur in reality. While the event involving the Russian ship was last, and the Asburn incident was in the middle, he realized the incident at 5 o'clock on the afternoon of June 26th was the true starting point. Exhausted by the overwhelming flood of information that made his head spin, he was about to stop and go to sleep when his phone suddenly rang loudly. Kang Seon Ho wondered who on earth would be calling him at such a sacred, late hour. At Stabbing Cafe, Mi Kyung asked anxiously about how Kang Seon Ho was doing after the recent incidents. Seeing that he didn't look quite right, she wondered if he was truly okay. Kang Seon Ho just chuckled and threw out a self-deprecating joke with a hint of optimism. "If I get hit one more time, I think I'll be done for." When asked if the early absence of his parents affected his personality, he immediately denied it and insisted that things weren't as she thought. Mi unexpectedly confessed that she had a crush on him since they were kids, which made Seon Ho laugh and tease her back, saying he hadn't liked her at all back then. She brought up the incident from last winter when he was surrounded and beaten by a group of strangers on the street. Mi Kyung admitted she was terrified because those guys looked so scary, and she felt incredibly guilty for not being able to do anything for him at that time. Seon Ho gently comforted her and asked for the real reason she wanted to meet him today. Leaning close to his ear, Mi whispered a shocking secret. "I'm an Awakened." To his complete surprise, she admitted she was telling him because she was worried about his safety as an ordinary person in such chaotic times. Kang Seon Ho smiled, joked about being jealous, and promised to keep her secret as requested. Leaving the cafe with a tray of food, Kang Seon Ho felt much better and realized that going out to get some fresh air really helped him blow off the stress he had been carrying. "I'll see you soon, Mi Kyung. I hope you'll be safe until then." Kang Seon Ho whispered to himself as he said goodbye to her. Back in his room, he felt a bit more energized. Sitting on his bed, he quickly handled some final online transactions, from buying supplies to finalizing the rental of a vehicle. To recharge his overloaded brain, he collapsed onto his bed. The next day, Kang Seon Ho immediately returned to his cave base to start crafting. Since he had wasted quite a few potential points before, he told himself to prepare everything meticulously this time. He took on the role of a novice blacksmith, diligently using a hammer to crush sparkling stones, a task that required persistence and rock-steady hands. While carefully lighting a fire for refining, a spark suddenly flew out, making him jump in pain. In the end, his efforts paid off, and he successfully held the glowing fire particle in his hand. The next step was to grind them into a fine powder to prepare a special mixture. Kang Seon Ho looked at the result with satisfaction, thinking it looked pretty good. Even though the process was a bit manual, he began mixing the sparkling stone powder with tree resin and a hardening agent to create a reflective paint capable of repelling monsters. After finishing the painting, he proceeded to install a door for his base. Back in reality, Seon Ho sat in his rented car and felt extremely satisfied with his spending spree. Everything was ready. He muttered to himself while checking the cargo area, which was packed with supplies and rescue gear. His eyes showed clear determination as he gripped the steering wheel. It was time to go. He started the engine, ready to set off on his next plan. His destination was Jisan. The car sped through the quiet night of the city, carrying the last hope of a veteran gamer. Time was running out. The cold countdown timer indicated only 25 days left until the apocalypse officially began. It was late, and Kang Seon Ho parked his car at the parking lot of Jurizen National Park amidst a torrential downpour. He used the little time left to calm his nerves by rewatching old tutorial videos on his phone. After a final, thorough check of all his gear, from weapons to flashlights, everything was ready for the hunt. At exactly midnight, Kang Seon Ho put on his blue raincoat and began to move. Even though he couldn't help but feel anxious, he stepped firmly into the silent night. He was slightly puzzled to see that all the lights in the park were out, wondering if this was an unforeseen complication. Venturing deep into the forest under the heavy rain, Kang Seon Ho began to lose patience, wondering when those monsters would show their faces. He clearly remembered seeing them in this area during previous live streams, but perhaps they wouldn't appear in such heavy rain. Just as he was comforting himself, thinking that surely the monsters hated getting wet as much as humans did, a loud noise suddenly echoed from behind, making him jump and whip around in high alert. Out of the fog and pouring rain, a giant monster with glowing red skin slowly emerged in a menacing manner. Seon Ho instantly recognized it as a level 8 giant creature. Knowing for sure that he would get a valuable skill if he took it down, he tried to calm himself down. Stay calm, Kang Seon Ho. His strategy to deal with this beast was to exploit its psychological and biological weaknesses. First, he used a special glowing device to simulate a signal from the creature's homeland to distract it. As soon as the monster was drawn in and reacted to the strange light, it walked right into the trap. The creature's glowing red eyes showed sheer shock as it faced a light that felt both familiar and alien in the dark night. Without giving the opponent a chance to recover, Seon Ho immediately triggered a flashbang right in front of its face. A blinding white explosion burst out intensely, swallowing the giant monster's vision. The beast let out a blood-curdling roar as its sensitive eyes were scorched by the overwhelming intensity of the light. Seon Ho knew very well that he only had about 20 short seconds before it could recover its sight. This was truly a race against time where he could not afford to make even a single mistake. He quickly ignited the next support device, preparing for the decisive strike. His top priority right now was to slice through the creature's thick, board-like hide to create an opening. The monster roared crazily in the dark, swinging its arms wildly to chase away the person closing in on it. Seon Ho calmly dodged the monster's powerful arm swings by a hair's breadth, capitalizing on its moment of vulnerability. He lunged forward with all his might, his blade glowing blue, and stabbed it straight into the monster's body, causing it to let out a tragic roar that shook the entire forest. As soon as he got close enough to the monster's line of sight, Seon Ho decisively shoved a burning jar of fire deep into its gaping mouth. A horrifying explosion erupted from within, a powerful wave of fire wiping out everything and blowing away the enemy's last will to resist. Seeing the enemy collapse to the ground, Seon Ho let out a satisfying pant. How do you like that? Even a monster has to die. He stepped closer, intending to check his loot. But the moment he touched it, a terrifying heat radiating from the corpse made him stagger back in shock. The monster's body suddenly burst into fierce flames like a giant torch in the middle of the rain. Seon Ho collapsed from sheer exhaustion. He stared blankly at the flames, swallowing his vision, and bitterly wondered, damn it, am I really going to die like this? Right at that life or death moment, a system notification suddenly popped up, shattering the darkness. Congratulations on leveling up. Along with the Monster Hunter title, his strength, agility, and stamina stats all received a significant boost. A mystical blue light enveloped his body, bringing along a newly awakened heat-resistance skill. Seon Ho forced himself up, hastily pulling up his status window to check his condition. What in the world is this? It's completely different from what I knew in the game. By now, his level had officially jumped to level 5. Standing before the slowly fading giant corpse of the Red Eye leader, Seon Ho wondered to himself, anyway, what should I do with this thing? He pondered deeply, wondering if leaving a high-level monster corpse lying around here was a wise move. An extreme sense of anxiety welled up in his heart regarding the future ahead. If what he thought was true, the current world already had thousands of awakened people hiding away. Seon Ho stood frozen in the night, feeling the invisible pressure from countless mysterious shadows surrounding him. They would cause chaos and ruin everything just for their own selfish interests. Seon Ho bitterly realized that this world would soon turn into a living hell, overflowing with people who no longer deserve to be called human. Standing under the pouring rain next to the monster's carcass, he knew that humanity's time was running out. A chilling sensation ran down his spine as Seon Ho stared at the creature's heart, which was radiating a massive amount of mana. The system suddenly announced that he had earned the corpse scavenger title. Not daring to waste any more time, he hurriedly scooped up the juicy loot and told himself he had to get out of there immediately before anyone caught him. A deep blue spatial gate opened up. Damn it, I've got to wrap this up quickly. Seon Ho diligently swung his shovel to dig a deep hole in the middle of the night. He knew very well that if the police or the military discovered this corpse, they would step in immediately, and things would get extremely messy. As soon as the hole was filled, the corpse scavenger title was officially activated, greatly boosting his agility and stealth stats. Even though he felt the title sounded kind of lame, he still had to use that power to escape the scene as fast as possible. Feeling the enhancement effects slowly fade away, Seon Ho rushed through the bushes to return to where he parked his car. He anxiously told himself he had to get out of this area before his body returned to normal. Please start up, he muttered desperately as he turned the car key, leaving the haunting old forest behind. He needed to put a safe distance between himself and the area before the first rays of the new day began to show. I still can't believe this news, Seon Ho muttered as he looked at his phone. Even though reality dictated that he should have anticipated this long ago, at least for now, he had finished the basic set of steps. Feeling that he still wasn't strong enough to take on massive hunts, he decided he should probably check his weapons again. He opened the wooden chest, which was packed with weapons ranging from heavy maces to daggers. There it is, he exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the wooden mace. In the real world, it might just be a regular stick, but in the other world, it was not a bad item at all. Seon Ho recalled the rules regarding weapon types and reminded himself that sharp items sometimes caused trouble if they accidentally got stuck in an opponent's clothing. The doorbell suddenly rang, cutting through his train of thought. Seon Ho jumped, wondering if it was a delivery person since it was already 10 at night. He cautiously approached the door, but looking through the peephole, he noticed the hallway light in front was completely off. Who could that be? He curiously opened the door and couldn't hide his shock. The person standing right at the front door was Mi Kyung, who wondered anxiously why she showed up here at this hour. Mi Kyung hesitantly spoke up. Seon Ho, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and today I really want to talk to you. She held up a bag of food in her hand and softly asked, if it's okay, let's grab a light snack together. There are only exactly 24 days left until the apocalypse. So Mi Kyung was actually inside Kang Seon Ho's house right at this moment. Looking at his female friends sitting across from him, he couldn't help feeling flustered, thinking how surreal everything felt. Disbelief, wondering if this could possibly be real. Seeing Kang Seon Ho zoning out, Mi Kyung urged him, Seon Ho, just eat already. Startled, he hurriedly responded in confusion. Yeah, I'm eating. While they ate, Kang Seon Ho got straight to the point. So, what did you want to talk about? Mi Kyung hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh, well, I saw you looking into survival life recently, so I wanted to share some information I know. Hearing this, Seon Ho lamented internally that there was no room for romance in this apocalypse. However, he reassured himself that since Mi Kyung was a good person, sharing information was the right thing to do, because people like her were a rare commodity in this chaotic world. He quickly stood up. Let me go take out the trash. Mi Kyung happily replied, all right, I'll get everything ready. Taking advantage of the moment while she wasn't looking, Kang Seon Ho immediately pulled out his laptop. He realized the best way to share knowledge without revealing his identity as an Awakened was through community forums. The two sat down to review the information on the screen. Seon Ho began explaining the iron rot in detail, a wicked plague that would throw the world into chaos as all metal corrodes. Along with it came the appearance of terrifying monsters. He specifically emphasized that in survival life, perception is the most important stat for survival. Mi Kyung listened intently and nodded in confirmation. I see. So, compared to other stats, perception is the most important, right? Kang Seon Ho affirmed. That's right. Because the ultimate goal in this game is always to survive. And here's something else I found. In the middle of their discussion, Mi Kyung suddenly changed the subject. Hey Seon Ho, is Kang Seon Ho really that hated by everyone? Kang Seon Ho could only offer a wry smile. Yeah, that's true. Mi Kyung wondered why Kang Seon Ho wouldn't share information with everyone. Kang Seon Ho feigned ignorance. I'm not sure either. He asked if she had any clues. She mused that it wasn't hard to understand, as everyone has their own reasons and circumstances. She revealed she had rejected an invitation to join in Ha's group, the tattooed blonde guy who had previously appeared at the barbershop. When Kang Seon Ho asked why, Mi Kyung recounted that she had met his group and saw their morals were completely off base. Those guys had even discussed forcing her to join just because she wouldn't cooperate. A recording played with mocking words, claiming she would change her mind soon. But in Ha's perversion was the real problem. Kang Seon Ho thought with disgust that the guy was complete trash. He looked at Mi Kyung seriously and warned her that when the world truly collapses and laws no longer exist, many people will reveal their true ugly nature. Therefore, she must never trust anyone. Suddenly, Mi Kyung looked deep into his eyes and asked, what about you? Seon Ho, she stated firmly, I want to team up with you. Caught off guard by the abrupt offer, Kang Seon Ho went silent, unable to answer immediately. He clenched his fists in turmoil because his goal was to reach level 10 before the tutorial phase ended to unlock the system shop. However, this led to a massive dilemma. In survival life, the higher the player's level, the more the system spawns stronger and more aggressive monsters. If Mi Kyung came along, given the power of those high-level creatures, she would certainly be in mortal danger and unlikely to survive. Trying to find a way to refuse, Seon Ho pretended to act like a zombie, claiming he could turn into one at any moment to scare her. But Mi Kyung was completely unfazed. She insisted it wasn't a problem. Immediately, she proved her awakened ability by teleporting across the room in streaks of mystical purple light. She confidently said her ability was Flash, so even if he did transform, she could easily dodge him. Seon Ho panicked, trying to stop her because she shouldn't reveal her abilities so recklessly, but Mi Kyung appeared right behind him and whispered, only with you. To Seon Ho, it felt like a sign of trust. Mi Kyung smiled gently. She didn't force him, but quietly hoped. So, if we both manage to keep our humanity and survive, even if we don't form a team, I hope we can at least cooperate. After that conversation, Kang Seon Ho put his worries aside to return to his work preparing the base. Building a defensive fence was easier than he thought, not as bulky as he imagined. He started by using a hammer to drive support pillars firmly into the ground. Next, Kang Seon Ho wrapped barbed wire around the pillars once or twice, tightening it thoroughly to ensure stability. He finished the job by installing a few infrared sensors to enhance the warning system. Looking at the long stretch of fencing, he satisfiedly told himself, "Huh, that looks decent enough." He mused that with all this meticulous manual labor, this stingy system should grant him an extra point in dexterity. Once the mortar was dry and the defenses ready, Seon Ho began moving the supply crates inside. Inside the cave, the final emergency supplies were moved into a safe position. Seon Ho planned to partition the interior space with panels to finish the base layout. While busy calculating, he suddenly sneezed loudly because he couldn't stand the cold. He realized the weather in this world was truly harsh, feeling as cold as late autumn. Kang Seon Ho told himself he'd have to sleep here sooner or later, so he needed to prepare mentally and equip himself well. He suddenly remembered he needed to check the news one last time before the internet was cut off completely. Returning to reality after finishing the handover and giving instructions to his employees. "I'm counting on you all." He walked slowly through the small alley, hoping his plans would go smoothly. While walking down the street, Kang Seon Ho told himself he should stop by the motorcycle shop. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Oh, Seon Ho." It was Hyung-jun, a gym owner with a muscular build and an old acquaintance. Seeing Seon Ho's worried expression, Hyung-jun couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong? You look terrible." Kang Seon Ho could only sigh and reply that too many things had happened. Noticing the distinct change in the younger man's physique, Hyung-jun asked curiously, "Have you started training again?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung-jun stepped forward and clapped Seon Ho on the shoulder excitedly. "See? That muscle memory from those years is coming back." Kang Seon Ho gave a wry smile, making excuses that he was just busy with the restaurant renovations. When asked about himself, Hyung-jun's face suddenly turned somber, as if the world were truly ending. Kang Seon Ho asked in surprise, "Oh, have you heard about that too?" Hyung-jun confirmed that a gym member had told him all about status windows and the zombie apocalypse. He didn't believe it at first, but what he saw with his own eyes completely changed his mind. Hyung-jun went on to say that the member told him to pay attention before suddenly hovering in mid-air right in front of him. Kang Seon Ho thought to himself that he still hadn't awakened yet, and Hyung-jun admitted that he was just an ordinary person too. Hyung-jun further revealed that the member was on his way to the broadcasting station to carry out some major plan. Kang Seon Ho felt like something wasn't quite right with this train of thought, but Hyung-jun didn't know anything else other than the fact that the guy had an appointment with a show producer. Kang Seon Ho anxiously asked whether ordinary people would soon find out about the existence of awakened ones. Hyung-jun shook his head and revealed that an even crazier thing was happening today, a shooting at the studio. Kang Seon Ho blurted out in shock, "What, a shooting?" Hyung-jun asked back in surprise, assuming he must have watched the news this morning. Panicking, Kang Seon Ho whipped out his phone to check. As Hyung-jun urged him on, he told him to open the petition board right away to understand the situation. Scrolling through his phone, Kang Seon Ho was greeted by a petition demanding the truth behind the shooting on June 26th. The report stated that the incident happened at 11 a.m. But right after that, all information and articles mysteriously vanished as if they had never existed. Grabbing his head in shock, Kang Seon Ho muttered, "Damn it, media censorship?" He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched news updates disappear in real time while tracking them live, without a single follow-up report. Hyung-jun thoughtfully recalled the news broadcast earlier. He mentioned that the authorities were claiming it was just a random shooting carried out by an office worker. But the situation clearly wasn't that simple. Right now, the entire area had been completely cordoned off by the military and police to wipe away any media traces. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kang Seon Ho hurriedly said goodbye. "Hyung-jun, I just remembered I have something to do. See you later." Hyung-jun called out after him, reminding him to bring some protein next time, while Seon Ho dashed off down the small alley. Returning home, he sat in silence in the dark to piece everything together. A shooting happening right after this coordinated response from the government showed they definitely knew something in advance. Seon Ho reopened his saved files on Survival Life, his heart filled with doubt as he wondered why this could be happening. He looked at the pause video of the fight against the mutant and realized that nobody could possibly predict the exact timing of when that first omen would appear. To prepare for an orderly apocalypse, Seon Ho had even carefully buried the red mutant's body in another world to keep it completely secret. Yet right at this moment, a shooting had broken out at such a sensitive time. He wondered if he was overthinking things, but there was a high possibility that someone had leaked information to the government. Top-secret police files and the hypothesis of someone wanting to act right from the very first omen continuously flashed through his mind. That person must have been an introvert like him, lacking combat skills, so they had to borrow the government's hands to do the dirty work. So were they hiding in the shadows? Although he couldn't be certain, he clearly felt that an invisible hand was pulling the strings behind the entire government. Even President Jang Moon-tak turned out to be nothing more than a puppet being spun around. Right behind the country's leader, a mysterious dark figure in a red cloak wore a sinister smile, quietly waiting until the apocalypse truly descended upon humanity. So who on earth was the mastermind behind all of this? Kang Seon Ho began filtering the suspects, narrowing the pool down to 4, the creator of the game, Survival Life, and 3 other veteran players. After careful consideration, he decided to rule out the creator. It wasn't entirely impossible, but since the apocalypse in the game was happening in real life, the people who built this setting and system would usually be the first ones to avoid facing it. Furthermore, if the creator were truly backing the government, they certainly wouldn't have let him take down the mutants so easily. Right now, those 3 veteran players were the biggest suspects. Kang Seon Ho looked at the list and wondered if this was an arrangement made by the top-ranked player. If this gut feeling was right, he realized he really didn't need to share what he knew with the government anymore. Wearily letting go of his pen, he thought, I have no idea anymore. The reality was that even Kang Seon Ho in real life was vastly different from his character in the game, so it was very likely that the top player wasn't like what he remembered either. Even so, deep down inside, he still felt a bit of attachment to his old comrades and decided to trust them for the time being. Revealing information at this point wouldn't be able to stop the coming disaster anyway. To prepare for the apocalypse in an elegant manner, Kang Seon Ho knew he needed to keep flying under the radar. 2 days later, at his secret base in the cave, Kang Seon Ho cheered excitedly when he saw the fruits of his labor. All the supplies and food rations were now neatly arranged on the shelves. That wrapped up phase 1 of stockpiling rations. Now he could just kick back and wait for the next crisis. Seon Ho began planning for phase 2. He intended to install more metal trays here and use a rotary hammer to drill right through the rock wall. Looking around the base, Kang Seon Ho muttered quietly, "The space feels a bit tighter than I thought." He had meticulously executed every step of the underground reinforcement and even waterproofed the area. However, he realized he had to wait until everything was completely dry before he could start storing items. Setting that aside for phase 2, Seon Ho told himself to focus on what needed to be done right now. He pulled out a modern drone and couldn't help admiring it. Whoa! I knew it was big. But once it took off, it captured a vast expanse of forest that, at a glance, looked just as dense as the Amazon. Kang Seon Ho maneuvered the device skillfully and excitedly. This drone is truly amazing. Using the drone allowed him to scout every nook and cranny without having to worry about lurking dangers. He was satisfied with his bold decision to invest in a high-end device that made creating real-time maps a breeze. What a major turning point. Good thing he splurged on a good machine. Through the control screen, the panoramic view of the area gradually came into clear focus. To the north were rolling mountains stretching all the way to the horizon, and he was right in the central region of this mountain range. To the west was a giant lake, while to the east was a forest as vast as an ocean. Facing south, the deep blue sea appeared, teeming with terrifying giant creatures. Kang Seon Ho noted that the creatures in this sea were all at boss level. After finishing the topographical map, he continued checking the ecosystem in the valley. Suddenly, he exclaimed as he spotted a familiar location. "Oh, there it is. That's the spot where I took down that B-rank creeper the other day." But as he moved closer, Kang Seon Ho was shocked to realize the corpse had vanished without a trace. He wondered if a bear had eaten it, but then a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. That B-rank creeper hadn't been created from a goblin's skeleton after all. Kang Seon Ho kept observing the strange marks appearing on his drone's display. Looking at the chaotic footprints, he couldn't be sure which species they belonged to. But it was clear there were also tracks from the goblins mixed in. The distance from this valley to his shelter was about 1.8 kilometers, close enough to keep him on high alert. This location seemed genuinely dangerous. Noticing no further signs of goblins in the vicinity, he decided to recall his equipment. He couldn't risk losing one of his 4 precious drones. On the way back, the drone continued transmitting images of the surrounding ecosystem. Kang Seon Ho diligently took notes and sketched the map. This represented the entire scale of the terrain and the creatures in this other world. However, to grasp more specific details, he knew he had to personally survey each location. He began pulling out his heirloom gear to prepare for the journey. His first destination was the nearest swamp area to check if it was suitable for cultivation. Kang Seon Ho shouldered his backpack, equipped his weapons, and resolutely headed deep into the forest. Suddenly, a notification sound from his phone startled him into high alert. Is that sound the infrared sensor? The warning system indicated that goblins had appeared right at the fence line he had just set up. Kang Seon Ho leaned down to check the fresh footprints on the ground to determine the enemy's path. What is it this time? He quickly counted about 5 of them lurking around and realized they were the scouting type of goblin. Instead of fearing them, he was secretly thrilled that they had served themselves up on a silver platter. It's great that they came looking for me like this. Finally, he had found his targets. Thanks to his stealthy approach, he could observe all their actions from a distance without being detected. It seemed the goblins were having a rowdy argument over food and drink. This was the perfect moment for a surprise ambush. He hid behind a tree, slowly raising his weapon to prepare for action. An arrow tore through the air, piercing the lead goblin's head and killing it instantly. The rest of them started panicking and screaming in horror as they saw their companions continuously taken down by attacks from the shadows. The monsters looked around frantically but couldn't locate the attacker hiding deep in the woods. Agonized roars echoed through the forest as he used his axe to deliver fatal finishing blows to those already heavily wounded. His speed was so great that the goblins only caught glimpses of faint blue streaks before collapsing to the ground. Another powerful horizontal slash was unleashed, sending yet another goblin to the afterlife. He coldly observed the battlefield and calculated. 4 down. He issued a challenge. Now, what are you going to do? The terrified goblins clutched their weapons and torches, staring at the grim reaper slowly approaching them. Kang Seon Ho stood face to face with the monsters, smiling arrogantly. Even villains deserve a monologue, right? Is this going a bit too far? The goblins shrieked and lunged at him in a frenzy. The paralyzing poison didn't work. So you want to fight hand to hand? Fine. Have it your way. Kang Seon Ho secretly confirmed that everything was going exactly as he had planned. With one powerful sword swing, he finished off all the monsters in the blink of an eye. The system immediately announced that Kang Seon Ho had officially reached level 6 and gained 16 potential points. Standing amidst the desolate battlefield, he let out a relieved sigh. Ha! I took a gamble because they were confused and weakened, but thankfully, it worked. The hunt was over and successful, but the real challenge still lay ahead as the countdown clock showed only 21 days left until the apocalypse. Kang Seon Ho stood in the middle of the battlefield, his level-up aura surrounding his body. He noticed something strange. Unlike his health, only his HP stat had skyrocketed at that moment. Even so, he breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that, at least, his other stats hadn't dropped after the intense battle. After digging a hole and burying the monsters to erase his tracks, Kang Seon Ho looked at the freshly mounted grave and muttered to himself, "That takes care of the burial." He quickly moved on to the looting session, checking the spoils of war. Picking up a bright red sun apple, he was surprised. Oh, so this is what it looks like before being crushed? Seeing quite a lot of vegetable oil, he had the idea that he should perhaps start harvesting them around this area. Curious about the hobgoblin leader's bag, Kang Seon Ho paused. What is this? He cautiously pulled a blue creature out of the bag and gasped in astonishment. A toad? He didn't understand why the goblins would keep a toad with them. Suddenly, a pungent, foul stench assaulted his nose, accompanied by viscous green liquid leaking out, making him realize the truth in shock. This was the paralyzing poison the goblins had used. Kang Seon Ho immediately changed his mind. He was determined to raise this creature at all costs. Looking at the little toad in his hand, he found it quite interesting and realized its immense value. If he could extract the paralyzing poison from it, he wouldn't just increase his own poison resistance, but could also coat his weapons to make hunting much easier. Kang Seon Ho smiled, named it Juke, and promised to take good care of it. The system continuously displayed notifications confirming the hobgoblin had been killed by the poison and that he had received the hobgoblin's poison gland. Seon Ho looked at the small creature in his hand with curiosity. He wondered if this thing really existed in the survival life game. Perhaps this was another hidden mechanic that only appeared in the real world, just like the portal skill. He suddenly remembered the game's shutdown notice from a week ago and wondered if the developers had released a final update during the days he hadn't logged in. But he quickly dismissed the thought because no one would release new content right before killing a game. Pushing the toxin issue aside, Kang Seon Ho decided to continue his journey to explore the forest. Following the trail to the end, a small stream appeared before his eyes with crystal clear water. The system confirmed it was a source of pure spring water with a steady flow. He cautiously used his canteen to scoop up some water to test. After confirming it was completely clean, he breathed a sigh of relief as the problem of drinking water for his base had been successfully resolved. Realizing there was no immediate need to head to the swamp area, Kang Seon Ho took out his notebook to jot down the location. Just as he suspected, the area was filled with other valuable items. He found more sun apples and some scattered bags of vegetable oil. Without a hint of shame, he frantically scavenged a large amount of mana fruit and transferred them into his personal inventory via a portal. After gathering enough vegetable oil, he was careful to leave a little bit behind, just in case. To avoid getting lost, Kang Seon Ho meticulously marked the tree trunks along the path back to remember the way. He excitedly told himself it was time to head home after such a productive hunt. The next morning, at his diner, Kang Seon Ho began preparing for his new task. Clad in a full protective suit, Kang Seon Ho started taking care of his new member. He gently said, "Open wide." Juke, the green toad, instantly shot out its tongue to gobble up the prey with expert precision. Observing closely, Kang Seon Ho realized Juke needed temperatures between 18 and 25 degrees Celsius to survive. He worriedly told himself he had to keep it warm, or it wouldn't make it. Watching Juke eat happily, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So cute." Aside from caring for his new pet, Kang Seon Ho had a lot to do. The most time-consuming task was making ointment. Because he had a habit of overdoing things, he accidentally made a huge pile of it that sat stacked on the table. Looking at the mountain of ointment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I made way too much. What am I supposed to do with all this? That's right, maybe I should share some with Hyungjun." Seon Ho had an idea. That night, he stopped by his acquaintance's gym. Hyungjun was lifting weights while chugging protein. He was surprised to see Kang Seon Ho. Seon Ho quickly explained, "Haha, sorry I'm late." Hyungjun said he hadn't expected him until tomorrow, then grew curious when he saw Kang Seon Ho carrying a heavy bag. "Don't tell me you brought a whole tub of protein for me?" Hyungjun asked, picking up the tub of ointment. "What is this?" Seon Ho explained that it was excellent for treating wounds. Seeing his young friend's serious expression, Hyungjun teased, "Hey, you're starting to look like a real doctor." Kang Seon Ho just laughed and told him to use it because it was truly effective. The atmosphere suddenly shifted when they mentioned the recent shooting. Hyungjun sighed, admitting the gym had been quite empty lately. It seemed like everyone was starting to get scared of the government's orderly apocalypse plan. Hyungjun revealed that the guild member who went to the TV station had shared information with the other members before leaving. At their request, he was starting to set up a base right in this room. Kang Seon Ho asked anxiously about the number of participants. Upon learning there were about 20 people, he immediately warned, "Hayoung, have you read the intel? Having more than 10 people is extremely dangerous." Even so, Hyungjun decided not to abandon his guild members, which made Seon Ho quietly admire his senior's absolute loyalty. When asked about his own plans, Kang Seon Ho pondered and replied, "I'm still thinking everything over." Hyungjun advised him, "If you have nowhere else to go, just come here, even if you aren't awakened yet." Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the silent atmosphere. Kang Seon Ho reacted instantly. "That was a scream, right? Hyung, I'll go check the window." He lunged toward the glass, his face etched with shock at the sight below. Below the building, Mi-kyung was lying motionless on the cold ground in the middle of the night. When she drifted back to consciousness, he anxiously checked on her condition and pressed her to see if she remembered what had just happened to her. Mi-kyung was still in a daze, not understanding why she was lying there. She only vaguely remembered someone suddenly jumping out and attacking her from behind. Furious at the cowardly sneak attack, Hyungjun cursed the culprit and demanded that Kang Seon Ho stay with Mi-kyung while he went to check the surroundings. Even though Seon Ho tried to stop him out of fear for his safety, Hyungjun was determined to go scout the area himself. Mi-kyung explained further that everything had suddenly gone dark in a strange way, not like someone had covered her eyes, but as if the darkness itself had arrived to swallow her whole. Kang Seon Ho shuddered, realizing the bad omens were beginning to manifest. "Damn it, has it started already?" He looked at Mi-kyung with grave seriousness and instructed her. "Mi-kyung, if this happens again, use flash immediately. Got it?" Despite her friend's hesitation, he insisted that he would send over more self-defense equipment and demanded she keep it with her at all times. Things were bound to get even more dangerous and brutal until the apocalypse officially began. There's a famous saying, in a group of 3, there's bound to be at least one bad egg. And it's true. Trolls, also known as griefers, are present everywhere in the world, especially in survival life, where developer intervention is almost zero and the situation only gets worse. Even with reports, nothing changes. So these griefers often pretend to be normal players to join squads. A blonde guy, having just joined, hurriedly asked over the headset, "I just turned on my mic. Can you hear me?" His teammates excitedly replied right away, loud and clear. After gaining their trust, they would lead the whole squad straight into a monster-infested danger zone and wipe everyone out. They always pretended to be kind to approach and win over new players. The blonde guy offered cordially. "Let me carry you," the naive newbie happily exclaimed. "Wow, really? You're so cool." But right after that, they would show their true colors, killing them from behind to loot all their gear. Not stopping there, they would play games to sow discord, making teammates fight each other while standing back and laughing with sinister delight. These insane acts of sabotage contributed significantly to the game's demise within just 1 year. The number of gamers plummeted from over 5,000 down to just 4. In reality, the reason Survival Life was left with only 4 people was because Seon Ho's group had personally taught those final troublemakers a lesson they would never forget. But why was Kang Seon Ho bringing this up now? Because this was the perfect time for those griefers to return and carry out new attacks. Summarizing all the information so far, after the shooting at the TV station, the Survival Life community was becoming more heated than ever with countless chaotic posts. But what stunned Kang Seon Ho was what was happening on the online bulletin board, where someone was intentionally twisting the truth. He gasped, "Huh?" when he saw someone even selling his old videos for the exorbitant price of 1.2 million, with the post title claiming this was a rare video of the time when Kang Seon Ho was still a rookie, insistently asserting that he was actually a professional griefer. Looking at the groundless accusations about his past, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but wonder, did I ever even do that? He stared at his computer screen, lost in thought. Maybe they're just grouping up to spread as many lies as they can. He found it ridiculous to witness what was unfolding on the forums. He couldn't wrap his head around how some people's brains work to write such things. Shaking off the frustration, he stood up and stretched. Whatever, wanting to train like this doesn't really matter. I need to train even harder. Instantly, he channeled his strength, preparing to return to a world filled with danger. For instance, his old classmates he used to work with, they were starting to get interested in listening to music or collecting classic weapons. But everything Seon Ho had learned so far was primarily about killing monsters and people in other portals. He knew that any silly tricks brought into the real world would just get him killed, and an ordinary person wouldn't last long after that. So, something was coming. Seon Ho muttered to himself while standing in the middle of the forest. He reminded himself to prepare thoroughly, especially since he wasn't a professional athlete. Looking at his hands, he told himself there were still things he could do right now to see how it went. Kang Seon Ho started checking his stash of supplies, which included a primitive wooden mace, a wooden slingshot, and clay pellets. He nodded, acknowledging, not bad. It's not as good as a gun, but it's better than nothing. Seon Ho held the slingshot and assessed it. This thing was quite versatile for many purposes. However, as soon as he test-fired it, he shook his head in disappointment. The clay pellets were just too weak to be effective. Realizing the limitations of primitive long-range weapons, he decided to go back to the most practical option. Seon Ho held the weapon high and affirmed, "So, in the end, this is what I have to use. A primitive wooden mace." As the Iron Death Plague was about to sweep through and turn all modern weapons into scrap metal, he felt that a crude but powerful weapon like this spiked mace was the optimal choice. He began diving into high-intensity training sessions, swinging the mace with all his might to get used to its weight. Seon Ho knew clearly that when the world collapsed, there would always be countless people ready to do anything to loot and harm others. Inside his mind, he focused intensely, simulating high-stakes battles against all kinds of enemies from every direction. He poured his entire attention into every movement, clearly feeling the connection between his will and the weapon in his hand. With a loud shout, Kang Seon Ho unleashed a thunderous strike, marking that he had gradually mastered the feeling of real combat. He told himself he should stop for a moment before finishing, training this new skill to avoid overloading his body. Looking toward his base in the middle of the deserted forest, he pondered if this was the right time to close shop permanently and focus entirely on survival. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, making him jump in alert. "Wait, did something break into my bunker?" He muttered anxiously while quickly putting his protective helmet on. Standing at the scene, he froze for 5 seconds when he saw a giant creature lying motionless right next to the barbed wire fence. It was a gray wolf, and its size was so insanely huge that Kang Seon Ho exclaimed, "This monster is so big I could even ride on its back." The giant gray wolf lying motionless right before his eyes left Kang Seon Ho suspicious. Is it dead? Just then, a tiny creature with pure white fur suddenly crawled out from under the mother wolf's belly. It was a wolf pup, whimpering pitifully next to the cold carcass. Kang Seon Ho realized the mother wolf had truly drawn her last breath, leaving the little one abandoned in the heart of the dangerous forest. Looking at the little wolf trying to snuggle into its mother's chest, Seon Ho asked softly, "Is your mom gone?" He knew he couldn't just leave the carcass there, because if this wolf was a type of monster, it would soon turn into a creeper, or the scent of blood would attract other fearsome predators. Grabbing a shovel, Kang Seon Ho began digging a deep hole to give the mother wolf a proper burial. Kang Seon Ho looked at the wolf, pup curled up so lonely, and suddenly remembered the image of himself at 5 years old. Memories of his old dog, Bu, also surfaced, making him feel a wave of sympathy. A feeling of empathy welled up. Seon Ho gently picked the little one up and comforted it. "Your mom will rest here. I'll install a magic door right at this gate so you can come back to visit her anytime." Pulling a piece of dried meat from his pocket, Kang Seon Ho offered it to the little wolf and made a proposal. I'll make sure you're never hungry until you grow up. In exchange, will you help me with your sharp sense of smell? Kang Seon Ho smiled brightly and asked, do you want to come with me? Instantly, the system displayed a notification confirming that Kang Seon Ho had named the gray wolf Dingo and officially completed the successful taming process. From this moment on, the gray wolf Dingo officially belonged to Kang Seon Ho, becoming a loyal companion on his journey ahead. Their fight for survival would continue until the apocalypse truly descended. The countdown clock ticked, with only exactly 19 days left. To put it simply, my puppy is truly a genius. On the rooftop, Kang Seon Ho began an exciting training session. Dingo, are you ready? He commanded the wolf pup to perform each movement skillfully, from shaking hands, turning around, to sitting down. Do it again, just like I taught you. Dingo barked excitedly and flawlessly completed every request. The practice continued with skills requiring higher concentration, like lying down and staying quiet. Kang Seon Ho put a finger to his lips, signaling, shh, quiet now. Dingo obediently listened, patiently waiting for the next command in a state of high alert. All right, here's the last one. Jump. Seon Ho tossed an item high into the air, and Dingo immediately leaped like a shrimp to snatch the target right out of the sky. Witnessing Dingo's ability, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be amazed. It seemed this little guy was even more special than he had initially thought. He realized Dingo was a natural-born genius at sniffing, a true treasure for the survival journey ahead. Seon Ho affectionately hugged the little wolf. Ah, you really are a good boy. He silently calculated that with this lightning-fast progress, it wouldn't be long before Dingo became an irreplaceable partner. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting the peaceful moment. Kang Seon Ho was surprised to see a message from Hyung-jun. It was the first time he had messaged first. What's going on? Following the hint, he immediately searched for the trending keyword online and gasped in amazement. Wow, a TV show called Superpower X is causing quite a stir. The live broadcast of an awakened individual's display. This person wasn't just hovering in front of millions of viewers, he was also issuing terrifying warnings about the appearance of monsters and zombies. This shocking information immediately went viral and dominated the top trending charts. Everyone was losing their minds over the presence of these awakened, causing the government's grip on the media to completely collapse. Kang Seon Ho sat silently on his sofa, stroking Dingo, and realized that society was descending into total chaos. He told himself that this was the catalyst that would push public fear beyond the government's control. The sight of the hysterical crowds protesting out there was proof of a world slowly losing its sense of order. In reality, Seon Ho understood that the second omen could erupt at any moment. When the hobgoblin attack began, the pressure on the government would be many times worse. So, instead of being dragged into that whirlpool, he decided to stay quiet and continue with his own plans. Kang Seon Ho stood up, looked at his little wolf, and announced, sorry, Dingo, but starting today, we're going to have some field training sessions. Dingo barked excitedly, as if ready for a new challenge. For Kang Seon Ho, thorough preparation was always the smartest move. He asked his little partner enthusiastically, ready, buddy? Dingo replied with clear, sharp barks. The pair quickly headed into the deep forest to begin their survey in an uncharted area. The reason Kang Seon Ho brought Dingo along was to prepare for the upcoming clash with the hobgoblins. He took out a small bag containing a distinct scent and asked Dingo, do you think you can find it, buddy? The most important thing right now was helping Dingo accurately identify the monster's scent. The little wolf sniffed the ground intently and quickly picked up the trail of those lurking nearby. Next, Seon Ho needed to ensure Dingo wouldn't panic when facing real danger. He signaled for the little guy to step back and stay quiet, then step back himself. Finally, it was time to test their coordination on command. As soon as he gave the signal, Dingo bolted off like he was being chased. Right now, his goal was to test Dingo's hunting instincts. A blue rabbit suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, the little wolf pounced and caught his prey. He cheered and praised him. Great job, Dingo. This was an important test to see if they could truly become a well-coordinated team. The last time, Dingo had run off, so he hadn't had the chance to confirm it. But this time, things were different. He picked up the rabbit and realized its skin was strangely tough. Even its claws were much sharper than normal. He sighed to himself. Animals from another world really are different. They're so tough. Then, the two continued their journey, exploring deeper into the forest. While walking, a sudden curiosity about Dingo's perception stats popped into his head. He wondered what the results would be if he could actually measure them. To test it, he gripped his spear and headed toward the valley. As soon as he touched a strange plant, the system screen suddenly displayed the words, wild cucumber. He froze for 5 seconds before blurting out, seriously? I've only ever heard the name. I never thought I'd actually find it here. Even if it's just a normal vegetable, to someone who needs supplies like me, this is a gold mine. Seeing Dingo looking curious, he called out, "Hey, Dingo." The little wolf was about to dive in and try eating it, but he stopped him in time. "Hold on, you can't eat this yet. Wait a second." He gave Dingo some water to drink before continuing the harvest. His eyes lit up when he discovered another plant. "You're stevia, aren't you?" The system confirmed it was stevia, which left him feeling quite excited. "I can't believe we actually found this here. Good job, Dingo. You'll get your reward later." He spoke while busily digging with his trowel to harvest the entire area. He didn't expect to hit the jackpot like this. This would surely be a huge help for his next hunting trips. After gathering everything, he led Dingo to a nearby stream to catch some fish. He cautiously instructed, "Dingo, do you smell or hear anything strange?" Looking at the fish swimming in the water, he told himself that they would surely taste great because they weren't mutated monsters. Even though catching them didn't give him experience points or system items, a delicious meal of fresh fish was impossible to turn down. Dingo was growing up fast and was curious about everything. Because of that, fish was the most important source of protein for him right now. After using his spear to catch a large fish, Seon Ho packed up his gear and told his little partner, "Preparation phase 2 is complete. Let's head home, shall we?" Dingo barked with excitement as they both left the forest to return to the city. Kang Seon Ho passed by the pet shop and saw people taking down the sign. He silently thanked himself for having stopped by here in the morning to buy gear for Dingo. Looking at the empty storefront after the sign was removed, Seon Ho sighed, confirming the shop had truly closed down. Seon Ho felt he was still lucky that he hadn't fallen into such despair that he had to go scavenging everywhere just to survive. He understood that people resorting to looting to find a way to live was inevitable at a time like this. Seon Ho told himself that if he hadn't prepared in advance, he surely would have joined that chaotic crowd. But before him, there was still one final step to take. Lost in thought, Kang Seon Ho jumped in surprise when he turned around to see Hyungjun standing there. Before he could even greet him, his senior flicked his forehead hard. "You kid, I couldn't get a hold of you, and it made me think something had happened to you." Seeing Dingo growling in vigilance, Hyungjun asked in surprise if he had just gotten a dog. Seon Ho smiled and replied, "This little guy's name is Dingo." Hyungjun crouched down to get a better look and couldn't stop praising how handsome the little dog looked. Seon Ho curiously asked why his senior had gone through the trouble of coming all the way here to find him. Hyungjun casually said he just wanted to see if his little brother was still alive or dead. Before Seon Ho's skeptical look, he scratched his head and admitted that he had actually been very worried. However, Hyungjun's face suddenly turned extremely serious. He crossed his arms and lowered his voice to reveal important information he had just received from an old member. "We found the person who attacked Mi Kyung." Hyungjun revealed that the group led by Kim Cheon-jun was actually targeting Mi Kyung. He added that even Kim Sang-ho from the neighborhood on the mountain was in that group. Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be shocked and pressed him on how his senior was able to gather all this information so quickly. Hyungjun just calmly replied that everything had suddenly become clear, like it was all being laid out. Things just started appearing. Obviously, he explained further that the situation had become chaotic because those people weren't even bothering to hide their tracks. Hyungjun carefully inquired and found out that Mi Kyung had crossed paths with Kim Cheon-jun's group before. It seemed their internal affairs were in shambles, with 3 members missing and the personalities of the remaining ones constantly clashing. Hyungjun heard that someone had even turned down an offer to join, and after the incident with Mi, the female members were also itching to leave the group. When Hyungjun bluntly questioned them about their terrible actions, those people made excuses, claiming they just wanted to set up an office right inside Mi Kyung's store. In these chaotic times, that was clearly a blatant threat. Hyungjun warned them that it was a huge mistake. Kang Seon Ho stared pensively at his phone screen. He realized the group originally had 18 people, but now only 4 remained who followed him. The number of people in the group chat also dropped drastically from 30, with only a few left in just a short few days. Hyungjun bitterly confirmed that in the whole group, only 2 people had awakened. Kang Seon Ho sneered bitterly. He realized that this was the result when you try to help others. That's life. People only care about themselves. Setting aside worldly affairs, Hyungjun showed Kang Seon Ho a photo of his daughter and worriedly asked, "More than that, I'm worried about my kid. Should I call my ex-wife?" Kang Seon Ho understood because Hyungjun's situation was completely different from his own. Standing before the symbol of justice, he wondered if he was making the right decision. Kang Seon Ho looked straight at Hyungjun and said something chilling. He asserted that although he didn't want to harm others, in a disaster without laws, absolute evil must be eliminated. Hyungjun looked at Kang Seon Ho suspiciously and remarked that asking questions like that didn't sound like his usual self. Kang Seon Ho could only scratch his head and laugh it off, saying even he didn't know why he mentioned that. Suddenly, a piercing scream made Hyungjun jump out of his skin. Immediately after, incessant beeping sounds emitted from the alarm device. Hyungjun wondered if that was the sound of a child safety alarm. Kang Seon Ho's face suddenly turned dark and murderous. He looked at his phone, then handed Dingo to his senior and instructed, "Hyung, watch Dingo for me for a moment." Meanwhile, at an abandoned building, Mi Kyung was fearfully clutching the alarm bell in her hand. She was cornered right at the edge of the towering rooftop. In-ha, the leader of the tug-of-war group, coldly said, "Stop acting and get down here." Mi Kyung asked, trembling, why they were doing this, but these people didn't care if anyone was watching or not. In-ha began to lose patience. He demanded she reconsider one last time. Seeing her still firmly resisting, he gritted his teeth and declared that from now on, he would handle things in his own way. Ma Dong-in, an awakened user who played a support role, smugly said this was an area designated for resettlement, so no one would be coming around here. It was best not to waste effort in vain. Ma Dong-in lifted a high-powered flashlight and didn't forget to remind them that they also possessed special abilities that were second to none. He started counting down to apply extreme pressure on Mi Kyung. Meanwhile, in a dark corner at the base of the building, Kang Seon Ho, dressed in a full ninja outfit, was silently observing and preparing to act. A count from Ma Dong-in echoed coldly. Kang Seon Ho silently drew back his slingshot. He decisively launched a surprise long-range attack. Just as the count reached 3, Ma Dong-in only managed a muffled groan before hitting the floor instantly. Seeing his accomplice taken down in a flash, In-ha yelled out Ma Dong-in's name in a panic, unable to believe what was happening. Kang Seon Ho lunged like a whirlwind, catching the blonde In-ha off guard. Without giving him a chance to retaliate, he threw a punch that knocked him out in the blink of an eye. Right after that, he quickly moved to deal with the remaining enemies surrounding him. Suddenly, a strange purplish-black mist from Ma Dong-in's side engulfed the scene. Kang Seon Ho observed vigilantly and realized this was the ability that had obscured Mi Kyung's vision earlier. But Kang Seon Ho quickly dodged and retaliated with a precise swing of his baton to the opponent's head. He stood there panting, feeling that the pressure from these awakened opponents wasn't as simple as those he had met before. From the rooftop, Mi Kyung screamed in panic, "Kang Seon Ho, be careful." Before he could steady himself, a guy wearing a baseball cap suddenly closed in with a glowing red aura radiating from his weapon. A slash grazed him, making Kang Seon Ho wince in pain. He was shocked to realize that even though it was just a graze, the damage caused was terrifying. The leader looked at him with contempt and spoke coldly, "So you're Kang Seon Ho." Kang Seon Ho gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He hadn't expected that in the early stages of the game, his opponents would already possess such powerful attack skills. The leader, Kim Cheon-jun, smugly declared he would take him down right here and ordered his accomplices to prepare for action. The blonde In-ha also began to channel his power. A blazing electrical current surrounded his body. He roared in rage, determined to make him pay for daring to interfere. Facing such a dangerous encirclement, Kang Seon Ho suddenly felt his head was at risk of being split in two in this hair-raising situation. Should I use the bear booster technique? Kang Seon Ho wondered while facing the enemy burning with electrical light. Just as In-ha was about to lunge, Dingo landed a critical hit on his arm, causing the blonde guy to scream in agony. The crowd around them was stunned, not understanding what was happening in broad daylight, while Kang Seon Ho coldly warned the opponents to back off if they didn't want things to go too far. Hyungjun appeared just in time, phone in hand, calling the emergency services, firmly offering a compromise that made the other group back down. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, In-ha begrudgingly ordered his accomplices to retreat. Mi Kyung ran over anxiously, her trembling hands touching his cracked helmet, and asked if he was injured anywhere. Seeing the concern of the two, Kang Seon Ho suddenly went quiet, seeing the silhouettes of legendary players from the past present in them. Although Hyungjun urged him to go to the hospital, Kang Seon Ho firmly refused because he knew he couldn't waste time resting right now. He asked his senior to take Mi Kyung home safely. Leaving behind the hesitation of his friend, he took Dingo and left to carry out the unfinished tasks. Returning home, Kang Seon Ho immediately started working on fortifying his base. He diligently used a drill to bore through the cold stone walls. He told himself he had no choice but to leave quickly to protect his secrets. Kang Seon Ho understood that if he went with them, he wouldn't be able to carry out his important plans for the future. He decided he would use his fists of love to crush every opponent to save his precious remaining time. If the Sun Hobgoblin plan succeeds, he'll be at least 3 levels ahead of them. And by then, the monsters appearing around them will be far too strong for them to even form a party. Working non-stop, Kang Seon Ho lost track of time until he glanced at the clock and saw it was already late. Finally, he finished installing the heater and a sturdy chimney system for his underground base. He excitedly told himself that now he could get a good night's sleep without worrying about the bone-chilling cold. Dingo seemed to really enjoy the warmth radiating from the new heater, curling up comfortably right beside it. He continued to transport and install the generator along with a security camera system to ensure absolute safety for his fortress. He even carefully equipped solar panels to maintain a self-sufficient, long-term power supply. Looking at the mostly completed results, Kang Seon Ho smiled confidently and decided to pull an all-nighter to finish off the final steps. He prepared himself to face any challenge until the real apocalypse hit. An urgent news bulletin reported on a meteorite that had been observed months ago. The space agency stated that this meteorite had entered the center of the solar system and its trajectory was being closely monitored. However, the immense gravity of Jupiter had unexpectedly caused the meteorite to split in two, making the calculation of its collision trajectory more difficult and less accurate than ever before. The head of the meteorite tracking department, Thomas Orley, officially confirmed that Unzambi had now split into two separate entities, Alpha and Beta. Sitting in front of the TV, Kang Seon Ho pondered, "Oh, so that's what happened." According to the reports, Unzambi Beta had fallen near a Russian ship first. A massive, terrifying tsunami then shipped that very vessel straight into Incheon port. And that was how the first zombies appeared in South Korea. Kang Seon Ho realized that even though the previous reports seemed slightly off, now everything lined up perfectly with the game's logic. The next news segment reported that President Jang Moon-tak had not left the residence for an entire week since the second shooting incident. Opposition leaders were constantly making harsh statements, accusing the government of hiding the truth and creating a double-play scenario. Public opinion began to openly criticize and suspect this was a pre-planned disaster. He noticed that the media had now completely shifted toward conspiracy theories. He wondered what the mood of the online community was like right now and decided to hop on the internet to check the situation. Kang Seon Ho muttered anxiously as he saw the leveling speed of other players skyrocketing. "Damn it. I was planning on farming more tomorrow, but they've already started moving." On the forums, countless posts were popping up with headlines like, "Is success a sin in survival life?" or questions about the secret behind leveling up at lightning speed while the world was gradually collapsing. Suddenly, he froze when he saw the updated history list of veteran players. Wait, is this player still active? His eyes stopped at the number 398 and the image of a mysterious shadow wearing a hat. He recognized that it was Hwang Sok-hoon, someone extremely famous for always being kind and helping newcomers. Hwang Sok-hoon, the name brought back memories of a legendary player, someone once considered the mother of the community for patiently guiding rookies through the toughest stages. Kang Seon Ho mused, wondering if he was still on this person's precious friends list. He decided to add Hwang Sok-hoon to his favorites list to keep an eye on them, whispering to himself, "I'll observe a bit longer and see." Brushing aside his drifting thoughts, Kang Seon Ho stood up decisively. "All right, time to finish the second round of interior renovations." He opened a portal to return to the base. Back in the cave, the appearance of the place had completely changed under Kang Seon Ho's diligent hands. Solar panels were installed neatly outside to harness natural energy. He stepped inside the fortress, which had been cleaned and modernized in an incredible way. He nervously checked his work, wondering if it would actually run steadily this time. He approached the electrical panel system painstakingly installed on the rock wall, the source of life for this base. To operate the electronic devices, he had to convert the current and install a series of multi-purpose outlets. He cautiously checked the compatibility of the system, praying that everything would go smoothly on the first try. He held his breath and plugged the charger into his phone. A notification sound rang out. The screen clearly showed the battery charging icon, making him burst with joy. The power is on. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, all the basic comforts for survival in the other world were truly complete. Kang Seon Ho stretched contentedly in front of his new workspace, feeling a sense of comfort he hadn't experienced in a long time. He walked to the secret storage area, where he had accidentally discovered glowing stones and rare iron ore while digging deep into the cave. He used his own fingerprint to open the mini safe. Inside, a green crystal block emitted a brilliant, mystical light. Gazing at the glowing green crystal, Kang Seon Ho told himself it wasn't time to turn it into money yet, so he decided to put the light source away. He planned to leave the base to meet the merchant from the other day again. But just then, Dingo's loud barking suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Kang Seon Ho called out to his little partner, and hurriedly rushed out of the cave to check what had made the wolf cub so agitated. Just as he stepped outside, Kang Seon Ho froze when he saw a pack of ferocious wolves waiting. The system warned that these were level 15 monsters, a number far beyond his current capabilities. Kang Seon Ho asked himself in shock why high mountain monsters were appearing in this area and if these were the ones that had killed Dingo's mother. Seeing Dingo growling with hatred and glowing eyes, he quickly signaled the little guy to pipe down, knowing the situation was extremely critical. Honestly, Kang Seon Ho understood he had no way to defeat this entire pack of giant wolves. If he tried to pull out a weapon to counterattack, he would immediately expose an opening and be torn to shreds in a heartbeat. The only choice left was to execute a risky plan to force the alpha wolf to retreat so the whole pack would follow. Wolves are naturally extremely cautious, and the leader is usually the one to initiate the attack. The pack will just stand by and watch, not acting until the leader gives the command. And like all other animals, they hate strong, pungent smells. Luckily, Kang Seon Ho still had the pepper spray he had used to deal with the goblins with him. Even if I can take it down, I'll become an enemy of the entire wolf pack. But if it attacks, I'm done for. Is there any other way? A way to stop it so I can use the spray. Kang Seon Ho tensely calculated every possibility in his mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed. Wait, I've got it. He knew for sure this theory had to work, because if he backed down now, the entire base he had worked so hard to build would be completely destroyed. Hey, look over here. Kang Seon Ho shouted to grab the alpha wolf's attention. The orange monster lunged forward with terrifying speed. He dodged the powerful swipes by a hair's breadth, trying to find an opening in his opponent's movements to execute his plan. Seizing the moment of direct confrontation, Kang Seon Ho decisively ordered the gate to open. A sudden flash of light appeared, causing the alpha wolf to crash right into the gate before it could turn around. Immediately after, he shouted to close the gate. Seizing the golden opportunity, Kang Seon Ho pulled out the spray and blasted it straight into the wolf's eyes. Take this. The monster shrieked in pain, but he didn't intend to stop yet. It's not over yet. Kang Seon Ho lunged forward with a knife to finish it off, causing the alpha wolf to bolt in terror and run deep into the forest. Seeing their leader retreat, the whole pack quickly vanished into the bushes. Kang Seon Ho sat down hard, sighing in relief. Whoa, I really thought I was a goner. Kang Seon Ho gently patted the little wolf on the head. Hang in there, I'll get revenge for you. He smiled, promising to bring justice to his little friend. The atmosphere returned to silence, but the countdown clock ticked away coldly. Only 15 days left until the apocalypse. After finishing the basement arrangements, Kang Seon Ho immediately headed to the hardware store and the pharmacy. He wanted to ensure the defense system was fully set up before going to sleep to feel more at ease. Thinking back to the recent battle, he told himself it was unlucky that the wolves attacked at that exact moment. But he was still lucky. If the opponent had been a werewolf, he surely wouldn't have made it out. Looking back on everything, Kang Seon Ho blamed himself for being too complacent, focusing only on the monsters living nearby without anticipating unexpected events. He decided to conduct more drone surveys and expand the shelter area to have more room for farming and storage. Kang Seon Ho planned to dig more trenches to create a second layer of defense and install Bluetooth signal receivers to extend the coverage area. Hyungjun's voice interrupted his train of thought. Hey, it's Kang Seon Ho. Surprised to meet an acquaintance in such a remote place, he asked. Huh? Hyungjun, what brings you here? What are you doing in such a remote place? When he learned Kang Seon Ho was on a delivery, Hyungjun curiously asked if he had come to buy weapons. The muscular man laughed, saying nobody buys weapons at a hardware store, and that wasn't his thing anyway. It turned out Hyungjun's friend, Jo Soo-yeon, had just bought this shop and he was helping her clear out the remaining stock. Kang Seon Ho silently observed the woman who had just appeared, her demeanor calm. While Hyungjun continued to explain the current situation, he thought to himself that he should have just shown them the daily summary, or perhaps because so many people were dying, they simply didn't want to leave any traces behind. Kang Seon Ho felt awkward as the woman in front of him kept staring at him without saying a word. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, making him exclaim, Wait, I remember now. The woman also gasped in surprise. You're the owner of the Soji Diner, right? Yes, that's me. Sorry about that. She couldn't help but admire his transformation. Wow, what happened to you? You had quite the glow-up. Kang Seon Ho thought he might have been a bit impolite, but then he froze when she proactively handed him a business card and introduced herself. My name is Jo Soo-yeon. He politely replied, Yes, I'm Kang Seon Ho. Looking closely at the business card in his hand, Kang Seon Ho was too shocked to speak. Oh, she's a doctor? It turned out Jo Soo-yeon was an assistant professor at a major medical center. Upon learning her identity, Seon Ho decided to share the basic knowledge of survival life just as he had done with Han Jun and me. Standing in the middle of the street, Jo Soo-yeon pondered before admitting, Honestly, I don't feel good about this. If we approach the game with a scientific mindset, we'll never win, right? Seon Ho just nodded in agreement. Yes, it really is just a game. Jo Soo-yeon nodded. All right, I understand. Just one last thing. Kang Seon Ho curiously asked back. What is it? She looked him straight in the eyes and threw a question that made him freeze. You're not actually a game lover, are you? Kang Seon Ho was startled, breaking into a cold sweat, secretly admiring this doctor's sharpness. A game lover? You caught on to that quick. Seeing him flustered, Jo Soo-yeon laughed, saying it was just a guess because he knew too much about the game, but she couldn't be 100% sure. Seon Ho quickly waved it off with a laugh. Haha, no way. Jo Soo-yeon thanked him for the help and wished him luck with all his plans. Hyun-jun also promised to visit her at the hospital, even though he had no need for a checkup. Watching Seon Ho's retreating figure, Jo Soo-yeon repeated his words with a suspicious look. You said it's just a game. Just a normal game, right? Jo Soo-yeon smiled and proactively offered her hand. Seon Ho, let's keep in touch as friends. The next day, Kang Seon Ho was back to the grind of grueling preparations. He panted with exhaustion after meticulously forging his new weapon. Looking at the finished product in his hand, he thought with satisfaction. It's just a blade attached to a pole, but it looks pretty good. He raised his homemade spear and affirmed firmly. Homemade, but top quality. All major equipment was now set up. Kang Seon Ho called out to Dingo, and the little wolf immediately responded with an excited bark. He affectionately patted his partner's head and affirmed that today, they would both go to get revenge for the little guy's mother. In reality, besides the goal of revenge, Seon Ho understood that if anyone happened to discover this shelter, he was forced to track them down and eliminate them immediately to protect his absolute secret. Looking at Dingo with trust, he instructed, Now you understand what I mean, right? Today you have to contribute as well. Donning his combat gear and a full-face helmet, Kang Seon Ho and Dingo set off decisively. Through the scope, he spotted a group of 4 vicious wolves lurking among the lush trees. He realized this pack only had 4, and the alpha leader was nowhere to be found. Hidden deep in the bushes, Kang Seon Ho suddenly froze when he witnessed a horrifying scene. A giant creature had appeared out of nowhere and was making a meal out of one of the unfortunate members. He reassured himself that as long as he kept a safe distance, he wouldn't have any trouble with that massive monster. Kang Seon Ho analyzed that a wolf pack is only truly terrifying when commanded by the alpha. When they are just isolated stragglers left behind, they become very easy to deal with. With the pack coordination broken, he could easily take them out one by one without much effort. Using a large rock for cover, Kang Seon Ho suddenly jumped out and threw a perfectly aimed net at his target. A gray wolf was snagged. It struggled frantically in the tangled net. The trapped wolf let out a furious roar, but Kang Seon Ho stepped closer and calmly reassured it. Hey, it's okay. I'll make this quick. With that, he channeled his strength and drove his spear through the monster's body for a fatal blow. The system immediately notified him that he had successfully killed a wild wolf and gained 2 experience points. The ferocious pack charged at him with terrifying speed. Kang Seon Ho hid behind the large rock, waiting for them to close in before leaping out, using a spray bottle to blast a cloud of thick gas into the air. Wasting no time, Kang Seon Ho thrust his makeshift spear, taking one down instantly. Dingo also showed his battle prowess by lunging at another wolf, coordinating perfectly with his master. Kang Seon Ho encouraged his partner. Good job, Dingo. Leave the rest to me. The system continuously displayed notifications that he had killed another wild wolf and gained 3 experience points. With decisive movements, Kang Seon Ho pierced through the bodies of the remaining wolves one by one. Just need to hit them, he told himself as his spearhead pierced the final target. Instantly, a powerful glow engulfed him, marking his official level up to level 5. Along with that, the system announced that his personal traits had gained some extremely valuable bonus effects. Kang Seon Ho checked, stunned, and realized his spatial portal skill now had the ability to turn invisible to others while also allowing him to observe images and hear one-way audio from the other side of the portal. To test his new ability, Kang Seon Ho decisively ordered the portal to open. A magical window appeared right in the middle of the forest, showing a crystal-clear view of the inside of his real-world restaurant. Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, this dashcam view is incredibly sharp. The fact that the portal was now invisible to others completely solved his long-standing fear of being discovered. He exclaimed with excitement. This is insane. This upgrade has changed everything and completely fixed my previous problems. Looking at the virtual screens displaying different locations, from mysterious rooms to remote coastlines, he wondered how much more terrifying the effects would be at higher levels. He told himself he had to strive to level up even more in the future, as he now understood the true importance of the Sky Person level. His eyes narrowed with determination. He affirmed that he had even more reason not to miss his upcoming goals. However, before starting on new tasks, Kang Seon Ho looked down at the battlefield and muttered, "Now, I've got to bury these guys." He stood silently in the forest with Dingo, preparing to clear the wolf carcasses to wipe away all traces. 2 days passed since the cleanup of the wild wolves, and Kang Seon Ho had managed to complete a massive amount of work. First, he used his drone to resurvey the entire ecosystem on the other side. The results confirmed that within a 1-kilometer radius, there were only ordinary animals like foxes and deer, with absolutely no sign of any monsters. After thoroughly checking the areas that previously had traces of goblins, he also gathered information about one of their nests located about 3 kilometers away. With such a large scale, there were definitely hobgoblins guarding it. This mission was too tough for him to solo at this moment. Once he felt relatively safe, Seon Ho decided to start turning his hideout into a fully functional bunker. With a chainsaw in hand, he diligently cleared the brush and felled trees around the base area. With the helpful assistance of the little wolf Dingo, he had leveled a flat yard with a diameter of up to 20 meters. Next, Kang Seon Ho installed a sturdy 2-layer barbed wire fence and planned to dig a deep trench around the outside to increase his defense. Possessing an invisible spatial portal that only he could see was a huge advantage, allowing him to easily monitor every movement from the real world through the virtual screens. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kang Seon Ho constantly traveled to distant supply stores to purchase construction materials and ordered an industrial forklift from a used vehicle dealership. Looking through the lens, he saw the news was still in chaos as the streets were beginning to fill with police and military personnel. To prepare for the future, he rented an additional motorcycle along with a mini excavator to maximize functionality before the Iron Death Plague hit. Everything became even more convenient thanks to the help of the toad, Juke. Every day, Kang Seon Ho injected himself with a small amount of poison from Juke to build up his body's resistance. Now, not only did he possess a body capable of resisting toxins, but he also stored a large amount of paralytic poison to coat his combat weapons. However, while sitting in front of his computer screen to follow the latest developments, Kang Seon Ho suddenly looked horrified and felt truly bewildered. This has to be a scam, right? Kang Seon Ho stared in shock at the screen displaying a congratulatory message for Hwang Seok-hoon, a veteran gamer with 4,500 hours of playtime who had become the first recognized survivor. He wondered if Hwang Seok-hoon had truly sold out to the corporations in exchange for classified information. Currently, the military was tightening control over key institutions, and the president was still holding absolute power, making everything feel like a staged script. Seon Ho remembered that Hwang Seok-hoon was actually a very kind person, so their cool appearance at this moment didn't make any sense at all. Could this just be an obsession with the game, or was there a secret deal behind it between those holding the information? In his memories, Hwang Seok-hoon was someone who usually traded items for information, not someone greedy for massive bunkers. Choosing to partner with the president, the person with the highest authority, was clearly a very calculated, logical move. Even though his gut told him this was definitely a smokescreen, Seon Ho still couldn't understand why someone as decent as Hwang Seok-hoon would agree to play along with this trick. He sighed wearily, realizing that sitting here speculating wouldn't solve anything. If the #1 survivor had truly joined Hwang Seok-hoon's side, Kang Seon Ho knew he had to change his entire survival plan. He immediately sat down at the computer, quickly created an identifier and a new virtual reality account to find a way to contact them directly. "Hi, shall we meet on VR chat?" He sent a short, concise invitation and nervously waited for a response from the other side of the screen. Surprisingly, Hwang Seok-hoon answered almost immediately. "Sure thing. Where should I go?" He decisively logged into the virtual world to verify if this identity was real or fake. A blue light from the monitor reflected in Kang Seon Ho's tense eyes as the system officially announced that the player Hwang Seok-hoon had logged into the White Room. "Thanks for inviting me, Kang Seon Ho." Hwang Seok-hoon greeted him as soon as he entered the White Room. Kang Seon Ho gave a brief response, but the man in the hat seemed displeased, believing this meeting wasn't going according to plan. He grumbled, annoyed that he'd gone through all the trouble of coming here only for his opponent to keep playing hide-and-seek. Kang Seon Ho replied coldly, "My apologies for that, but upsetting me won't do you any favors." Hwang Seok-hoon paused, curiously asking if he was a veteran player, but Kang Seon Ho remained vague, saying it might be true or it might not. To verify, Hwang Seok-hoon demanded concrete proof to be convinced. Without hesitation, Kang Seon Ho reenacted the scene of the beer pond in the valley along with the early appearance of the bee creeper, revealing that his current level had reached level 5. He posed a final question about the number of omens, and upon receiving the correct answer of about 4, he laughed and admitted, "Ha ha, "You are definitely one of the veterans." Kang Seon Ho cut him off sharply. "Shut it. If that proof is enough, call the number one survivor. If it's real, I'll join." However, Hwang Suk-hoon refused, claiming he couldn't summon that character. This immediately made Kang Seon Ho furious, suspecting he was being played. Suddenly, the man in the hat bizarrely changed the subject to the weather, making Seon Ho suspect he was intentionally stalling with nonsense. At that very moment in the real world, Kang Seon Ho stared in shock at his computer screen. He froze for 5 seconds, realizing this guy wasn't just making small talk, he was silently hacking his IP address. Hwang Suk-hoon flashed a mysterious smile, said goodbye, and vanished from the chat room, leaving Kang Seon Ho in extreme anxiety as he realized his location had been exposed. A mysterious group of men in black suits suddenly stormed into the internet cafe where Seon Ho was hiding. The leader, wearing a gray suit, coldly ordered his underlings to guard the entrance so no one could escape. The clerk approached to greet them, but he brushed her off, asserting they weren't here to play games but to hunt down a person named Kang Seon Ho. He grabbed the girl's arm roughly to apply pressure, ignoring the shock of everyone around them. Immediately after, the leader activated a powerful psychic ability, causing a haunting purple light to appear in the clerk's eyes, forcing her to obey his every command. Kang Seon Ho was sitting at a computer nearby. He was shocked to realize this was a psychic awakened with an incredibly terrifying manipulation ability. Knowing trouble was brewing, he turned on his run mode, quickly slipping into the restroom to find an escape route. The leader walked up to the computer. Seon Ho had just vacated and growled, "Are you Kang Seon Ho?" But in front of him, there was only an empty chair. He gritted his teeth, realizing the target had caught a whiff of danger and vanished in the blink of an eye. He and his goons immediately chased him toward the restroom, where traces of Kang Seon Ho were still clearly visible. Stepping inside, he suspected his opponent was a stealth-type awakened hiding nearby. He casually turned on the faucet, splashing water all over the room to track the location of the invisible intruder through the spraying droplets. He confidently declared that once he caught Kang Seon Ho, it would all be over. Suddenly, he discovered a strange mark on the wall and realized Seon Ho had been hiding right against that wall to observe him. In reality, Kang Seon Ho was standing behind an invisible portal, witnessing his every move. The leader realized this wasn't stealth. It was a rare type of spatial movement ability. He pulled out his radio to report the situation with a tense expression. Seon Ho found it laughable that the Hwang Suk-hoon in-game who wanted to act like a refined gentleman was actually a villain in real life. Seon Ho tightened his grip on the spear coated with juice poison, silently thanking Hwang Suk-hoon for helping him finally make a definitive decision. He realized he couldn't hesitate any longer in the face of these villains' expansion. From now on, he would act according to his own standards to survive. Seon Ho's eyes blazed with killing intent. He vowed to fight fire with fire and would show absolutely no mercy to anyone who dared to threaten his safety. The suit-clad leader panted, helpless as he frantically searched for information on the computer. Haha, so which veteran is Kang Seon Ho? He couldn't believe that despite having movement abilities and such a massive playtime, the target could disappear without a trace. While he was still muttering to himself, searching for clues, a cold voice suddenly rang out from right behind his back. "Greetings." Kang Seon Ho, in a full ninja-style protective suit, suddenly dropped in. The leader turned around in shock, but it was too late. A sharp spear, coated in the green poison of juke, pierced straight into him. He screamed in pain and terror as he realized the person in front of him was none other than Kang Seon Ho. Not letting his opponent retaliate, Kang Seon Ho lunged forward and pinned him against the wall. "Who gave you permission to look back?" he asked coldly, asking how it felt to be hit with paralyzing poison. The leader trembled, about to speak, but Kang Seon Ho cut him off firmly, telling him he'd better not say another word. He reminded him that since the apocalypse and the tutorial hadn't officially started, everything was still in a state of freedom. Seon Ho pulled out a sharp dagger and explained that the system's penalty for murder hadn't been activated yet, meaning if he killed him now, he wouldn't face any punishment or losses. The leader lay still, forced to take the full combo of paralyzing poison. Looking down at the man gasping at his feet, Kang Seon Ho sarcastically remarked that indeed, a veteran should know how to assess a situation quickly. He coldly questioned why he chose to betray the number one survivor and target innocent people. Looking down at the man gasping at his feet, Kang Seon Ho coldly commented, "Now you really look more like a monster to be looted than a human being." The leader gritted his teeth in hatred. "You bastard." Kang Seon Ho replied calmly, "This is the price for daring to deceive me and wanting to turn me into a slave." He decisively confiscated the man's phone and gave a final warning. "Next time, I won't be so merciful." Right before Hwang Suk-hoon's lackeys could swarm in, Kang Seon Ho quickly left the internet cafe to return home and immediately dived into the other world. The first thing he did was excitedly unbox the loot he had just collected. He held the ID card of the guy from before. His name was Kim Cheon-jun, 32 years old. According to the information he found, he was the owner of the Gold F Club and possessed 3 bunkers using the club as a base. He was famous for his illicit relationships with women, and it seemed the more he played the game, the better traits he acquired. He was currently testing his mind control abilities on other people. Kang Seon Ho put his phone down. He felt a bit uneasy because his memory of this guy seemed a bit off. He muttered to himself, "When you consider the dark side of humanity, having a terrifying ability like that for such a short time is extremely dangerous. Gaining control over someone's mind definitely isn't easy, but when facing human nature during the apocalypse, weapons are the eyes that help us survive." Kang Seon Ho picked up his gun and began to meticulously check every part. He understood one thing clearly. Only by becoming stronger than anyone else and raising his physical stats through real results would he have a chance to survive. Kang Seon Ho fired a shot, hitting the bullseye instantly, proving that only the strong and skilled survive the apocalypse. "Next time, I should try shooting without reloading," Kang Seon Ho told himself after checking the gun in his hand. Suddenly, his speakers erupted with a barrage of notifications, making him jump. A blue screen appeared with a series of urgent warnings, making him wonder why there were so many notifications all at once. What is this? A flood of emergency news arrived. Monsters have appeared at Jirisan. Screams are echoing across Seoul and Incheon. The sky suddenly turned dark, accompanied by terrifying bolts of lightning. Kang Seon Ho was shocked to realize that the second omen had officially begun. He immediately jumped into his car and sped off into the silent night. Looking at the clock, which showed 10:30 p.m. on the 8th, he gritted his teeth and cursed because this incident had come so unexpectedly. "Out of all places, why Wonsan?" Kang Seon Ho muttered anxiously while driving. The alert on his phone confirmed that the monsters were last seen near the Wonsan Reservoir. He floored the gas, and the car sped along the trail leading up the mountain. When he arrived, he and Dingo got out, and he told his little partner to prepare for a real hunt. Dingo barked excitedly, responding to his master's trust. Kang Seon Ho decided to speed up the mountain for 2 urgent reasons. First, with such a massive disturbance, the police would surely cordon off the entire area soon to control the situation. Second, goblins are wandering monsters. They usually establish a temporary base under the command of a lead hobgoblin. He softly called to Dingo and asked if the little guy had picked up the scent of the goblins yet. The little wolf barked loudly and immediately led the way, darting deep into the dense forest. Kang Seon Ho hurriedly followed, realizing that his little partner had truly found something. The two of them raced through the thick canopy of the dark forest. Stopping to catch his breath, Kang Seon Ho wondered if there was a better path to take. Suddenly, a horrific scene appeared before his eyes, leaving him speechless. "Damn it," he muttered when he saw several police officers lying motionless on the ground. Kang Seon Ho rushed over to check the situation and told himself to stay calm. Luckily, he realized they were still alive and had no serious open wounds. Based on what he observed, Kang Seon Ho concluded they had only been paralyzed by poison. However, one important detail made him frown. "Then who took the guns?" Kang Seon Ho quickly checked the nearby monster corpses for clues. Looking at a goblin's body, he confirmed there were bullet holes, so the police must have fired back. But when he flipped over another body, his face became extremely grave. Kang Seon Ho realized there was a golden goblin among this group of monsters. That explained why the police force had been defeated so easily and quickly. Kang Seon Ho picked up an officer's phone and made a call to report the situation so that medical teams could be dispatched. He pondered, realizing that with images of monsters starting to spread across social media like this, the government would no longer be able to hide the truth. This was truly the beginning of a wave of chaos. Kang Seon Ho looked at Dingo and gave an order. "Dingo, I'm counting on you." They both continued to walk, venturing deeper into the darkness of the forest. Elsewhere, a few people were still struggling to fight off the monster attack. Standing right behind, the young man with silver hair and blue highlights wondered if he was meant to be a sacrifice when he hadn't even fully awakened his powers yet. However, he quickly regained his composure and told himself there was no other way. He revealed that his true power was telekinesis. Even though it took quite a while to cast, he confidently claimed he would protect his teammates to the end. Suddenly, large rocks around them began to float and then shot out like bullets, smashing the heads of the goblins in the blink of an eye. The one holding the shield anxiously asked if the other team members were on their way. The leader confirmed they had definitely reached Wonsan, but the rugged terrain and the chaos below were making reinforcements extremely difficult. Seeing the police and civilians stuck below, his teammate considered running away to be safe, but the silver-haired guy shot the idea down. He saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because these monsters behaved exactly like those in the game. He analyzed that the goblins in front of them were very weak right now because they weren't carrying their primary weapons like poison darts or spears. Despite his teammates' concern, the boss still ordered them to fight at all costs. He believed that if they wiped this place out and took down the hobgoblin squad that had just split off, the group would hit the jackpot later. He told his teammate to stop complaining and focus. Meanwhile, his hands continued to channel, creating powerful currents of energy to prepare to wipe out the enemy. The battle became extremely intense when a goblin suddenly launched a sneak attack, causing the silver-haired leader to collapse. The teammate holding the shield shouted in a panic, "Boss, are you okay?" Looking at the closing circle, the silver-haired guy painfully realized that this situation was too much for these rookies. Meanwhile, the shield bearer was completely disoriented by the ferocity of the approaching monsters. Suddenly, one enemy after another was taken down, to the total astonishment of the shield bearer. He stared in shock at the pile of monster corpses at his feet and wondered where those mysterious arrows had come from in such a life-or-death moment. In reality, Kang Seon Ho was silently observing everything through a space portal and wondering if meddling in other people's business was meaningless. However, he quickly dismissed that thought and believed he had paid a fair price for the information he had just received. Thanks to the actions of the other group, Seon Ho had discovered an important secret. Regular awakened people couldn't set foot in this high-altitude area. This gave him the perfect opportunity to finish off the weakened goblins without any interference. Kang Seon Ho reminded himself to act quickly from this moment on. He donned his helmet, shielding his face completely, and began executing his detailed battle plan. The first step of his strategy was to draw the entire group of goblins' attention toward him. The plan kicked off as he lured the monsters toward the gate. The goal was to inflict such excruciating pain that they would scream, attracting the rest of the pack. Using the spatial gate like a defensive wall, he quickly pulled his spear back to wipe away any physical traces. Immediately, the hobgoblin, with its keen sense of observation, realized that its underlings had... It roared, ordering the 3 remaining goblins to charge forward. The weak, nervous goblins began rushing toward him while shrieking, but history repeated itself. It only took one hit for him to wipe them out. Everything was still going according to his plan. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Kang Seon Ho put all his strength into lunging at the hobgoblin from behind. But the hobgoblin's strength was truly terrifying. Damn it, it's way too strong, he told himself as his opponent swung a massive spiked mace downward. Kang Seon Ho stumbled back, hiding behind a tree, gritting his teeth to endure the agonizing pain. It hurt much more than he expected. The monster's sinister laughter echoed defiantly in the dark. A wave of dizziness hit him, making it hard for Seon Ho to stay conscious. The hobgoblin, with its glowing red eyes, loomed closer like a grim reaper, waiting to finish him off. Just as danger loomed, the system immediately announced that the survival instinct skill had been activated since his health hit the danger threshold. Seon Ho's eyes glowed with a golden light, full of power beneath his mask, signaling the rise of an overwhelming force. With his speed boosted, he moved like a phantom, relentlessly unleashing attacks that left the hobgoblin unable to react. Kang Seon Ho decisively pulled out his gun and fired a stream of Joke's green poison directly at his opponent. The poison took effect rapidly, causing the monster to roar madly in pain as its body became completely paralyzed. Kang Seon Ho stood coldly, staring at the corpse. "You think I'm an easy target? That hit didn't even scratch me." Seon Ho channeled all his strength to counterattack. "It's my turn now." Each sword strike, fast as lightning, pierced the enemy, causing the hobgoblin to let out one last painful shriek before collapsing. Immediately, the system notified him that he had officially leveled up to 8 and received 13 additional stat points. The new skill, Terrain Sense, was also officially unlocked. Whew! Finally, it's over. A few minutes later, the notification that the mission to exterminate the hobgoblin was complete appeared, earning him the title of Hobgoblin Butcher. Kang Seon Ho looked at his still trembling hands, telling himself that because he had used more light effects than in previous battles, he had certainly attracted unwanted attention. Right then, sirens blared, and shouting could be heard from afar. Over there, he realized with shock that the police would be here in an instant. Not wanting to waste any time, Seon Ho hurriedly gathered all the loot and firmly commanded the gate to open. He stepped quickly into the blue light to vanish immediately, quietly resolving that from now on, he had to end battles as quickly as possible to avoid being detected. The next morning, Kang Seon Ho woke up in his base, his body covered in bandages. The little wolf dingo nuzzled his face as if trying to wake its sleeping master. He groaned in pain, realizing he had slept in for an entire day. Looking at the crisscrossing wounds on his chest, Kang Seon Ho reminded himself that from now on, unless it was a true emergency, he must absolutely avoid forcing his survival instinct skill to activate because the physical price to pay was too great. Before starting a new day, he decided to check all the spoils he had gathered from the recent life or death battle. Let's see what we've got. While he was busy checking his inventory, the apocalypse clock kept ticking, with only 9 days left until the real disaster descended upon humanity. These hobgoblins are really different. He marveled at the valuable items lying on the table. Although the pistol looked quite impressive, what truly surprised him was a small dagger with a system notification. Midran dagger, infinite durability. Seon Ho couldn't hide his excitement. It's not affected by the decay disease. I never thought I'd see a weapon that is truly this durable. However, a big question appeared in his mind. How on earth could a measly goblin afford such an expensive item? He picked up the dagger to examine it closely and realized its surface was very rough, not smooth at all. Kang Seon Ho pondered. The goblins from the other world did use metal weapons, but based on their level of civilization, they surely couldn't forge such things themselves. Unless they were mutated, a terrifying hypothesis flashed through his mind, but he quickly calmed himself down, thinking he was overthinking things. I'll check more carefully later. Now, let's see what else there is. Kang Seon Ho continued searching his bag and exclaimed in surprise when he found the shadow goggles, a set of goggles. This is an extremely useful item that enhances night vision, allowing him to move freely in the dark without any obstacles. Happy with his haul of high-end items, Kang Seon Ho dumped all 13 potential points into his strength stat. Now, let's go. He firmly ordered the space gate to open. A powerful blue light erupted, taking him away from the base. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Kang Seon Ho hurriedly checked his phone and was stunned by the urgent notifications about the tutorial phase beginning in such a cruel manner. Kang Seon Ho headed straight for Hyungjun's gym to regroup. As he pushed the door open and stepped in, he called out, "I'm here." Seeing him pop his head in, Hyungjun and Mi Kyung, who were waiting, were as happy as if they had struck gold. Kang Seon Ho scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, hurriedly apologizing for making everyone wait for him. Looking at the two unfamiliar faces standing next to Hyungjun, Seon Ho asked about their identities out of curiosity. Hyungjun quickly introduced them. "These are the new members joining the team. Say hello. This is Kang Seon Ho, the restaurant owner I told you about." The young man named Yoo Hyun and the girl named Kim Bora politely greeted him. When Kang Seon Ho asked about the remaining member, Hyungjun explained that they had gone to the super modern camping store that just opened a month ago to stock up on necessary supplies. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when Hyungjun mentioned the shocking news from yesterday. Seon Ho confirmed that he had watched the entire development on the news and understood the situation. The information about doctors finding a Unambi embryo inside a goblin's corpse after performing an autopsy had made the government unable to sit still any longer. President Jang Moon-tak immediately summoned a National Security Council meeting, declaring that they would hunt down the creators of the game's survival life and started listening to opinions from the Awakened to prepare for the pandemic. Kang Seon Ho turned to Hyungjun for his thoughts. "You're knowledgeable, so what do you think we should do now?" Before Kang Seon Ho could even answer, Yoo Hyun interrupted confidently, claiming he had already given his advice earlier. He argued that goblins only dropped a small amount of experience and couldn't help anyone reach a high level, not even an awakened one. Yoo Hyun advised everyone to just focus on hoarding supplies like Aobang instead of risking it by hunting. Hearing those somewhat naive and misguided words, Kang Seon Ho squinted at him suspiciously, thinking to himself that this guy seemed to be saying completely wrong things. Kang Seon Ho intended to correct him, but Yoo Hyun immediately cut him off arrogantly. "Sorry, but have you actually played Survival Life?" When Kang Seon Ho said anyone could read the information on the forum, he sneered. "Exactly. Only believing what you see on the forum isn't smart. Get it?" Bora curiously asked if there were any conditions for a person not to turn into a zombie when coming into contact with zombie spores. Yoo Hyun nonchalantly explained that people who had never interacted with the system would be fine. Before Bora's bewildered look, he began to brag about being awakened. He claimed that just having had contact with the system would keep one safe, leaving Bora completely convinced. Yoo Hyun continued to show off his expert title and claimed that many people would want to cling to an awakened person like him to find a way to survive. Seeing Bora's admiration, he patted his chest and vowed confidently, "Don't worry, I promise I will protect all of you." Witnessing that ridiculous act, Kang Seon Ho inwardly judged that this guy's theories were interesting but too naive and completely untrustworthy. Realizing this conversation was going nowhere, and seeing that even Hyungjun didn't trust this troublemaker, Kang Seon Ho stood up decisively and excused himself. "I have work to do. I'll call when I'm finished." Kang Seon Ho then turned and left because he didn't want to waste time on someone who liked to show off. Kang Seon Ho began updating his plan for collecting supplies before the iron sickness officially broke out. He carefully scanned camping stores and convenience stores to ensure he didn't miss anything important. As soon as he got home, he saw Jo Soo-yeon standing there waiting. She waved to call Kang Seon Ho and approached him with a proposal. I came because there's something I want to give you. Do you have a moment? Kang Seon Ho nodded in agreement, and she immediately handed him a small black bag. Jo Soo-yeon explained, inside this bag are painkillers and antibiotics, things you can't buy without a doctor's prescription. Seon Ho looked at the valuable gift in amazement. Wow, are you sure I can accept this? Jo Soo-yeon radiantly affirmed that if he needed more, she would find a way to get them, while revealing her address at Eden Villa, room 302. She said the exact address was written inside the bag and emphasized, it's just a, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your situation. You haven't forgotten, have you? We both need to know where the other is. Faced with her directness and decisiveness, Seon Ho could only nod. All right, that's fine. Jo Soo-yeon said goodbye to head toward the room, not forgetting to remind him. By the way, Kang Seon Ho, make sure you're ready for that moment to shine. And remember the address. Watching the back of the doctor as she left, Seon Ho secretly exclaimed that she was truly a powerful woman. After that impressive encounter, time passed quickly day by day. Seon Ho diligently stopped at various locations to stock up on more equipment and goods. He began building a sturdy warehouse using sandwich panels right in the other world to store his belongings. When the mini excavator arrived, he took the opportunity to dig defensive trenches around his base. Meanwhile, the outside world was becoming increasingly chaotic. Protesting crowds appeared everywhere in the rain. On television, there were constant, heated debates between those who predicted the apocalypse and those who remained skeptical. After an emergency meeting, a series of shocking news broke around 11:35 p.m., making everything difficult to control. The agency issued strange press releases about mysterious ships, making technical staff cry out in horror. What the hell is this? And then the worst-case scenario was confirmed. Both the Unzambi Beta and even Alpha meteors were hurtling toward Earth at a terrifying speed. 4 days passed in the eerie silence before the storm, and then the final omen arrived as the fateful Russian ship slowly docked. Standing on the balcony, looking down at the city still bathed in the morning sun, Kang Seon Ho silently observed the beginning of the end. After confirming there was no one around the port area, Kang Seon Ho entered an abandoned building to begin preparations. He decisively ordered the space portal to open. The reason he accepted the risk of coming here, even with the danger of turning into a zombie, was simple: to collect more guns from the Russian ship. He understood that zombie spores were a type of pathogen with an extremely powerful ability to spread and penetrate. This was something humans truly couldn't avoid. For someone who no longer had family like Seon Ho, whether he transformed today or a few days later didn't make much difference. Although he could have chosen to run away to live peacefully in the other world with Dingo, he wondered if he did that, would his humanity still have any meaning? After checking his equipment on the boat, he told himself, all right, everything is ready. Even though he accepted the risk, that didn't mean he was craving death. Seon Ho was simply making a different choice than the crowd to face the disaster. Seeing the clock had struck nearly 1 p.m., he focused on tracking the expected impact coordinates of the meteor. Based on the available buoy, he was sure that Incheon was the landing point for Unzombie Beta. He wondered how great its destructive scale would be and how the apocalypse would truly differ from what Alpha and Beta had already caused. Suddenly, a shrill alarm went off. Kang Seon Ho looked at his phone screen in shock. Damn it, it's starting. The screen displayed an emergency notification confirming the third impact site was indeed Incheon Port. The siren wailed throughout the space, signaling the collapse. Off the coast, a scene of total devastation appeared, with white dead fish covering the beach and piles of shattered ships. A giant tsunami from the open sea surged in, carrying the massive Russian ship crashing toward the land. The power of the violent water swallowed the entire port area, turning everything into ruins in an instant. Witnessing that horrific scene, Kang Seon Ho could only exclaim in panic, damn it. Everything was happening exactly as it had in the game, and in reality, it was even far more brutal. Watching the water rising and submerging the buildings, he told himself, regardless, I should move now. Kang Seon Ho immediately started the small boat, speeding through the streets that had turned into rivers. He knew he couldn't afford to waste a single second before the government agents arrived. His goal was to make this a quick and decisive operation. He maneuvered the boat close to the side of the Russian ship that was teetering amidst the wreckage. Upon reaching it, Kang Seon Ho quickly threw a grappling hook and started climbing up. A crucial detail suddenly popped into his mind. Just like in the game, it seemed that the Awakened were not transformed into that state, and he noticed no side effects at all. Fine, that wasn't a bad thing. Decisively, he moved deeper inside. It was time to go. Dry, guttural growls echoed from the pale, mangled creatures wandering the deck. Facing them, Kang Seon Ho stood firm with his shield and spiked mace in hand. He silently judged the zombies in survival life. They were quite unique. In the game, they didn't transmit a virus. They viewed everything as food, and the more nutrients they consumed, the stronger and more aggressive they became. Seeing them charging madly, Kang Seon Ho roared, "Hey, don't you dare snap your jaws at me." He swung his mace with a pro-level strike. "Come on, try and take a bite of this, you punk." Looking at the corpses strewn at his feet, Kang Seon Ho wondered, but aren't they getting any weaker? The system notified him that he had just received 4 experience points. Even though he won quickly, he told himself to follow up with a few hits from his iron weapon just to be sure. He couldn't be careless like that time with the brain-dead zombies. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze fixed firmly into the darkness. One mistake was more than enough for a veteran, because one time is all it takes. Good grief. Look at these zombies, Kang Seon Ho exclaimed while standing before a long hallway packed with bloodthirsty, screeching creatures. He moved forward decisively. He would clear the ones in the hallway first. His final objective was the ship's armory. The captain surely kept guns there. "Let's go check the armory." Kang Seon Ho rushed deep into the darkness of the hallway. Suddenly, Kang Seon Ho froze when he realized someone was still alive in a dark room. He wondered if he had seen wrong, but the sounds coming from within confirmed there was still life. Even though he feared the person might have been infected by the zombies, he walked over to check. As the door opened, Kang Seon Ho was stunned by the sight of a young man sitting blankly beside a corpse. He wondered if he had arrived too late. Though he knew he couldn't change anything, he left the room decisively, walking among the scattered zombie corpses. Kang Seon Ho realized that tragedies like this would soon become common once the true apocalypse began. He told himself that perhaps one day he, too, would have to take action against his own kind to survive. Just as he sneaked back to his boat, Kang Seon Ho was surprised to find a few other radical youths trying to loot these crates of supplies. Kang Seon Ho considered this a good exercise for himself and silently admitted that he wasn't much different from the greedy people out there. He floored the throttle, leaving his rivals choking in the exhaust, and quickly slipped away from the dangerous port area. The next night, as the city sank into darkness, Kang Seon Ho sat silently before the chaotic news reports. He realized the situation was spiraling out of control and the government was still trying to cover up the truth. Watching the president's speech on the screen, Kang Seon Ho decided it was time to take action and contact the special forces. He realized the authorities' way of thinking was quite similar to his, so he would provide them with the final piece of the truth. Kang Seon Ho picked up the phone and called Reborn from the special forces directly. He coldly declared, "I know exactly when everything will end." Reborn asked back in shock, not believing what he had just heard. Kang Seon Ho firmly stated that the moment the world collapses will be at 9 p.m. on the 15th. Despite the astonishment and the barrage of questions from the other end of the line, he just wished them good luck and coldly hung up. The official announcement from the president echoed across all media outlets, confirming that martial law had been declared with the hope of facing the apocalypse in an orderly fashion. As military convoys began to flood the streets and soldiers continuously broadcasted requirements for citizens to stay indoors, Kang Seon Ho quietly watched everything through his phone. He told himself that for people who only knew the world through social media, it was difficult to distinguish what the truth was amidst this chaos. The announcement speakers urged people once again to stop all work and stay inside. The president announced that his final speech would be broadcast at exactly 9 p.m. on the 15th. Standing alone in a dark corner, Kang Seon Ho cursed under his breath. "Damn it, if I knew it would go this smoothly, I should have posted it online right from the start." But he quickly brushed aside that regret, understanding that no matter how well prepared he was, this catastrophe was unstoppable. He told himself to always remember his promise to himself. He was just an ordinary person, not a hero. With the huge amount of supplies he had stockpiled, Seon Ho believed he had prepared enough for the long journey ahead. At his secret base, he diligently operated an excavator to build a bunker in the middle of the wild, mountainous forest. After completing the heavy labor, he decided to stay there for a few more days to organize everything neatly. Kang Seon Ho began sorting through the hard drives filled with important data, from instructions on mana cooking to basic agricultural knowledge. He and his little wolf, Dingo, took a walk in the forest and were incredibly surprised to see that the sun apples had ripened to a golden yellow after only one short month. He wondered if this forest was a fertile land filled with magic. However, on the very last day before the catastrophe officially hit, he discovered something unusual. Looking at the pile of canned goods on the storage shelf, Kang Seon Ho muttered, Wait, doesn't this batch still have 2 months left before it expires?" Kang Seon Ho held up a withered grape, suspiciously asking Dingo if he had been snacking on them. Seeing the little dog flatly deny it, he muttered that the act didn't seem quite right. Dingo barked loudly as if trying to prove his innocence. To get to the bottom of it, Kang Seon Ho checked the surveillance cameras. He was stunned to discover that the real culprits were beetles that had broken into the dog pen to steal food and jelly. Witnessing a beetle acting as if it had intelligence, he was curious to investigate further but had to hold off because he had too much else to worry about. The final day before the disaster had arrived, and Kang Seon Ho prepared to welcome special guests to his home. In the living room, Hyung-jun, Mi-kyung, and a new member were gathering. They discussed controlling their targets like an airplane. Kang Seon Ho looked at the messy pile of belongings around him and felt like sinking into depression. The young man with light brown hair stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, I'm Yoo Hyun." He introduced himself as an old member seeking help. Hyung-jun excitedly welcomed him to the team. Kang Seon Ho shook the newcomer's hand and mentioned he'd heard a lot about him from the club president. The group decided to skip the formalities and started sharing all the crucial information they held. Hyung-jun explained that his line of communication with his ex-wife had been suddenly cut off. Worried for his daughter, he immediately drove out to find her, only to encounter a heavy military blockade on the highway. All civilians near the Ulsan oil complex were being forced to evacuate by the military. Jo Soo-yeon mentioned she hadn't gone with that group and revealed that the military had established a bunker at Ulsan Park, something even she found hard to believe. Mi-kyung added information about how officials who opposed the president's decision were arrested on the spot. Even so, she noted that the supply situation in the warehouses wasn't too bad yet. Kang Seon Ho listened and realized the government's intentions weren't as evil as he thought. Instead of letting chaos reign, they were striving to maintain order for the end of the world. He told himself that if he wanted everyone to understand, the best way was to provide solid evidence. Kang Seon Ho considered revealing the identity of old Kang Seon Ho to lead the community in the connected virtual world. "Listen, don't be too shocked, but it seems the president wants an orderly apocalypse." Kang Seon Ho looked everyone straight in the eye and stated. Mi-kyung and Jo Soo-yeon were stunned and asked what he meant by that. Seon Ho pointed out the anomaly. Ever since the lockdown order on the 15th, all national infrastructure had been shut down for the past 4 days. The group was stunned, wondering why the government would choose such an extreme path. Yoo Hyun stuttered in disbelief when he heard Kang Seon Ho confirm that the end was near. Jo Soo-yeon was also full of suspicion. She wondered why the government would act like that when everyone already knew about the virus. Hyung-jun insisted that this wasn't the time for individualism, but for survival, and that they all needed to cooperate. Kang Seon Ho reminded them of a brutal truth. Anyone could turn into a zombie tomorrow. He decisively moved on to the most important part and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Kang Seon Ho revealed that the reason he gathered everyone was to share a detailed guide for the tutorial, along with survival tips from survival life. Hyung-jun was shocked and asked how he could know all this classified information. Kang Seon Ho calmly explained that he had watched the videos of Kang Seon Ho and apologized for keeping it a secret for so long. Mi-kyung smiled sympathetically. She said it was fine because she had her own secrets from him too. Kang Seon Ho handed the documents to Mi-kyung and told everyone to use the information as they pleased. He emphasized with a very serious tone, "For the tutorial, you absolutely must follow the instructions step by step." As night fell, everyone slowly departed, leaving only Kang Seon Ho standing alone on the rooftop with his tiny four-legged general, Dingo. Looking back at the brutal 32 days of preparation, images of the battle with the goblin and the physical training flashed back like a slow-motion film. Kang Seon Ho told himself that everything still wasn't perfect. He clenched his fists, thinking that if this solitary preparation was considered selfish before destiny, perhaps it would come back to punish him. Looking up at the sky, he affirmed that he didn't regret a single thing. Kang Seon Ho raised his binoculars to observe, his face hardening as he realized the disaster had truly arrived. He bitterly muttered, "Damn it, in the end, there's no way to escape this outcome." Just as dawn broke, the final lockdown order was lifted. Kang Seon Ho had finished all the basic preparations for his house. From installing bulletproof glass to reinforcing the wooden doors, he still maintained his grueling morning routine by injecting a small dose of paralytic toxin into his body. To build up toxin resistance, Kang Seon Ho forced himself to train to the extreme. Green veins bulged on his arms as he pushed to complete his 300th push-up in extreme exhaustion. After changing into his specialized combat gear, he calmly sat down to eat breakfast with the wolf, Dingo. Kang Seon Ho quietly waited for the 9 o'clock moment as announced. He sat back on the sofa while Dingo was fast asleep at his feet. Suddenly, a notification sound went off, making him jerk his head up. "Oh, it's starting." The television screen flickered with static and began to show the first signals. President Jang Moon-tak appeared on the screen with an authoritative demeanor and spoke, "My fellow citizens, I am Jang Moon-tak." Kang Seon Ho watched the leader's heavy-handed speech intently. He officially announced that martial law had been declared at exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 16th. By now, the military had completely taken control of the media. Critical infrastructure and all major routes had been blocked. Kang Seon Ho silently marveled. It was hard to imagine anyone else besides him managing such an orderly apocalypse. Watching the image of a burning meteor hurling directly toward Earth, he sighed heavily. Although deep down he still hoped the end wouldn't come, his hand gripped the remote, ready for any situation. But now it's here. I have to survive, right? Kang Seon Ho told himself with the iron determination of a true apocalypse veteran. He equipped himself fully. Only 4 hours remained until the cursed zombie spores landed on the ground. Kang Seon Ho spent 2 precious hours checking his agricultural supply cache and organizing necessities at his base in the other world. He carefully prepared the equipment needed to deal with the Iron Dead plague at the training ground, then quickly returned to the brutal reality. Now, let's get our minds ready and fight, brothers. Just as predicted, the real world had now turned into a living hell. It wasn't just people attacking each other in chaos, but also the time for those sick individuals to reveal the worst instincts they had suppressed for so long. An obese guy looked up to the sky and laughed gleefully. Heh, since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well do whatever we want. Immediately after, he was struck down by a powerful blow on the spot. There were those who could casually take the lives of others without feeling a shred of guilt or remorse. Down on the street, a blond guy stood next to a blood-stained truck, coldly berating the person gasping for air on the ground. Are you a fanatic? Why are you standing in the middle of the road to get hit? His accomplice standing nearby trembled and argued that they were just going to check on him, but had bad luck. The blond guy casually brushed it off. Forget it. When the Iron Dead plague hits, he won't be of any help anyway. Consider this a way to get rid of the bad luck. The guy in the blue hat standing with him suddenly looked up toward the rooftop where Kang Seon Ho was watching and sneered. And you too, you creep staring from up there like a total pervert. I dare you don't go turning into a zombie. I'm doing you a favor by giving you some spotlight. Kang Seon Ho glanced at the guy with cold eyes, thinking to himself, we're not living in some romance novel, so why is he acting like he's declaring war? Suddenly, a flyer drifted by, leaving him stunned. Huh? Looking up at the sky filled with leaflets being dropped by planes, Kang Seon Ho exclaimed, wow, is the government actually worried about the people's safety until the very last second? He picked up the paper and saw it was a map marking the locations of emergency shelters. Kang Seon Ho thought to himself, impressive, completely different from a guy like me. He mused that if most people were like that, even the apocalypse might be bearable. But the reality is that everyone has a different nature. Kang Seon Ho crushed the paper and walked away. All right, time to get back to prep. He slowly walked down the stairs, bracing himself for the life or death hours ahead. Only 3 minutes left before the zombie spores officially hit the ground. Inside the shelter, Kang Seon Ho stood by his motorcycle, which was attached to a trailer packed with supplies, and told himself, this is my final reality check. Looking at the oxygen tanks and protective gear, he couldn't help but worry if this equipment would really be enough to survive the Iron Death disease outbreak. Kang Seon Ho closed his eyes, trying to memorize all the collection routes he'd planned. Better to plan ahead and play it safe. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and reminded himself, after the Iron Death hits, if I forget to swap this watch for one made of magic metal, things are going to get real messy. It wasn't paranoia, it was thorough preparation. Kang Seon Ho told himself as he did one last gear check. He believed he'd done everything he could for this moment. Exactly at 1 p.m., Kang Seon Ho firmly put on his helmet and told himself, from here on out, I just hope everything goes exactly to plan. He started the engine, ready to dive into the survival game the moment the system announced the first zombie spores had officially landed on Korean soil. The nightmare immediately descended upon the streets with desperate screams for help. Help me, please. People were in shock, unable to believe the horrific zombie pandemic was actually happening right in front of them. One by one, they collapsed on the street, clutching their necks in agony, then quickly transforming with purple skin and bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes. Gruesome growls echoed everywhere as the horde started frantically hunting the survivors. Amidst that hellish landscape, the roar of Kang Seon Ho's motorcycle engine stood out. Racing through the collapsing city, Kang Seon Ho noticed there were fewer zombies on the streets than he had imagined. He pondered that perhaps most people had chosen to spend their final hours with their loved ones at home. Watching the zombies frantically clawing and smashing at the windows of buildings, Kang Seon Ho briefly thought that maybe there was no one left who hadn't turned. The image of the devastated streets receded in his rearview mirror as he didn't slow down. Actually, this works out better for me right now, Kang Seon Ho thought as he tightened his grip on the throttle. He knew that if too many people survived, gathering supplies would become incredibly difficult and hindered. He zoomed through the quiet streets, heading straight for the targets he mapped out. Pulling up in front of a large pharmacy, Kang Seon Ho smiled at his luck to see the security gate hadn't been pulled down yet. He firmly grabbed his sledgehammer and got off his bike, starting his first supply harvest of the apocalypse. Others are worried about running for their lives. I'm worried about their supplies. Swinging the sledgehammer to shatter the glass, Kang Seon Ho decisively broke into the pharmacy. He immediately raised his hand to open a spatial gate, and a mystical blue light appeared. Kang Seon Ho reminded himself to move fast because the zombie spores would need some time to fully take over their hosts. He frantically cleared the shelves of medicine, throwing everything into the gate, calculating that if he could clean out the hardware store before the deadline, he'd avoid unnecessary fights. On the other side of the gate, the little wolf dingo stared blankly at the pile of bottles falling like rain right next to where he was lying. After finishing the pharmacy loot, Kang Seon Ho checked his watch and felt smug that at this pace, everything would be finished much earlier than expected. However, the intuition of a veteran gamer quickly stifled that arrogance. He knew reality was never that easy. Standing before the hardware store with its reinforced double-lock gate, Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue in annoyance. Are you kidding me? Double security too? Luckily, he brought an oxyacetylene torch for this exact situation. The blue flame began to melt the metal, but its hissing sound was much louder than he'd imagined. Even though the new update had reduced the zombie's ability to track living creatures, the gruesome growls began to echo right behind his back. Kang Seon Ho knew that although their ability to sniff out organic matter had decreased, the noisy commotion was still a beacon for the monsters. Zombies with glowing eyes began to dimly emerge from the shadows, flooding toward him like bloodthirsty moths to a flame, just like what happened during the Russian ship incident. The zombies in this early stage were actually very weak because they hadn't had time to absorb enough nutrients. Plus, with the update nerfing their strength, dealing with them was much easier. As long as you knew their weak points, even a beginner could take them down easily. Kang Seon Ho landed precise strikes repeatedly, crushing the skulls of anyone in his way. He realized that, clearly, reality was far easier than it had been in the game. The experience point notifications kept popping up, making the leveling process feel like a breeze. However, seeing the zombies swarming in greater numbers, Kang Seon Ho pensively calculated his next move. Normally, the optimal strategy was to lure them into a narrow alley and take them out one by one. But right now, he was stuck in place because of the cutting equipment. Alright, if I went to the trouble of bringing this oxyacetylene torch, I might as well take them all out at once. Kang Seon Ho firmly dropped the torch and gripped his shield and mace, ready to face the frenzied zombie horde head-on. He coldly declared, "Listen up, you brats. I've been avoiding you this whole time just because I didn't want to waste time farming, not because I'm scared." The zombies rushed in frantically, but Kang Seon Ho remained calm, using his shield to repel their attacks. He thought to himself, just think about it, I've sunk over 5,500 hours into this piece of trash game, and yet, there isn't even a single enhanced zombie or ghoul here. They don't even have the decency to hunt in packs. Do these zombies honestly think they can take me down? Kang Seon Ho swung his weapon decisively, easily wiping out the monsters. Standing amidst a pile of rotting corpses, he fell into deep thought. The game had its own twisted kind of fun, after all. So, let's consider this my reward. He declared coldly, I'll see you off in style. After clearing out the undead and finishing gathering supplies at the hardware store, Kang Seon Ho immediately fired up his motorcycle, hitched a trailer overflowing with paint and tools, and headed toward the local police station. However, upon entering the armory, he found only rows of empty shelves. Kang Seon Ho sighed in disappointment. It seemed he'd arrived a step too late. But just before he could let himself get discouraged, he suddenly spotted something among the scattered bodies in the parking lot. Approaching a corpse, still wearing a backpack, Kang Seon Ho found exactly what he was looking for. He unzipped the green bag and couldn't help but be amazed. It was packed with submachine guns, pistols, ammunition, and comms equipment. He quickly packed up his loot and hit the road, heading for his fourth supply point. Nice, at least I got something. The zombies began to gather and slowly trailed behind him. But the situation was still completely under control, thanks to the terrain sensing skill he'd gained from the goblin, along with a boost to his perception and dexterity stats from his gear. Dodging them became easier than ever for Kang Seon Ho. A digital map appeared in his mind, helping him maneuver his bike through the undead with ease. When he reached the motorcycle shop, he realized everyone else must have had the same big idea, as the place had already been picked clean. He quickly loaded the last remaining ATV and a pile of equipment onto his trailer, then took a moment to check his status in the other world. His level had reached 6, with all his stats growing steadily. He decided to take a short break in the forest to clear debuffs like fatigue and dehydration by eating a sun apple. It had to be said, the portal skill was an absurdly broken cheat. letting him recover his stamina in the blink of an eye before returning to the city. As he was weighing where to go for his next harvest, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Before he could even finish the thought, some annoying pests showed up. Inha and his goons charged in on their bikes, roaring with rage. "Found you at last, you bastard." He radiated a burning electric glow, shouting insults. "If you aren't an Awakened, you should have known to stay hidden inside. Do you have any idea how long we've been looking for you?" A powerful bolt of lightning slammed into the exact spot where he'd just been standing, creating a massive electrical explosion. It was insane. This group's obsession had truly passed the limit of what anyone could tolerate. He knew he'd have to deal with them sooner or later, but this constant stalking was just such a nuisance. Facing this, he wondered how to handle it properly and decided to prepare to activate his portal. While Inha was busy instructing his lackeys, "You, keep an eye on the zombies," he thought to himself that no matter what method he used, finishing these guys off was now as easy as flipping his hand. Inha roared with murderous intent, ready to die. "You trash?" He kicked the wall aggressively, secretly calculating that since the tutorial hadn't officially begun yet, the system wouldn't flag him as a murderer. Even if he were caught, the first kill only resulted in a warning, so it wasn't a big deal to him. But the smile on his face suddenly faded when he realized his target had vanished without a trace. Wait, this guy, where did he go? A sense of unease rose up. He looked around guardedly, wondering what kind of person he was dealing with. Suddenly, a hand clad in a black glove reached out from the void and gripped Inha's throat, choking him. You're an Awakened, right?" Kang Seon Ho demanded coldly. "Answer me quietly. Why are you following me?" The blonde guy struggled to respond, claiming the reason was simply because he had snatched the girl the guy had already set his sights on. Kang Seon Ho asked in surprise, "Snatched her?" Inha sneered vulgarly, assuming he must have slept with her already, which was why he was so eager to protect her. Before he could finish, Kang Seon Ho delivered a kick to his back, sending Inha flying and collapsing to the floor. He stood tall and gave a final warning. "This is your last chance. Turn back while you still can. At least stop harming innocent people." Inha struggled to his feet, smirking with contempt at his mercy. Wow. Hearing that from someone who also came here to scavenge is laughable. "You and I are the same, you idiot." He secretly reached for the crossbow hidden behind his back, preparing for a treacherous sneak attack. He screamed in indignation, "You selfish piece of trash, only looking out for yourself," and pulled the trigger, aiming the crossbow directly at his head. A glowing bolt whistled through the air, but Kang Seon Ho easily tilted his head and dodged it by a hair's breadth. He calmly admitted, "Well, now that you put it that way, I suppose you're right." His large hand gripped Inha's face, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. He coldly thanked him, saying that thanks to his words, his mind had never been clearer. Kang Seon Ho tightened his grip, coolly acknowledging that he was no different from this trash. Inha trembled and begged desperately, "Please, spare me." A sickening, dry snap echoed out, ending the pest immediately. The system notified him that he had received 50 experience points. Even though he'd been through hundreds of life-or-death battles in the game, the feeling of actually taking a human life still felt far filthier than he'd imagined. Inha's skinny lackey with the baseball bat rushed over in a panic when he saw his leader fall. Kang Seon Ho glanced at him coldly and let out a sarcastic warning. "Hey, Skinny, watch your back." Kang Seon Ho told himself. Even if he wasn't a saint himself, thugs who only knew how to exploit and satisfy their own selfish desires didn't deserve any pity. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Seon Ho didn't feel a shred of remorse or any intention to intervene. He coldly delivered the final verdict for those who had lost their humanity. No matter how you look at it, they deserve to die in the apocalypse. His eyes behind the protective goggles showed only indifference as he turned his back, leaving everything behind. The system's murderer tag had been implemented 3 months after the game's release to limit those who specialized in causing trouble. The intention was good, but the rules were incredibly messy and loose. To keep players from quitting, the first kill is just a warning with a notification. The system will start monitoring you from now on. However, starting from the 3rd kill, there will be no exceptions, and that player will officially be labeled a murderer. As for the 2nd kill, if the player didn't do it directly, the system will weigh the involvement before deciding whether to show leniency. So why would anyone choose to become a butcher? The main reason is to farm points, boost stats, and even steal exclusive skills from opponents, especially with the update 1 week before the server shut down, which added special abilities, making the otherwise boring survival struggle much more thrilling. But everything has a price. Murderers are forced to kill constantly to maintain their power. Once the command is given and the blood field is raised, a vortex of fate officially begins. Whenever 3 or more players gather, whether they like it or not, they are forced to summon a barrier and dive into a deathmatch inside. Facing a mysterious murderer, Rabbit Lord could only curse. Damn it. While General looked excited. HMPH, what kind of skill will this kid give us? Although this is a huge advantage for villains at first, in the late game when you're surrounded by veterans, this system is no different from a dose of poison that gets them surrounded and annihilated instantly. Becoming a murderer should make his heart race with stress, but Kang Seon Ho felt his mind strangely calm. Just as he predicted, because the tutorial hasn't officially started, the system hasn't activated murderer monitoring yet. Kang Seon Ho will fight fire with fire, and from now on, whenever he has to take down obstacles, he will do it as decisively as possible. After throwing all the opponent's weapons into his personal space to dispose of them, he coldly ordered the gate to close. Time ticked rapidly to 4:30 p.m. After stopping by a heavy equipment company and a pesticide shop, Kang Seon Ho began using binoculars to observe the situation at a large warehouse. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing the zombies tightly surrounding the outside of the building. Who knows how long they plan to camp there? But what caught his attention even more was the fierce conflict breaking out between two groups of survivors right inside that warehouse. A guy in a white shirt argued vehemently with the group, claiming they couldn't leave because the zombies were waiting outside. Immediately, a guy in a red jacket raised his crossbow to threaten them, demanding they get lost if they didn't want a hole in their head. The guy in the white shirt remained defiant, thinking the other guy was just bluffing and wouldn't actually shoot someone. He had no idea he had angered the wrong lunatic. The guy in red smirked sinisterly and coldly declared, "My specialty in survival life is shooting people." A sharp, dry sound rang out. The surrounding crowd was shocked, unable to believe this madman actually dared to commit such a brutal act. Facing everyone's criticism and fear, the crossbowman calmly asserted that this is the apocalypse, where the law of the jungle is the only truth. The crossbowman coldly threatened the guy in the white shirt, "Get out, or the next shot will go through your skull." Grabbing his wound in pain, the guy in the white shirt had no choice but to retreat with his crew. "All right, let's go, everyone." The guy in red smirked and watched their backs with sarcasm. "Idiots. Wouldn't it have been better if you left earlier without getting hurt?" He breathed a sigh of relief for having claimed the territory. But immediately, the white-shirted guy's scream echoed from the door. "Hey, you bastards." He turned back to snap that he had warned them about the zombies and demanded they leave immediately. The white-shirted guy went crazy, using a stick to pound hard on metal objects, creating ear-piercing noises that echoed throughout the warehouse. "This is a parting gift." The crossbowman frantically realized the malicious intent. "That lunatic is making noise." He urged his cronies to run immediately before the zombies were attracted there. From afar, Kang Seon Ho observed the whole incident through binoculars and marveled at the guy's reckless retaliation. He told himself, aside from the infantry battalion and the apartment complex, the supplies collection was basically done. Returning to base through the space gate, Kang Seon Ho checked his watch and realized there was only about an hour left before the next disaster hit. He hesitated about moving between areas because he felt going straight to the apartment complex would be a waste. Looking at the little wolf, he called out softly, "Dingo." Kang Seon Ho, now fully equipped in protective gear and a full-face helmet, decisively changed his plan. "It's your turn, little guy." He raised a question about where the most zombies gather in the early stages. While grabbing large gas cans, he answered himself, "It's the place where it's easiest to absorb nutrients. The more risk, the higher the reward." His destination was the large supermarkets, which were overflowing with zombies frantically devouring flesh. Kang Seon Ho began pouring gas all over the parking area. He explained that normally this is a place people should avoid, but for veterans with over 1,000 hours of playtime, it's different. If you have thorough preparation in real life, this is a golden opportunity to level up quickly. His goal was to reach level 10 before the tutorial officially started to unlock the system store. Kang Seon Ho felt it was a bit wasteful to pour all this fuel on the floor. But objectively speaking, it wasn't a huge loss. He decisively ordered Dingo to start the operation. The little wolf, wearing a protective mask, ran nimbly around to attract the attention of 7 zombies. Roars erupted as the undead crazily chased Dingo right into the area soaked with gasoline. As soon as the prey was inside, Kang Seon Ho threw a lit lighter onto the ground. "And that's how these noisy freaks fell into my trap, guys." A horrific explosion erupted, burning the entire zombie pack in a sea of flames. Kang Seon Ho smiled and praised his partner. "Told you, you were a genius." A series of system notifications popped up, confirming he had officially leveled up to 11 and received 116 potential points. Especially upon reaching level 10, his personal trait received an additional effect called Spatial Inventory. It was now 5:40 p.m. After sweeping up supplies from the large supermarket, Kang Seon Ho continued to move to the studio apartment area to collect 3 more computers and NAS storage devices. He worked tirelessly, knowing that these buildings would soon collapse in the upcoming disaster. Standing right in the middle of the road, Kang Seon Ho activated the space gate to fix the coordinates and took his motorbike, now done with its task, into the other world. At the training ground about 1 kilometer from the bunker, he quickly changed into gear that contained absolutely no metal components. Kang Seon Ho carefully put on his aramid stab-proof vest and donned his ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene helmet, ensuring he was completely protected. One slip-up and he'd be a goner. Kang Seon Ho began prepping the gear he'd laid out beforehand. Even without metal zippers or buckles, he told himself the suit still looked decent and not too different. Only 3 minutes left until the moment of destiny. Glancing at his watch, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind, even though everything had been calculated meticulously. He knew well that the personal spatial portal only allowed him and his own assets, like Toad, Juke, or Dingo the Wolf, to enter. After multiple analyses, Seon Ho concluded that the zombie spores and the Iron Death disease spread through the air in the same way. However, while the zombie spores directly ravaged and mutated humans, the Iron Death disease attacked and eroded all metallic items, causing them to rot and crumble in the blink of an eye. That's why Seon Ho chose to be at the training site, far from the bunker and surrounded only by wooden props. He told himself that worrying now was pointless. If everything fell apart, he had to close the portal as fast as possible to minimize the damage. Kang Seon Ho gripped the item in his hand, focused intensely, and decisively commanded the portal to open. The countdown hit 6 p.m. Destiny began to tick. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Finally, the Iron Death had officially descended. The entire country of South Korea was plunged into horrific destruction. This wicked plague, also known as the methane bake in the game, started gnawing away at every achievement of human civilization. High-rise towers collapsed, helicopters lost control and slammed into buildings as all metallic structures corroded and rotted in a split second. In the blink of an eye, everything from cars to electrical panels turned into rusted scrap. Modern civilization was completely wiped out, forcing humanity back to the Stone Age. Amidst the ruined, smoke-filled city, a glowing green spatial portal stood firm, opening a path to a lush green forest world, a total contrast to the crumbling reality outside. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the sight before him still left Seon Ho in shock. A massive explosion suddenly erupted on the horizon, painting the sky red with thick smoke and fire. He gritted his teeth, wondering if an infantry battalion's ammo dump had just blown up, but a different worry immediately seized his mind. He frantically checked the steel marbles he was clutching. Seeing the items were still intact, Kang Seon Ho let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank heaven. But then he quickly regained his cold composure, telling himself he couldn't call this luck given the situation. Looking through the spatial portal, the city scene now was nothing but a desolate ruin, littered with tank carcasses and shrouded in smoke. He secretly thought he really didn't know where everything was headed. Seon Ho decisively raised his hand to order the portal to close. The green light vanished, completely severing the connection to this tragic reality. Kang Seon Ho's eyes glowed with determination behind his mask. He reminded himself to just focus on the plan and prepare well. But as he took off his gear and trudged toward the bunker, a bizarre sight made him stop in his tracks, stunned. Right in front of the bunker door, a group of tiny beetles was struggling to carry something very large on their backs. You already stole from me once. Why are you guys back here again? The tiny bugs beamed, simultaneously raising their shimmering gift as if to catch his attention. Seon Ho was shocked to realize that what they were bringing was wild ginseng. Huh? Why suddenly bring ginseng? He leaned down to ask if this was an apology for the previous theft. But the bugs immediately shook their heads vigorously. Looking at their gestures, he guessed their intention right away. Ah, so they wanted to trade for sweet potato jelly? Witnessing the scene of the little bugs trying to butter him up with sparkling, hopeful eyes, Kang Seon Ho was totally defeated and thought they were truly adorable. He pondered for a moment and then proposed. How about this? Honestly, I need things that are rare or special, not just food, understand? Seeing the bugs' confused looks, he sighed to himself, thinking that no matter how smart they were, direct conversation still seemed impossible. However, he was wrong when the red beetle suddenly used a twig to draw strange shapes on the ground. Kang Seon Ho gasped. Whoa, no way. He couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the beetle draw an exact trade circle symbol, asking if they could trade jelly for ore right now. Seeing the other side nod in confirmation, he excitedly replied, Sure, if you guys can bring things like that. In his excitement, he went to touch it, but then quickly apologized for being too hasty. The bugs huddled to discuss with mysterious pew-pew sounds, as if debating a major deal. A system notification suddenly appeared, confirming the successful communication with the Black Beetle colony and stating that the leader was requesting a formal contract. Kang Seon Ho was stunned, wondering if these high-intelligence creatures weren't just pets, but potential partners. He cautiously tapped accept to review the terms. The contract clearly stated Party A was Seon Ho, and Party B was the Beetle leader and 3 associates. The exchange condition was that Party B would bring rare ore in exchange for sweet potato jelly, and Party A was absolutely forbidden from harming them if he wanted to maintain ownership. Realizing there were no unfavorable terms, Kang Seon Ho decisively signed the virtual contract. The system immediately notified him that the contract had been established, and from now on, the Black Beetle colony was officially considered his legal property. Kang Seon Ho was still stunned by the convenience of this system. Seeing the red beetle excitedly preparing to fly off to find items, he quickly called out, "Hey, little ones, wait a second." He hurried into the bunker. A moment later, Kang Seon Ho came back out with bags of sweet potato jelly in his hands. He held up a bag and declared radiantly, "This is to celebrate our contract." The bugs jumped for joy, cheering pew pew excitedly as they received their first reward. Kang Seon Ho smiled, wishing them a smooth trip, and didn't forget to call after them. "Don't just take the food and run. Remember to bring stuff back to me. We signed a formal contract, but there's zero trust." Watching the shadows of the bugs flying away into the vibrant sunset, Kang Seon Ho's face suddenly turned dark with a sinister smile. "If you guys don't come back, I'll abandon this whole apocalypse and hunt you down to the ends of the earth." In the game world, the tutorial usually starts on a pitch-black night. Kang Seon Ho sat quietly in the base with Dingo the wolf, who was sleeping soundly by the fireplace. Realizing he still had 2 to 3 hours of free time, he decided to take action instead of resting. Kang Seon Ho began to pack up his things and double-check the supplies he had looted from Manhwa's group. He couldn't help but admire their thorough preparation, as the stash was packed with drinking water, matches, and weapons. Most notable was a ceramic knife. This non-metallic weapon was incredibly valuable because it was completely immune to the corrosion caused by the Iron Death disease. Though he hadn't decided whether to take out the rest of them yet, Kang Seon Ho told himself he absolutely had to check out their hideout using the reference photos he'd found. After inspecting the items, he began plugging the hard drives and NAS systems he'd collected from the apartment complex into his docking station to examine the data. The screen flooded with countless multimedia files from games and music to entertainment videos and personal diaries. But just as he was about to finish his check, Kang Seon Ho was shocked to discover an unbelievable secret. Right before his eyes was an image of Mi Kyung in a dazzling outfit, performing choreography on stage. He stood stunned, blurting out, "Wait, was Mi Kyung once an idol?" He nodded to himself, acknowledging her beauty. It made sense that she wasn't just an ordinary person. Still, he firmly clicked to delete the file permanently, out of respect for his friend's privacy. Thinking about Mi Kyung's past memories and images, he felt those weren't really things he wanted to hold on to. Seon Ho firmly closed the laptop, telling himself he'd seen enough of what he needed. Now it was time to check the rewards for reaching level 10. Kang Seon Ho muttered as he pulled up the store window. He realized the interface looked exactly like the one in the game. From fireflower buds and glowstones to sun apple juice, everything appeared clearly on the virtual screen. However, he noticed that the prices of the items seemed to have changed significantly since the update. Oh, so it fluctuates with the market price, huh? Kang Seon Ho held the potion and the stone in his hand, silently evaluating that the crafting methods and interactions remained the same. This meant that unless the system had patched it, he could fully exploit a game bug that was only supposed to work during the tutorial. Next, he checked the bonus feature called Slot Inventory. These were essentially quick access slots that allowed him to summon identified items from a separate storage space using the command slot followed by the number. Kang Seon Ho exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, this is insane." With this ability, he no longer had to prepare gear in a cumbersome way or keep weapons hidden behind a dimensional gate like before. He quickly finished registering his gear into the 5 available slots. Kang Seon Ho confirmed that this was a truly game-breaking feature for the late game, providing an overwhelming advantage. Before departing, Kang Seon Ho gave instructions to the little wolf lying by the fireplace. "Dingo, watch the house well, okay?" He promised he would beat the tutorial and be back soon. Seon Ho firmly stepped through the glowing blue dimensional gate to enter reality. Before his eyes appeared a ruined, desolate city in the silent dead of night. He gasped, "Wow, it's pitch black. Not a shred of electricity left, it's so dark." Even with his terrain sensing skill and the moonlight to guide him, the thick darkness of the ruined city made things difficult for Kang Seon Ho. Realizing his visibility was too limited, he firmly activated inventory slot number 3 to take out a reserve item. They were precious dark grapes he had intended to save because he hadn't found any more in the other world. However, instead of risking his life to save them, he decided to use them immediately. As soon as he finished eating, the system notified him that his vision had been raised to a new level, making his eyes glow with a golden light in astonishment. "I can see it. I can see clearly now." Seon Ho cheered excitedly as everything in front of him appeared as sharp as in the daytime. He quickly adjusted his helmet and decided to find a safe place to hide first. One annoying feature of survival life was that the user interface was terrible, causing events to occur without any visible notifications. He carefully stepped through the rubble, where zombies were aimlessly wandering everywhere without knowing of his presence. Careful now, one bite from them and I'll end up one of them. However, this tutorial had completely different rules. The appearance of a mobile zombie wall was the signal that the challenge had truly begun. This zombie wall was created based on two specific conditions. First, when the player is spotted by the undead, forcing them to constantly hide and move skillfully. The second condition is when the player collects a special tutorial item. Kang Seon Ho agilely climbed to a high vantage point to observe and told himself this distance must be safe enough. The way to obtain specific gear right now was to stare at a certain empty space for a certain amount of time. But the most interesting part was a unique game bug found only in this tutorial. If the player was fast enough to grab the weapon just before it finished materializing, an exact copy of the weapon would instantly appear. The difference was that instead of receiving basic gear like in the game, the item Seon Ho had just successfully copied was the top-tier Moon Ebony Club, which was only sold in the system store. He sighed in admiration. This was truly a god-tier update that completely changed the battlefield. Kang Seon Ho tightened his grip on the new weapon, feeling the overwhelming power surging through his veins. Continued feeling the overwhelming power surging through his veins. Hearing the roar of the zombies growing louder and closing in right below, Kang Seon Ho told himself, "Oh, listen to how rowdy they're getting." Even though the situation was becoming intense, he remained incredibly calm and reminded himself not to be hasty. Seon Ho firmly launched himself from his hiding spot. As soon as he landed, he swung the ebony club hard, smashing a zombie's head with an ear-piercing explosion and coldly declaring, "I'll watch you guys until I'm sick of it. Now, I'll beat you until my arms are tired just so you know who's boss." In reality, there are many different ways to clear this tutorial. The first and most direct method is to rush in and destroy the zombies. Kang Seon Ho was like a real combat machine. He swung his attacks repeatedly, killing without pause. One zombie after another fell under the overwhelming strength of the diner owner. The goal of this method was to wipe out the entire undead horde present in the area to achieve a total victory. If one didn't like that slaughterhouse style, there was still another method, piercing through the closing wall of zombies. Kang Seon Ho firmly accelerated, rushing straight toward the crowd of undead swarming thick like a solid fortress wall. However, the pressure from thousands of zombies swarming in all at once was just too much. Seon Ho's vehicle began to get buried under a pile of rotting corpses, their frantic screeching deafening. He struggled to hold them back, realizing with a bitter sting, "Damn it. Looks like I'm still not quite on the level of Tugong or Oriso." Even with his life hanging by a thread, Seon Ho didn't waver for a second. He quickly searched for a way out of the encirclement. If he wanted to live, he had to escape no matter what. Was he supposed to just lie here and wait for them to dig his grave? He decisively brushed off his frustration and told himself, "All right, it's fine." Even if he couldn't pull off the high-tier skills like the veterans, Seon Ho still had a plan of his own. He gripped his weapon tightly, pouring every ounce of strength into his legs as he sprinted at a terrifying speed through the ruined streets. His strategy for clearing the tutorial was actually quite simple and effective. Just find the final boss and take it down, and everything would be over. He ran without resting for even a second. It was obvious he wasn't blindly searching for the boss monster. In the tutorial area, there was always a fixed checkpoint, and only after reaching that spot would the boss actually spawn. But the problem was figuring out which hellish building held that checkpoint. His glowing eyes narrowed, tense, as the system warned that the effects of the shadow grape were about to wear off. The checkpoint had to be one of the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius of the starting point, and among them, only one was the correct target. While running, he had to constantly dodge the lunges of zombies waiting to ambush him in the dark alleys. "There it is," he cheered as the target building appeared amidst the wreckage. He quickly dashed inside, just as the shadow grape's effect faded completely. While waiting for the boss to appear, he took off his helmet, panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. He decided to head straight for the rooftop of the building. He planned to check what kind of empowered zombie would appear so he could formulate a counter-strategy, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks, stunned. From the top of the stairs, a familiar figure in a pink helmet and a spiked club was waiting. "Seon Ho?" Mi Kyung gasped in surprise when she saw him. Sitting together on the rooftop, he quickly asked about the situation. "So, basically everyone from Jim's gym survived?" Kang Seon Ho wondered why the whole group had ended up all the way out here. Mi Kyung quickly defended herself, insisting she definitely hadn't ignored the tutorial guide. It turned out that idiot Yu Hyun had insisted the whole team stick together, and when the zombies swarmed, they had no choice but to run for their lives until they reached this area. Kang Seon Ho clutched his head in exasperation. He never expected that piece of trash to waste the valuable information he had worked so hard to prepare. The situation was becoming incredibly messy. Kang Seon Ho said in a low, serious voice, "Mi Kyung, listen closely. It's annoying to have to pretend I haven't awakened yet, but I have to explain this. Soon, a tutorial boss and empowered zombie will be summoned." Mi Kyung was shaken, asking if this was the plan he had chosen, but Kang Seon Ho denied it, asserting that he was only dragged into this mess because of someone else. Seeing that she understood, he continued his plan. According to what Kang Seon Ho had explained in his video, once the boss was destroyed, the surrounding zombies would dissipate, the wall of corpses would collapse, and their aggression would vanish. If they hid or ran away quickly after that, the tutorial would officially end. Mi Kyung asked anxiously when the monster would appear. Seon Ho replied calmly, "It's showing up right now." A powerful beam of blue electricity erupted in midair, and a mutated zombie with a body crackling with electrical fire and red tentacles on its head officially revealed itself. Seon Ho coldly confirmed, "That's the one." Mi Kyung looked at the antenna-like tentacles on the monster's head with disgust. Seon Ho suddenly asked if she had felt anything strange with her body lately. Seeing her confused expression, he explained that empowered zombies with tumors like that on their heads usually possess terrifying sealing abilities. The monster roared, emitting a dark purple aura that engulfed the space. A system notification about a trait sealing effect popped up in bright red, leaving Mi Kyung panicked. She confirmed to Seon Ho that her abilities had been completely neutralized, just as he had warned. Kang Seon Ho looked at her thoughtfully and asked if she still truly trusted him. Mi Kyung stated firmly that she always trusted him after everything he had done to help everyone. Seon Ho asked about the items he had sent earlier, and Mi Kyung quickly opened her pink backpack, confirming all the flares and equipment were ready. Seon Ho nodded in satisfaction and ordered Mi Kyung to stay on the rooftop to draw the zombies' attention. He decisively put his helmet back on, preparing to dive down alone to finish off the empowered zombie. But Seon Ho quickly realized the situation was extremely dire. In front of him now were countless zombies surrounding the purple glowing, threatening monster. He wondered what he should do next in this suffocating situation. The trait sealing notification appeared again, hauntingly, right in front of Seon Ho. He clicked his tongue, realizing that the most annoying ability of this empowered zombie was sealing personal abilities. However, he calmly analyzed that this wasn't all that strange. Because in the game, there were monsters that sealed different items instead of traits. Seon Ho blamed himself for being too careless, thinking he should have prepared the bow and arrow in inventory slot 1 beforehand to prevent being neutralized like this. Suddenly, Kang Seon Ho realized his inventory was still working normally, leaving him extremely surprised. A blue light erupted, bringing the bow and arrow out of storage right before his eyes. He guessed that perhaps because the empowered zombie's level was lower than his, it could only seal basic traits, while supplementary skills remained unaffected. He told himself this was a huge stroke of luck. Kang Seon Ho immediately activated slots 2 and 3 to summon more arrows and a quiver. He realized that if this monster was at a lower level than him, it wouldn't be able to provide skills, and the drop rate for valuable items would be much lower. No matter how he looked at it, Seon Ho still felt this wasn't much of a fair trade for the effort involved. But he had no other choice because he wasn't fighting alone anymore. Up on the rooftop, Mi Kyung started acting boldly to support him. She held a bright red flare, shouting loudly to draw all the zombies' attention toward her. "Hey, come over here. Over. Here. Just line up one by one. Wait your turn for reincarnation. No need to fight over it." Witnessing Mi Kyung drawing the targets so effectively, Seon Ho silently praised her, then began to draw his bow, focusing intently. He told himself he couldn't just stand there complaining but had to immediately seize the next opportunity. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, confirming only. His power stats increased by 1 point. Realizing he hadn't lost anything, in fact, he was actually profiting from this hunt. Kang Seon Ho silently thanked the reinforced zombie and decided to return the favor with a single finishing blow. An arrow tore through the air like a streak of intense light, piercing the monster's body and making it shriek in agony. Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue in regret. The darkness had caused him to miss the chance to finish off his opponent in just one hit. However, he quickly regained his resolve, decisively sheathing his bow and gripping his spiked mace and shield. He leapt down from above. Kang Seon Ho wanted to feel the sensation of defeating this first boss monster with his own hands. A thunderous strike slammed straight onto the monster's head, completely crushing the reinforced zombie on the spot. Instantly, the system announced that the attribute sealing effect had been lifted, and he received 10 additional potential points. Standing before the fallen corpse, Kang Seon Ho felt a flicker of disappointment, realizing he hadn't actually gained any new skills from this monster. He began to scan the area for loot. What about any items that changed or dropped recently? His eyes locked onto a strange object sparkling on the ground. The system confirmed it was a Robotan bracelet, which adds 2 points to perception. Kang Seon Ho was surprised to see there were 2 of them. So it actually dropped items? But why are there 2? Just then, Mi Kyung's voice cut through his thoughts. She ran back, beaming, and said that as soon as the seal vanished, she had cleared out the surrounding zombies to return immediately. Seon Ho realized that instead of being a boss drop, this was likely a type of reward added after completing the tutorial. The system continued to add 17 potential points to his total. Seon Ho told himself that these random points were certainly the result of the diverse ways to earn points from the game's new update. He handed the bracelet to Mi, which left her feeling confused and hesitant, wanting to refuse since she felt she hadn't helped much. However, Kang Seon Ho firmly took her hand and put the bracelet on her. He stated sincerely, "Just take it. To be precise, passing this challenge was largely thanks to you." Mi Kyung flashed a confident smile from behind her mask. Kang Seon Ho looked ahead and decisively made his next move. He gently asked his friend, "Shall we head back to the gym now?" Standing before the old building in the dead of night, Mi Kyung whispered Kang Seon Ho's name and anxiously pointed ahead. "That building looks a bit tilted, doesn't it?" Seon Ho nodded, confirming the obvious instability of the structure. He thoughtfully recalled from the tutorial videos that floors 5 through 8 were usually the safest areas, but with the current structural state, it was hard to say. Although the situation wasn't dire yet, he advised Mi Kyung that the group should find a way to move soon to ensure long-term safety. As they climbed the dark stairs, Seon Ho warned that if this was a low-quality structure and the foundation was sinking, it could collapse at any moment without warning. Mi Kyung quickly took it to heart and promised to discuss the matter thoroughly with Hyungjun immediately. Seon Ho planned that once everyone gathered, he would explain the dangerous mechanics of the killer system in detail so everyone could stay alert. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from above. "I knew you were still alive." Seeing a tall figure standing with his arms crossed in a commanding posture at the top of the stairs, Mi Kyung cheered with joy. Hyungjun. Kang Seon Ho was also surprised to realize the person standing there was Hyungjun. The senior sighed in relief to see his younger brother in arms safe and sound. "Thank God you haven't turned into a zombie yet." The two shared a firm handshake between teammates who had just cheated death. Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue, teasing him. Can't you say something nice for once? What is that supposed to mean?" Hyungjun laughed it off and urged the group inside because there were so many important things to discuss, adding that Yoo Hyun was also waiting inside. Inside the room, which had been carefully reinforced with crisscross wooden boards, Yoo Hyun gasped in shock upon hearing about their recent feat. "Is that true? You actually took down the tutorial boss that had the ability to seal attributes." Facing his senior's extreme astonishment, Kang Seon Ho just laughed and said there was no need to be that shocked. He humbly explained that thanks to Mi Kyung bravely luring the zombies away, he had a favorable opportunity to duel it one-on-one. Yoo Hyun sat nearby, his eyes shining with admiration. He didn't stop praising Kang Seon Ho's insanity-level courage. Faced with such endless compliments, the restaurant owner could only scratch his head and offer an embarrassed smile. Hyungjun curiously asked if the two of them had received any items as tutorial rewards. Yoo Hyun shook his head and replied, "No, nothing at all except for the starting ebony wooden shield." Hyungjun mused that, from the beginning, there was nowhere left without zombies. Hearing this, Kang Seon Ho was stunned to realize the difficulty and conditions of the tutorial were being adjusted based on the player's actual level, and more complex requirements had to be met to receive rewards. He turned to ask Hyungjun, "Have you ever received points in any way other than killing monsters?" Hyungjun confirmed he had received some points when he helped Yoo Hyun. Yoo Hyun excitedly added, "That's right. Specifically when Hyungjun pushed the zombie that was about to grab me somewhere else." Seon Ho silently analyzed this. It turns out in reality, players could earn points by escaping after being spotted by monsters or by helping others. Mi Kyung exclaimed in surprise. In short, those whose awakening isn't focused on combat can now earn points more easily. Seon Ho nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Suddenly, Hyungjun placed his hand on Kang Seon Ho's shoulder and asked point blank, "Hey Kang Seon Ho, what is your trait?" To his younger brother's surprise, he urged him not to play dumb. The system activated when the tutorial started and gave you a trait. Remember? A notification window appeared, reminding the new user to check their status. Kang Seon Ho was shocked to realize his early awakening was actually just a pre-registration bonus. When the game officially launched globally on May 20th, 2020, everyone who survived became an awakened player. Unbelievable. Kang Seon Ho clutched his head, feeling stressed. If the rules and settings were being reversed so easily, It meant that the information about survival life he possessed was no longer absolute. He looked at Mi-kyung and wondered what she was thinking, being the only one to receive an item from the tutorial. Cutting through his train of thought, Hyungjun tensed up, revealing a red aura surrounding his body, and declared, "Anyway, I've received a physical enhancement, which has increased my strength and agility." Continuing the lively atmosphere, Yu Hyun enthusiastically showed off his trait, doll crafting. He explained that by simply closing his eyes, he could see, hear, and even move through the paper dolls he created. Mi-kyung also happily reminded everyone of her teleportation ability, so they would be in the loop. Watching everyone reveal their abilities one by one, Kang Seon Ho felt deeply conflicted. He told himself that if he revealed his true trait now, he could bury all the lies he'd maintained for so long. However, looking at the three friends before him, he feared a negative reaction. He wondered if they would feel jealous or resentful if they knew the true extent of his power. In the end, Kang Seon Ho firmly stuck to his original plan. He would only reveal the truth once he met friends who were truly trustworthy. People who could progress at his speed, like the veteran Rabbit Lord or the general of the past. He didn't fully trust this group of friends just yet. Might as well keep an ace up his sleeve, he thought. To dispel any suspicion, Kang Seon Ho decided to play thick-skinned once more. He declared clearly that he had also awakened, and his trait was attack detection. Yu Hyun was ecstatic, believing that with this precognitive ability, Kang Seon Ho would never be caught in an ambush. He quickly corrected him, saying he couldn't see the future, but simply perceived the enemy's attack trajectory, like a faint afterimage to dodge in time. Shifting to their action plan, Kang Seon Ho asked about the gym squad's next moves. Hyungjun firmly declared that once the team was fully gathered, the top priorities would be leveling up and survival. Based on the information Kang Seon Ho provided, he asserted that unlocking the shop and auction system was the most important thing right now. With eyes burning with killing intent, Hyungjun clenched his fist, swearing he would hunt down the bastards at the hillside villa who dared to target me and teach them a lesson. He wouldn't be human if he didn't pay them back. Kang Seon Ho felt satisfied, seeing that the information he gave the group had really worked. Just then, Yu Hyun suddenly interrupted with a curious question. "Hey Kang Seon Ho, what level are you at now?" The kid explained he was just wondering since Kang Seon Ho had taken down the tutorial boss all by himself. With such incredible combat skills, he guessed the guy must have been grinding in the Samthama dungeons non-stop since they appeared. Suddenly, a massive arm from Hyungjun reached from behind and choked Yu Hyun, catching the kid off guard. The senior scolded him for asking such sensitive questions, while firmly stating that Kang Seon Ho was likely only at level 4 at best. Mi-kyung quickly chimed in to bail Kang Seon Ho out. She awkwardly confirmed that since she was only level 2, his level definitely couldn't be that high. Watching this clumsy but sincere act from his two friends, Kang Seon Ho realized they were intentionally covering for him so he wouldn't be put in an awkward position. Hyungjun even used enough force to knock Yu Hyun out right there on the spot so the kid couldn't ask any more questions. Seeing that it was getting late, Kang Seon Ho decided to say his goodbyes. However, Hyungjun managed to hold him back and gave him a small gift bag containing Yu Hyun's plastic telescope and some snacks. Before Kang Seon Ho's hesitation, the senior insisted this was a worthy reward for everything he had done for the team. Suddenly, Hyungjun put a hand on Kang Seon Ho's shoulder and unexpectedly changed the topic to his personal life. "Hey, have I ever told you the real reason I divorced my wife?" Kang Seon Ho was surprised, as he had always refused to talk about it out of shame. Hyungjun flexed his bulging muscles while confessing a laughable truth. The main reason was that he was too afraid of losing his muscle mass. Specifically, during meals with his wife, he would often pretend to eat while secretly doing all sorts of strange things, all because he was worried about his gains. That obsession had become a serious issue, leading to their breakup. Who cared so much about their appearance anyway? Hyungjun put his hand on Seon Ho's shoulder and spoke sincerely. "Basically, my point is that everyone has things, big or small, they don't want to talk about, and you can tell me about anything when you're ready, just like I'm doing now." The senior's heartfelt words shook Seon Ho. He realized that both Hyungjun and me must have realized long ago that he was hiding a massive secret. As Hyungjun moved to finish his story and turn away, having said his piece, Kang Seon Ho suddenly reached out to grab his arm, looked him straight in the eye, and responded with determined words. "Hyungjun, let me say something equally cliché. The level gap will eventually be closed. And as long as you have enough experience, you will eventually become strong. So stay alive until the day we fight side by side." Seon Ho firmly turned away. He left a final message before disappearing into the darkness. "I'll drop by from time to time." It was unbelievable. While the heat was scorching in reality, in the afterlife world, snow was suddenly falling, turning everything white. Kang Seon Ho shoveled snow while exclaiming, "Seriously, How could this even happen? He silently felt lucky for having stockpiled all the essentials in the warehouse in time. Otherwise, he would have been done for this time. Looking at the layers of ice and snow clinging to the barbed wire fence blocking the entrance, Kang Seon Ho realized the harshness of the weather here far exceeded anything he had imagined. However, after a moment of reflection, he realized things might not be so bad. The thick snow had accidentally become a solid natural defense, helping him not worry about stray goblins around here for the next few days. Kang Seon Ho looked at the excavator and clicked his tongue in regret. He had originally planned to dig a water trench around the base after this, but with the ground frozen solid like this, it was best to pause. He smiled with determination, telling himself it was time to reorganize everything he had collected and plan his next steps. As for the weather, it's out of his control. In the world of survival life, the only and ultimate goal of the player is to survive. The system rules state each player is only allowed to equip a maximum of 5 items and possess no more than 10 skills. A rather annoying mechanic that mandates if this limit is exceeded, the oldest skill will be completely replaced. Therefore, to climb to the top of the food chain, everyone must build their own optimal combination of skills and equipment to survive. Yet Kang Seon Ho understood that those rules only applied to the game world. In this brutal reality, countless unpredictable variables kept popping up, making all his calculations feel fragile. He recalled Mi Kyung's worried face and Han Jun's firm statement that zombies had appeared everywhere, leaving no corner untouched. There must have been a massive update to the game while he was logged out, but he was completely in the dark about the changes. Standing there, wondering what to do next, he muttered to himself that, in truth, nothing had changed. Living like a primitive caveman might actually be less stressful, right? Stocking up on supplies, gathering skills, and collecting better gear to survive remained the core objectives. Kang Seon Ho told himself the only thing he could do now was to keep training consistently. He started planning out his short-term goals in the forest of the other world. Looking at the detailed map marked on his wall, he resolved to finish digging the trench and take down the boss monster to secure the safety of the valley. Meanwhile, in reality, his goal was to collect festival fireworks, all while keeping an eye on that group from the hillside villa. These combined short and long-term plans kept piling up, compounded by the lingering shadows of other players, causing Kang Seon Ho to groan in frustration. Damn it, there's too much to do. He tried to clear his scattered thoughts and focus on action. It was a lonely life, and there was so much work to be done. He planned that when midnight fell and the zombies entered their sleep cycle, he would head to Wang Alley to collect the fireworks. That was his sole focus tonight. After double-checking his arsenal of rifles and bows, he decisively stepped out of his base. But as soon as he stepped outside, he witnessed an unbelievable sight. A group of people was struggling with gas canisters. The leader was snapping at them. "Can't you even open a simple gas can properly?" The man fumbled for an excuse, claiming he was the brains of the group, not the muscle. The leader, furious, grabbed him by the collar for talking back, growling that at least Inha had some sense, while this guy was only worth a beating. The girl accompanying them rushed to stop him, suggesting they just let it go and head home to drink their sorrows away. However, the guy in the blue hat flatly refused, fearing that if Kang Seon Ho was alive and had awakened like they had, it would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible. Standing in the shadows watching, Kang Seon Ho smirked, realizing his intuition had been right. This group was still obsessed, hell-bent on finding a way to kill him. Seeing one of them holding a Molotov cocktail, he thought, "Are these guys trying to burn down my place? Fine. I can't let this slide easily." He stepped out of the shadows, cutting off the leader mid-sentence. Well, I didn't expect guests tonight." The blue-hatted guy jumped in shock. "What? Why are you outside?" Kang Seon Ho calmly replied that he was just heading out to get some fireworks. The brown-haired guy screamed, "Why at this hour?" Seon Ho calmly explained that zombies were active during the day and would sleep at midnight, as long as he avoided the creepers and keepers that appeared. Before dawn, he could move safely. The leader scoffed with disdain, mocking him as a newbie who was bound to die soon. He boasted that there was another condition for those monsters to appear. The player's level had to be at least 7. He arrogantly claimed he was only level 5, meaning he would never trigger the keepers. Seon Ho smirked sarcastically. "Oh, so you actually did your homework? No wonder you walk around acting like you own the place." However, he coldly asked, "But tell me, have you ever thought that Inha's information might be wrong?" The blue-hatted guy started to panic. "What are you implying?" Seon Ho declared that he had changed his plans. Instead of just getting fireworks, he was going to raid their hideout. Seeing Kang Seon Ho's murderous smile, the leader roared in terror. "Are you insane?" Suddenly, deep, heavy thuds echoed, shaking the ground violently. The leader was about to order his subordinates to act when a grotesque creature with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth lunged from the darkness. He screamed in horror. "A keeper! What the hell is that? While the group stood frozen in fear before the high-level monster, Kang Seon Ho quickly fled the scene, leaving the blue-hatted guy's vengeful curses behind. Cursing won't help you. If you want to live, you better start running for your life. The short-haired subordinate lunged from the building, acting on the leader's command to catch him. He told himself that everyone used to mock his useless ability, but if he caught the target this time, the boss would surely see him in a new light. He frantically activated his power, his entire body glowing with a confident blue light. But before he could even move, he slammed into an invisible barrier, ruining his face completely. He collapsed, blood streaming from his nose as his companions watched in shock. The leader gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, what's going on? Before they could recover, the keeper monster closed in, forcing them to scatter in different directions. You go left, I'll go right. The girl was just about to run when a skeleton-like creeper suddenly grabbed her from behind. A terrifying explosion erupted, throwing the leader away. He gasped in horror. Damn it, what is this? As he fell, no longer able to fight back, the keeper monster, with its glowing red eyes and grotesque long tongue, loomed right in front of him. He bitterly wondered where it all went wrong, leading to such a tragic end. I won't accept this death, he roared. You think I'm going to die that easily? He swung his staff wildly, but the monster was too fast and too strong. Looking at the monster's tooth-filled maw and its slimy tongue closing in, he realized with bitter regret what a pathetic end this was for an awakened like himself. From afar, Kang Seon Ho coldly observed everything, his rifle crackling with electric energy. Well, not only did you bring yourselves to me, but you even handed me a free shot on a silver platter. Now, let me finish this myself. Seon Ho pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the space barrier, slamming straight into the keeper's back. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Kang Seon Ho fired continuously until the monster was completely still. A sigh of relief escaped him in the silent space, but taking a human life still didn't feel right. Immediately, a flurry of system notifications popped up. His level had reached 12, he gained 20 potential points, and the terrain intuition skill was officially acquired. Looking at Kim Cheon-jun's cold corpse on the ground, he coldly messaged him, "Don't carry too much resentment into the next world. Go be reincarnated so you can grow up faster." Kang Seon Ho decisively picked up. He threw his loot bag over his shoulder and began walking through the ruined streets. To him, some bottom feeder getting tricked and killed by another bottom feeder was just an everyday occurrence in these chaotic times. The early morning hunt was going incredibly smoothly. His first stop was the lair of Kim Cheon-jun, which was packed with items he believed would sell like hotcakes at the auction house later. Looking at the mountains of cigarettes and alcohol, Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue, realizing that even if this guy were left alone, he'd find his own way to the grave sooner or later. Moving to the Wang Alley area, Kang Seon Ho and his little wolf, Dingo, began harvesting the most important targets. He couldn't help but be amazed when he found the giant festival fireworks he had been hoping for. Thanks to Dingo's invaluable help, the pair cleverly navigated through the streets to avoid being pursued by the keepers and creepers lurking in the shadows. Taking advantage of the time while the zombies were still sound asleep, he took them out one by one. He figured he might as well take them down quietly. If he got too greedy, he'd end up in trouble. He checked his status board and felt a rush of excitement seeing he had reached level 14 with over 300 potential points. However, a new problem arose as the sky began to fill with thick, black clouds. At 7 in the morning after finishing the hunt, Kang Seon Ho looked down at the zombies surrounding the base of the building with a tired gaze. Successfully gathering supplies was one thing, but he realized there were still too many obstacles ahead when it came to traveling between the two worlds. Transporting essentials back and forth was truly a nightmare for Kang Seon Ho's stamina. Standing before the gate leading to the other world, he wished it wasn't a land of frozen winters, but he quickly brushed that thought aside, because if he left these flammable supplies in the real world, a single spark would be enough to burn the entire base to the ground in an instant. Furthermore, storing them directly on the ground would lead to mold issues, so the other world remained the best place to hide them. Checking his notebook, Kang Seon Ho planned to head to the villa to see if Jukter Jo Soo-yin was still alive, while also stopping by the shelter and Kim Cheon-jun's golf course base. Suddenly, a loud noise made him jump in alarm. "What on earth just spooked me like that?" Kang Seon Ho exclaimed in shock as he saw the weather change drastically and erratically. For the next 2 days, consecutive heavy storms hit the real world, causing all operations to grind to a halt. Utilizing this downtime, he focused entirely on using the excavator to dig defensive trenches in the other world. Moving in such icy conditions was still too dangerous, so he diligently worked inside the excavator's cockpit. Another day passed amidst the roaring engine echoing through the empty forest. Finally, the trench work was officially finished. Looking down into the deep pit behind the barbed wire fence, Kang Seon Ho told himself he never wanted to repeat such backbreaking labor again. Luckily, the thaw arrived, and the thick layers of snow began to melt. The ice clinging to the fence crumbled away, restoring clear space to the base. Kang Seon Ho stepped outside, stretched refreshingly, and marveled that the weather had finally become pleasant enough for humans to survive. Even so, he didn't allow himself to complain, because through the spatial gate, he saw that most other Awakened were still trapped in the horrific blizzards out there. It was time to move to the next step of his plan. Seon Ho suddenly had an idea. In survival life, firearms were essentially glitched weapons. The reason was simple. Guns were only unlocked very late in the game after the Iron Rust disease broke out, and players could only acquire them through an incredibly grueling grind. Walking through the deep forest with Dingo, Kang Seon Ho felt truly relieved that he could finally settle down at this base. He silently thanked his little wolf, because it was Dingo who had been the most important factor in finding such a prime location. Watching the albia from afar as it busily caught fish by the stream, Kang Seon Ho lightly touched the watch on his wrist. Thanks to it, his vision stat had skyrocketed to level 14. With his terrain perception skill now at level 2, Kang Seon Ho could easily conceal himself so well that even a creature as sharp as an Aobia couldn't detect him. The massive monster kept snatching fish from the water, completely unaware that death was closing in. Kang Seon Ho cautiously checked his ammunition stash. He only had 15 rounds left to take down a creature with skin thicker and tougher than a keeper. He calculated he needed at least 7 perfectly placed shots, even using special ammo that didn't rust from the disease. Since his current ammo supply couldn't be replenished, Seon Ho knew he had to use it with extreme efficiency, especially in such a dangerous place. Hiding behind a tree, he focused intensely and aimed his gun straight at the target ahead. A deafening blast tore through the air, and the monster roared in agony. A surge of red aura began to envelop its body as it looked around frantically, searching for the attacker. Seeing the monster staring right at him, Kang Seon Ho asked coldly, "What are you looking at?" Immediately, he firmly fired 2 more consecutive shots at the target. The albia roared crazily as the bullets slammed into its body. Kang Seon Ho coolly observed the target through the leaves. He whispered to himself, "This seems a lot better. Let's go head-to-head now. Let's see how long you can last today, you freakish owl." As soon as the giant monster charged madly at him, Kang Seon Ho decisively activated inventory slots 1 and 2 to summon the flare and the lighter. He quickly lit the flare, threw the surprise gift straight at his opponent, and simultaneously ordered slot 3 to open. A blinding white explosion flared right in the Aobia's face, leaving it completely disoriented and screaming in agony. Even as a high-level creature, you can't escape basic biology. You're still terrified of the light, aren't you? Finished with that, he activated slot 4 and launched himself down from above with a massive pile-driver drill. With his eyes glowing with killing intent, Kang Seon Ho roared, "Now, get the hell out of my valley." The powerful drill pierced through the monster's body, allowing it only one final scream before it collapsed. He had finally won this territorial battle. The system immediately notified Kang Seon Ho that he gained 25 points and officially leveled up to level 15. The silent footsteps skill and the expanded spatial storage effect were successfully activated. Even though he had just survived a life-or-death battle, he still felt these new rewards were a bit underwhelming for the effort he put in. Seon Ho told himself the Aobia's claws would certainly be valuable materials for crafting weapons. He decisively activated slot 5 to pull out his handheld chainsaw. With a radiant smile, he began the task of harvesting everything possible from the fallen ruler of the valley. Kang Seon Ho sat down on the grass, leisurely enjoying a piece of succulent roasted meat. After the intense battle, he let out a satisfied sigh. "Ha! Now this is living." Beside the campfire, the little wolf Dingo was also busy devouring his share. Seeing Dingo barking for more, Kang Seon Ho gave a bitter smile. "Are you serious? You've already polished off 5, and you still want more? You little glutton. Eat up so you can grow big and strong. We'll need to coordinate in battle later, maybe even have you hunting on your own. You need to fuel that body if you want it to grow." Looking closer, he realized Dingo had definitely grown plumper lately. Seeing the little guy's belly round and full, he stood up decisively. "All right, belly's full. Time to get back to work." The first target was the auction house, a feature unlocked as soon as he hit level 15. The moment the purple control panel appeared in mid-air, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be surprised, as the interface looked exactly like an in-game shop screen. However, he immediately frowned upon seeing a 10% transaction fee. What? A 10% fee? In the game, it was only 5%. Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue, silently cursing the system as a bunch of scammers, then quickly tapped on the item search. His eyes widened in shock. Huh. Items are already listed? Before him, an ancient wooden spirit fan was being auctioned, with a starting bid of 10 points. He tried to reassure himself that if the others were veteran players with combat-oriented traits, it was only natural for them to have a higher level than him. Kang Seon Ho focused on observing this first auction item to see what exactly was going on. He curiously clicked on the item's comments section and stumbled upon some arrogant messages. No one yet? Damn it. Maybe I leveled up too fast. Today's plan? Kill a keeper. Looking at the rude but familiar style of speech, a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Man, I think I know who this is. In the world of survival life, anonymity is a matter of survival, where players can customize not just their faces, but even their voices. In the world of survival life, every player's identity is a big mystery, because aside from public IDs in chat rooms, you never know who is who unless they reveal it themselves. The more seasoned players are, the less they care about the developer's initial vision. The chat style of a fame seeker, always adding vulgarities to the end of every sentence. Seeing the messages bragging about leveling up too quickly and plans to kill a keeper, he secretly realized this was an old acquaintance. Kang Seon Ho decided to start a conversation with a brief greeting. Immediately, the other party replied decisively. Who's this? I'm Hwang Sok-hoon, still as blunt and straight to the point as always. Kang Seon Ho smiled and typed a response. I'm Kang Seon Ho. A long silence made him start to worry if the other person was suspicious of him. But then the screen suddenly exploded with the excited shouting of his old teammate. I knew it was you. Kang Seon Ho, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Boo excitedly asked if he was working for the president. Seon Ho firmly denied it and insisted he was operating alone. He explained that he only offered advice to the government but didn't collaborate deeply because he didn't feel safe revealing his personal traits to those with gaming knowledge working there. Hwang Sok-hoon agreed that for non-combat players, revealing their abilities was no different than suicide. Trusting his old friend, he excitedly offered to reveal his own trait, believing that sooner or later, they would end up on the same team. Of course, we'll be working together eventually anyway. Before Seon Ho's hesitation, Boo confidently revealed that his trait was revival. As long as he had points, he could revive infinitely. With a stamina stat of 17 and resistance to all types of physical and magical damage, Boo was truly a formidable trump card. He sneakily lured him. Hey, what do you think? Want to survive the crazy apocalypse with me like in the game? Kang Seon Ho could only mutter awkwardly at the warrior's overly enthusiastic invitation. Sorry, but it's hard to give you an answer right now. When Boo cluelessly asked why, he frankly admitted he was having some trust issues. Even with the people closest to him in reality, like Mi Kyung or Hyun Jun, Seon Ho hadn't breathed a word about his true abilities. He explained that it wasn't because he didn't trust Hwang Sok-hoon, but simply that he needed a face-to-face meeting before deciding to take things further. Luckily, Hwang Sok-hoon seemed very understanding and empathetic toward his feelings. To prove his sincerity, he urged Kang Seon Ho to check the auction house one more time. Kang Seon Ho curiously clicked on the screen and was left speechless by what appeared before him. It was a magical metal ring with top-tier stats, +2 to stamina, +2 to strength, and most importantly, the ability to never be destroyed. In the context of the tutorial still being ongoing, the value of this item was immeasurable. Boo excitedly bragged that he had searched everywhere to find it, and now he was ready to let Kang Seon Ho have it for a measly price of 10 points. Kang Seon Ho, shocked, asked why he was giving away such a rare item. Boo just nonchalantly replied that it was a token of goodwill to earn his trust. Looking at the message, a little kindness goes a long way from his old friend. Kang Seon Ho secretly reminisced about the old days. Even though they met in the early stages of the game, they soon became closer than any other veterans. This unexpected generosity moved him deeply. To reciprocate, Kang Seon Ho decided to send Hwang Sok-hoon the gifts he always loved, bear claws as crafting materials and the famous smoked salmon. If there's one thing even I can't resist, it's food. Seeing the precious gifts appear on the screen, Hwang Sok-hoon was so excited he couldn't speak. He shouted with joy and even drooled when he saw the grilled fish that suited his taste perfectly. Hwang Sok-hoon asked in surprise if monsters had already started appearing in Busan. Kang Seon Ho only secretly replied that it was thanks to his personal trait and considered it proof of the trust between them. Witnessing Hwang Sok-hoon's excessive fanaticism, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but worry about the upcoming meeting. He agreed to go to Busan to rendezvous, where they could talk as freely as they did in the game. However, Kang Seon Ho firmly set some prerequisites for meeting in person. Hwang Sok-hoon absolutely had to dress properly, stop using vulgar language, and not do anything to attract attention. Faced with those strict demands, Boo could only lament, thinking that was all part of his online identity. Fine. I'll swap the cursing for chat messages. I'll only do the whole nudity thing when I'm alone. Deal? Hwang Sok-hoon firmly agreed to Kang Seon Ho's bizarre conditions. Glancing at his screen, Kang Seon Ho could only sigh, knowing this guy couldn't resist adding some ridiculous nonsense to the end of every sentence. After finishing their conversation, Hwang Suk-hoon finally enjoyed a proper meal. After so many days of suffering, he devoured the fragrant grilled salmon, savoring every bite in pure bliss. Just then, the storm suddenly cleared and warm sunlight began to peek through the window. Hwang Suk-hoon stood up, revealing his rippling muscles, and wondered if this was divine intervention. He muttered, "Or maybe my old teammate, the last survivor among us, has truly become a god." Without wasting another second, Hwang Suk-hoon leaped straight off the building's balcony. He landed with a heavy thud right in the middle of a screaming horde of zombies shaking the ground. He grabbed his zombie's head and smashed it into the asphalt with a resounding blast. Hwang Suk-hoon moved with wild intensity, driven by the sole goal of reuniting with the old friend who had brought him warmth in this cruel world. He was so desperate for human connection that he didn't care about the risk. Hwang Suk-hoon ran while laughing boisterously, his roar echoing through the neighborhood, showcasing the overwhelming power of a veteran. But suddenly, a serious problem arose, forcing him to skid to a halt. Hwang Suk-hoon looked around, bewildered. What the hell is this? Standing in front of a familiar building, he was shocked to realize he was back where he started. Wasn't this his own place? It turned out that despite his peerless physical strength, this warrior was a hopeless idiot when it came to directions. 3 days had passed since the storm had completely ended. During that time, the members of the gym defense group had adapted quite well to life in the apocalypse. Yoo Hyun had reached level 5 and could now send her paper dolls far away to deliver messages. The group had also moved to a taekwondo dojo on the second floor, right next to Kang Seon Ho's place. Sitting on the sofa, Kang Seon Ho carefully read the messages delivered by paper planes to keep track of everyone's situation. Relationships among the members had also changed, with Yoo Hyun and Bora officially becoming a couple. Meanwhile, Hyungjun had hit level 10 and successfully unlocked the shop system. Whenever he received a message from them, Seon Ho would meticulously write back, guiding them to safe harvesting spots he had scouted beforehand to help the whole group grow stronger. He tossed a paper plane out the window and told himself, "This should be enough for now." Returning to his own business, Seon Ho opened the auction board and didn't forget to maintain contact with Hwang Suk-hoon. I wonder when this directionally challenged guy will actually reach the meeting point. Although the warrior's replies were a bit slow because he was still busy smashing zombie faces and to find his way to Busan, they kept in touch. Just like in a game, Seon Ho realized that in reality, from level 15 onwards, the experience required would double with every level, the phase known as the S-Hell levels. Checking his status board, he was currently level 15, with 384 potential points and a suite of effective survival skills like Spatial Gate, Terrain Sense, and Silent Footsteps. Kang Seon Ho calculated internally to reach level 16, he would probably have to take out about another 100 zombies. If he focused purely on combat, it wasn't impossible. But with dozens of other tasks waiting, Seon Ho knew he couldn't just spend all his time hunting. He stretched, preparing for his next journey. 2 hours later, a massive, ancient stone gate appeared before him, hidden deep within a mountain cliff. Standing before this grand structure, a voice rang out, full of suspicion. Is this for real? Kang Seon Ho held the mid-range greatsword in his hand, looking at the bugs in amazement, wondering if they had truly forged this themselves. He acknowledged that them bringing rare ore as promised was great, but the idea of a bunch of beetles crafting weapons was hard to believe. Seeing their master's doubt, the red beetle grumbled indignantly, trying to prove its capability with resolute chirps. To verify, Seon Ho decided to give them a chance and handed over a piece of material. He challenged them to try and craft something right there on the spot. The red beetle immediately took it and began using its sharp pincers to carve with incredible skill. In an instant, a sharp wooden knife was completed, leaving Kang Seon Ho exclaiming in genuine surprise at the true talent of these tiny creatures. However, looking back at the mid-range blade from before, he wondered why they had forged it so sloppily when their craftsmanship was clearly so high. Suddenly, the whole swarm began to droop, wailing miserably as if they had just touched upon a hidden pain. Look at them feeling sorry for themselves, working so hard only to get criticized. Boo-hoo. Seeing them so emotional, Kang Seon Ho hurriedly comforted them and told them to draw out what happened on a map so he could understand the whole story. Looking at the drawing, Kang Seon Ho finally realized that the bugs had been bullied and brutally beaten by goblins, preventing them from focusing on proper forging. When he asked for the location of those monsters, the red beetle pointed a finger straight at a large lair deep in the old forest on the map, promising to head there personally soon to clean out that goblin nest. Kang Seon Ho agreed to the deal, but didn't forget to remind the bugs to fulfill their duty as well. "We have a deal. As long as you bring enough materials, I'll even help you kids torch those goblins." Not stopping there, he offered to place a special custom order beyond just cleaning out the goblin nest and promised to pay them well. The bugs responded in unison, marking the beginning of a promising partnership between the owner of the dining hall and these tiny blacksmiths who would have thought he'd have a weapon production line fueled by potatoes. Here. It turned out these bugs were genuine blacksmiths, an incredibly surprising discovery for Seon Ho. As usual, he led Dingo through the glowing green spatial gate to begin his hunt. The scene that appeared before him was a ruined city, where zombies with pale purple skin were wandering and howling. They were now significantly stronger than the weaklings from the early stages. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Seon Ho put on his mask, gripped his ebony wood club tightly, and charged straight into the middle of the zombie horde at terrifying speed. A thunderous strike came down, shattering a zombie's head instantly amidst a jarring explosion. Kang Seon Ho fought diligently until his ebony wood club began to show signs of wear and tear. He sent countless zombies to their graves amidst their miserable, piercing shrieks. His eyes, visible behind the mask, showed cold, intense focus as he decisively swung his weapon to sweep away anyone standing in his path. Clearing out zombies has become a daily routine for Kang Seon Ho. He decisively finishes off the last enemy to continue his journey toward the Eden Villa, acting on the invitation of Dr. Jo Soo-yeon. Standing before the gate of the luxurious villa with its modern architecture, he can't help but marvel. Whoa, look at how fancy this place is. Kang Seon Ho thinks to himself that if it weren't for the apocalypse, someone like him would never have had the chance to step into a place this extravagant. He and his little wolf, Dingo, slowly enter the quiet grounds of the high-end villa. Stepping over dark pools of blood, Seon Ho wonders how Dr. Jo Soo-yeon is doing now. Looking at the business card in his hand, he tells himself that if even those who haven't awakened yet, like Bora, are still alive, then anyone who has been in contact with an awakener should have immunity to the zombie spores. Since they had shaken hands, he trusts she won't turn into a zombie. But what worries him is the location of this villa. It sits very close to Kim Cheon-jun's golf course bunker and is also right next to the government's time bunker. In an environment that's perfect for survivors to gather like this, conflict is bound to break out easily. Kang Seon Ho calls for Dingo to climb onto his back, then grabs the rope to ascend the pitch-black elevator shaft. Since there's no electricity anywhere, we'll just have to use a manual elevator, I guess. As he climbs, he remarks that this kind of physical labor would exhaust most people. But looking at the sturdy rope, it seems like Jo Soo-yeon set everything up herself. Entering the dust-covered hallway, Kang Seon Ho finds room 302 and knocks firmly. From inside, Jo Soo-yeon's voice rings out, sounding quite irritable. Seriously? I told you we'd meet at the scheduled time. She peeks through the door crack and snaps. How many times do I have to say it? Don't come up here. There's a killer nearby. But the moment she recognizes the familiar face, she is stunned. Huh? Kang Seon Ho? He smiles in greeting, while Dingo barks excitedly. To her question about why he stopped by, Kang Seon Ho calmly replies, fair is fair, right? I came to pay back the debt for the medicine from before. Jo Soo-yeon smirks knowingly, remarking that he isn't exactly an ordinary person either. Kang Seon Ho immediately changes his expression, asking anxiously, wait, what do you mean by a killer? Jo Soo-yeon firmly opens the door to invite him in. Come inside first. This is definitely going to take a while to explain. As soon as Seon Ho and Dingo sit on the sofa, Jo Soo-yeon starts dumping all the information she knows, as if venting long-repressed anger. In short, the situation around the bunker area is currently divided and managed by 3 different factions coexisting. However, a larger group with at least 10 members called Faction C suddenly made a crazy demand to open the bunker early and split all the stored supplies inside. When the other 2 groups flatly refused, a cold-blooded killer appeared. Brutal purges began shortly after, and the culprit revealed himself with a sinister smile and a blood-stained blade. Looking at the number of members, Kang Seon Ho silently deduces that the leader of Faction C is none other than Kim Cheon-jun. That murderer is likely just one of the lackeys he brainwashed with a mind control trait. However, the fact that he had to make a request instead of using his power to force it from the start shows that this trait must have a major limitation. Seon Ho tells himself to act very carefully and absolutely cannot reveal these speculations to Jo Soo-yeon, as he doesn't want to drag her into trouble. He speaks up and asks, so, basically, that killer appeared right after the other teams rejected the proposal? Jo Soo-yeon replies thoughtfully, I can't say for sure, but they are clearly closely related. She explains that both her group and Faction B have had members murdered, while Faction C hasn't lost a single person. This raises a big question. Why are they so desperate to open the bunker early? When, according to the plan, it would certainly be open eventually. Seon Ho contemplates and admits there is still too little information to draw a solid conclusion. He suddenly changes the subject. Jo Soo-yeon, your trait is healing, right? A soft blue light appears on her hands. Yes, I can only heal light wounds, that's all. Seon Ho understands the difficulty of support-type awakeners, as hunting is simply too much for them. Jo Soo-yeon nods in agreement. She says she only receives points by helping and cannot truly level up. Kang Seon Ho suggests that the leader of Faction C definitely does not belong to the combat class, implying that he possesses a special manipulation-type trait and needs to collect large-scale weapon materials to level up rapidly. Kang Seon Ho confidently asks, "How does my theory sound?" Jo Soo-yeon is shocked, admitting everything fits perfectly because the fact that the lackeys are getting stronger doesn't mean the leader is doing the same. Kang Seon Ho nods slightly, confirming, "Exactly. Only by being stronger than everyone else can he lead them." He explains further that leading such a large group certainly carries a heavy burden. Jo Soo-yeon is completely convinced by this logical explanation. She beams as she steps closer, pointing out that everything is happening exactly as predicted. Suddenly, Jo Soo-yeon curiously asks if he is about to go meet his teammates. Kang Seon Ho admits he has a plan, but when she asks if he is going to go grind, he denies it. Jo Soo-yeon sighs, revealing something ridiculous. "I think someone is about to confess their feelings to me." Kang Seon Ho can only gasp in surprise. She explains that her group is full of idiots. That is why she was so irritable when he knocked on the door earlier. Jo Soo-yeon vents about the people who only prioritize their personal desires instead of the common safety. Kang Seon Ho sweats, admitting that it really is a difficult problem, but she quickly reassures him that deep down, they aren't actually bad people. Moving on to the main point, Jo Soo-yeon asks about his next move. Kang Seon Ho tightens his gloves and firmly declares, "I plan to scout the time bunker." Seeing her worried about the presence of Faction C, he reassures her that he will only observe quietly from a hiding spot, so there will be no danger. Seon Ho analyzes that with the continuous zombie waves, the entire squad of Faction C certainly won't be able to gather in one place. Seeing Dingo naively scratching his ear, he suddenly takes out a glowing gold crystal and gives it to Jo Soo-yeon. "This is for you." He instructs her that she can use it instead of a candle, and if it's too bright, she can just break it in half. Jo Soo-yeon is shocked to realize Kang Seon Ho must have unlocked the shop system a long time ago. He smiles in confirmation and promises that if everything goes smoothly, he will pay back the debt for the medicine from before with interest, then decisively leaves with Dingo. While Seon Ho is quietly preparing for his next steps, at a fortified base, the leader of Faction C, Kim Cheon-jun, is calmly sitting on his hot seat. He asks coldly about the plan's progress. "How is it going? How far along is the purge?" The subordinate bowed and reported that at 3 p.m., the killer had eliminated another member of Team B. He noted that the survivors were beginning to move their supplies, so clearing Sector B would be finished soon. Kim Cheon-jun continued to press him about the status of Team A, only to receive the response that there had been no unusual activity from their side yet. Kim Cheon-jun's face hardened, and he gave a sharp order, "Then kill one more from Team A. That will be the most effective move." He went on to ask about the current locations of their targets. The subordinate admitted that tracking them was very difficult, because they were moving individually, but he had managed to spot a female member heading toward Eden Plaza. Upon hearing this, Kim Cheon-jun's eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying, eerie purple light. He gave a decisive command. "Got it. Send the killer to chase her down immediately." Then he asked in a low voice about the whereabouts of the one known as Kang Seon Ho, but the subordinate could only tremble and admit they still hadn't been able to identify that person's true identity. The subordinate bowed in a panic to apologize. "I'm sorry." This sent Kim Cheon-jun into a fit of rage, and he cursed through gritted teeth. He tore at his hair, going mad because he knew for sure that guy was in Busan, yet he couldn't find his exact location. Kim Cheon-jun thought to himself that he had to find that bastard at any cost. Watching his henchmen busily wiping out zombies via the system screen, he started losing control. Kim Cheon-jun yelled in frustration as he realized his personal trait was suffering from a serious bug. "Why am I not receiving any EXP or potential points when the minions take down a target?" Ever since discovering this damn bug, everything had gone from bad to worse. Kim Cheon-jun bit his finger nervously. He feared that if he didn't fix this problem soon, that guy Kang Seon Ho, who had possessed the paralyzing poison since before the apocalypse, might eventually overtake him and swallow him whole. He told himself that if he didn't reach level 15 before the deadline, he would miss the auction conference and be looked down upon by the other regional leaders. In the midst of his despair, a henchman unexpectedly approached to report. "Boss, as you ordered, we've captured a zombie." A long line of zombies were being tied up and escorted toward the base, following the dark plan he had devised. Kim Cheon-jun took a Molotov cocktail from his subordinate and casually threw it straight at the bound zombies. The flames erupted violently, incinerating the undead amidst their wretched screams. The system displayed notifications repeatedly. He received 40 points and officially leveled up to level 9. Standing before the blazing fire, Kim Cheon-jun calculated that he still had to pass 6 more levels to reach his ultimate goal. Kim Cheon-jun clearly stated 3 urgent tasks that needed to be carried out immediately. First, he had to determine the lock mechanism of the time-lock shelter. Second, he had to continue hunting and detaining zombies like this to serve as a stepping stone for him to level up. And finally, the most important task was to track down the one known as Kang Seon Ho. Under the pressure from Kim Cheon-jun, the henchmen replied in unison, full of obedience. Meanwhile, deep in a corner of the forest, Kang Seon Ho and his little wolf were silently observing all of the opponent's movements. He smirked meaningfully at the impatience of Kim Cheon-jun's forces and told himself not to be too hasty. Just then, Seon Ho pulled up his face mask, his eyes gleaming with determination as he affirmed that Jo Soo-yeon would protect her people. And sooner or later, that guy would have to come here himself. Amidst the ruins of the desolate city, a young man suddenly knelt before Dr. Jo Soo-yeon, holding a bright red rose and loudly confessing his love. Jo Soo-yeon, please, go out with me. Jo Soo-yeon looked at him with a weary expression and asked if this was really the right time for this, especially when a killer was still roaming free out there. The young man stubbornly insisted that on his way here, he had used his clairvoyance ability to ensure their safety and asked her to trust in his trait. Jo Soo-yeon angrily reminded him if he had already forgotten that their teammate had just died while out gathering supplies. The young man hurriedly explained that at that time, the killer was in the other team's area, so this time, she could completely trust him. Jo Soo-yeon clutched her head in helplessness, admitting that this was exactly why she felt so exhausted, even as he continued to blather on, promising to become a better boyfriend if she accepted his confession before things were even clearly confirmed. Jo Soo-yeon demanded that he stop this ridiculous act immediately. Enough. I see no point in listening to any more of this. Jo Soo-yeon coldly turned her back and walked away. The young man still chased after her, begging for one more chance, when suddenly, a thumping sound echoed. His heart suddenly glowed with a strange red energy. He clutched his chest in a panic because of the odd sensation invading his body. Jo Soo-yeon realized in shock that he hadn't read the manual she had shared, because that was the warning signal that a killer was nearby. She gritted her teeth, realizing that the information from his ability was once again dead wrong, and she couldn't believe this was happening. Realizing the critical situation, Jo Soo-yeon gave a firm order that they both had to move immediately because they couldn't avoid a killer with tracking skills. But if they scattered and left the plaza without triggering the deathmatch, there was still a chance. The young man hurriedly used his ability to pinpoint the enemy's location, but his face immediately turned pale with terror. It's over, the killer is right in front of us. He trembled. From across the way, a man in a black suit with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile was looming closer. In his hand, he gripped a razor-sharp knife, radiating thick, dark killing intent. Jo Soo-yeon scolded the guy with her, saying that nothing good ever happened when being around him, leaving him stuttering in fear. However, she managed to notice an important clue. The killer's suit was identical to the Phi C uniform. The killer, with his glowing red eyes, coldly raised his knife and decisively activated the Blood Realm skill. He shouted, "Open!" and immediately, a massive, glowing red barrier enveloped the entire ruin, trapping all 3 of them inside. The guy with her panicked and asked what to do. Jo Soo-yeon firmly said they had to run and hide immediately. Seeing him still hesitating because he was afraid the guy would run fast, she snapped, asking if he was even thinking straight, because once a deathmatch begins, the killer cannot run away either. While searching for an item in her bag, Jo Soo-yeon wondered if hiding would actually be effective in this situation. She ordered her teammate to stay silent and ready the special flashlight made without metal, just as the manual instructed. In her heart, she silently hoped that her secret savior would appear soon, so they both had to hold out at all costs. The killer suddenly lunged forward with a maniacal grin. He swung his blade so fast that Jo Soo-yeon only barely managed to dodge it by a hair. In that split second, life hanging by a thread, Jo Soo-yeon decisively pulled out her flashlight and shone it straight into his eyes. A blinding burst of light erupted, causing the killer to scream in pain and cover his eyes. She was relieved to realize that this item actually worked just as Kang Seon Ho's instructions had described. However, before her smile could even fade, the killer suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, landing it straight into Jo Soo-yeon's stomach. She collapsed to the ground, suffering serious injuries. Facing this desperate situation, she bitterly blamed herself for being too careless by getting too close to the enemy while he was lashing out so wildly. The killer loomed over her, raising his razor-sharp knife, ready to finish off his immobile prey. In utter despair, Jo Soo-yeon gasped for Han Sang to save her, but that spineless coward had already run for his life, leaving her all alone in the face of death. Witnessing that pathetic act, she could only sigh with relief that she hadn't accepted his confession. Feeling death closing in, Jo Soo-yeon bitterly realized that life was truly short, ending here under the blade of a madman. The killer flashed a crazed grin and put all his strength into a final, lethal strike. "Why are you closing your eyes?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out, shattering the deadly atmosphere. Just as the blade was about to hit, Seon Ho appeared like a guardian angel, decisively blocking the attack and landing a powerful counterstrike that sent the killer reeling in a daze. Jo Soo-yeon opened her eyes, shocked, unable to believe he was there at this life-or-death moment. Seon Ho reached out his gloved hand toward her and coldly declared, "Now isn't the time to die." Seon Ho confirmed Jo Soo-yeon's guess was completely correct. The leader of the C faction possessed psychic abilities and had brainwashed his subordinates into cold-blooded killers. Jo Soo-yeon realized that was why they could act so organized despite their overwhelming numbers. She used her healing ability, while checking her own wounds. Seeing the cuts slowly closing, she offered her thanks, but Seon Ho coldly brushed it off, asserting that it was actually because her group had accidentally become the perfect bait. Looking at the immobile body, Jo Soo-yeon sorrowfully asked if he was truly gone. But Seon Ho firmly told her this wasn't the time to be sentimental. He analyzed that it was impossible to kill a murderer with such terrifying regenerative abilities and stamina right now. Jo Soo-yeon asked in shock if there really was no other solution. Kang Seon Ho explained that by the standard rules, a deathmatch is designed to force players into a direct confrontation with the killer. Even if someone dies and the barrier disappears, the zombies attracted to them like magnets will form living walls that seal off every escape route. However, Seon Ho found the only way out and explained that he brought her here because of the sky bridge connecting the buildings. He explained in detail that just like when the deathmatch began, when those deep, dull thuds echo and the killer's excitement reaches its peak with eyes glowing red, the barrier will temporarily shrink. At that very moment, a gap will appear, allowing them to break through the barrier and escape. Seon Ho raised a finger seriously and reminded Jo Soo-yeon that she only had one chance. He told her to wait for his signal to cross the bridge and escape the barrier. Jo Soo-yeon worriedly asked if he would be alright facing the killer alone. Kang Seon Ho insisted he had no other choice because these criminals often receive random special skills, so someone needed to stay behind to hold them back. He emphasized that if they couldn't escape, their entire plan would be meaningless. After getting Jo Soo-yeon to the third floor, Seon Ho stayed behind to wait for the enemy. The sound of his heart pounding grew louder with the tension of the battle. He focused intensely, his hands gripping his shield, ready to fight. "Come on out." Even though he clearly felt someone approaching, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't seen the enemy yet. Suddenly, a large section of the wall collapsed, sending debris flying towards Seon Ho. He struggled to shield himself and was shocked to realize the special ability the killer had just gained was wall-piercing. From the middle of the rubble, the butcher with eyes glowing red stepped out, looming and threatening. The killer swung his knife with deadly intent, but Seon Ho quickly dodged by a hair. The relentless slashes forced him to focus entirely on parrying every rapid attack. Seizing the moment, Kang Seon Ho swung his shield straight into his opponent's face, a powerful impact causing the killer's head to snap back. Yet, he casually twisted his head back into place with soulless red eyes, as if he felt no pain at all. Kang Seon Ho mused, based on his gaming experience, this level of damage wouldn't faze him. Because his mind was being controlled, this butcher had lost all sense of self and was fighting only on the most basic instincts. The crazed knife strikes continued, but Kang Seon Ho remained calm, blocking with his shield. He realized a difficult problem. This killer would become even stronger as his excitement reached its peak. Although a thought crossed his mind to finish him off immediately, Seon Ho decisively brushed it aside. To increase their chances of indirectly taking down the leader of the Kim Cheonjun faction, he told himself to strictly follow the plan and keep weathering the storm of attacks. Kang Seon Ho saw the killer's second stage of excitement approaching. The dark red aura surrounding him suddenly erupted, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. Not only his strength but his movement speed also skyrocketed, and he was amazed to see the killer close in on him in just a split second. Razor-sharp slashes rained down on his defense, forcing Kang Seon Ho to brace himself. He cursed under his breath, not expecting this guy to also possess such terrifying agility-boosting skills. Realizing he couldn't fight head-on while the enemy had the advantage, he decided to activate inventory slot number 1 to pull out a support item to buy more time until the killer's effect wore off. A blinding light suddenly erupted, temporarily interrupting the enemy's attack. Seon Ho quickly fled up the spiral staircase to find a better position. From above, Jo Soo-yeon panicked, reporting that the barrier was shrinking and the zombies were swarming in to seal every exit like living walls. Seon Ho firmly told her to keep watching from the outside until she received the signal, while he would stay behind to hold off the butcher on the second floor. Standing face to face with death, Kang Seon Ho noticed the dark aura around him had vanished, but in exchange, his arousal state had reached its absolute limit. He gripped his weapon tightly, telling himself that if he could just hold on for a few more seconds, the perfect opportunity would arrive. The crazed murderer lunged forward with blinding speed, raining down a series of glowing red blade strikes upon his shield in a final attempt to finish him off. Kang Seon Ho gritted his teeth, enduring the violent impacts. He told himself to just hang on a little longer. A moment more and the chance would come. His racing heartbeat signaled that his opponent's arousal state had hit its peak. The moment the murderer showed an opening, Kang Seon Ho firmly grabbed his head and cheered inwardly. Gotcha. Stage 3 arousal state. He immediately shouted his signal. Jo Soo-yeon, now. Jo Soo-yeon took a steadying breath and steeled her resolve. All right, here I go. She gave it her all, sprinting toward the shrinking gap in the barrier. Beneath the bridge, countless zombies were howling, forming a suffocating wall of flesh right at the edge of the glowing red blood boundary. Ignoring the undead reaching out to tear her apart, Jo Soo-yeon darted like an arrow through the thick smog. She skillfully dodged the pale, rotting hands and leaped clean out of the red boundary. Jo Soo-yeon was overjoyed to realize she had truly escaped the death zone. However, concern for Kang Seon Ho quickly set in as she looked back at the ruins behind her. Seeing the zombies blocking every exit, she shouted in a panic. The zombies are completely blocking the way. Get out of there, quickly. From high above, Kang Seon Ho responded decisively. Got it. He quickly jumped through a large hole in the ceiling to find an escape route. Instantly, a hand wreathed in red energy burst through the floor, attacking like a madman. Kang Seon Ho was shocked to realize the murderer was truly insane, even tearing through the ceiling to hunt him to the bitter end. Standing amidst the swirling dust, he looked coldly at the approaching shadow and spoke. Hey there, killer. Think we can call it a day? We've fought enough. The murderer still charged forward with his red aura, but Kang Seon Ho had already vanished into the shadows. He coldly declared, You won't find me. Aiming his gun at the target, he calmly offered a sarcastic suggestion. If you just lie there, I save bullets, and you don't get hurt. Sounds reasonable, right? Kang Seon Ho pulled the trigger, whispering, Take a nap for a few minutes. When you wake up, this world is going to look very different. Facing the wall of zombies sealing his escape, he ordered the gate to open. A brilliant blue light erupted, blasting away countless undead to create a safe path. As soon as he crossed over, he shouted for the gate to close to cut off the monster pursuit. Jo Soo-yeon stared at him in shock, stammering, How did you get through that wall of zombies? Still reeling, she added. I don't understand what's happening. Kang Seon Ho firmly grabbed her hand and urged her on. You can figure it out later. For now, just run. He explained that once the deathmatch barrier vanished completely, the zombies would truly see them as targets, and the murderer certainly wouldn't be down for good that easily. When Jo Soo-yeon started heading toward home, Kang Seon Ho flatly refused. No, we're heading straight to the time shelter. To her surprise, he revealed a bold plan to make the murderer face off directly against Faction C. Continuing through the ruined streets, Jo Soo-yeon worriedly mentioned that the murderer was being controlled by the leader of Faction C, but Kang Seon Ho believed that was over. Relying on information from the tutorial video, he asserted that once the deathmatch ended, all negative status effects on the killer would fade, meaning the brainwashing would be broken as well. Jo Soo-yeon realized Kang Seon Ho's true plan from the very beginning. So, you'd planned this all along? Seon Ho flashed a sinister smile, confirming she caught on quickly. His goal was to use the murderer to defend the shelter and make Faction C suffer. Kang Seon Ho's eyes glowed with determination as he affirmed, Fighting injustice with injustice, that's fair, isn't it? As his consciousness slowly returned, Kim Do-woon's mind was filled with nothing but chaos and darkness. What the hell is a technician like me doing? Why were his hands trembling as he gripped a ceramic weapon? Worse, his whole body was heavily wounded and covered in blood. How did I end up in this hellhole? But the confusion lasted only a moment. Fragments of memory began to piece themselves together. From images of a happy family, to the sinister face of the one who manipulated him into committing atrocities, Kim Do-woon clutched his head in pain as the face of that bastard, Kim Cheon-jun, surfaced in his mind. He had broken his promise and brainwashed him into a mindless killing machine. You son of a bitch! Kim Do-woon gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a haunting red rage. He had forced him to live in hell, while he went off to Santhima to level up as if nothing had happened. He roared with determination, Get ready. Today, I'm settling this blood debt with you. With that, Kim Do-woon leaped from the high-rise building, blade in hand, aiming straight for his enemy to show him what dirty play was really like. Meanwhile, in another location, Jo Soo-yeon nervously asked Kang Seon Ho if setting off fireworks was really necessary, since it was putting Faction C on high alert. Kang Seon Ho replied calmly, "That is exactly my goal." He explained that he needed to stir things up until the leader of Faction C lost his cool, ensuring he wouldn't realize he had completely lost control over the murderer. Jo Soo-yeon couldn't help but marvel at how he had calculated everything in such a short time. Kang Seon Ho told her to keep watching the other members of Faction C while he went to find the right moment to pinpoint the leader's exact location. By now, the man was burning with overwhelming rage. Kim Do-woon had truly arrived. With eyes glowing red with killing intent, he charged like a whirlwind toward his enemy. Kang Seon Ho secretly mocked the unchanging arrogance of Kim Cheon-jun, who was still calmly sitting on his chair amidst his henchmen. A violent purple light erupted as Kim Do-woon put all his force into an aerial dive. Kim Cheon-jun stared in shock at the man who had caused the massive explosion right in front of him. He tumbled to the ground, trembling as he asked, "What? How did you end up here?" Watching Kim Do-woon's menacing silhouette, Kim Cheon-jun began to panic and screamed in fear. "Stay back, Kim Do-woon. Back off now, or you'll regret this. Save your breath." Kim Do-woon replied coldly. A massive burning red barrier instantly engulfed the entire area, trapping the panicked man inside. He could only scream in desperation. What the hell is happening? The minions frantically rushed to support their leader. "Boss, are you okay?" Kim Cheon-jun gritted his teeth and ordered them to fall back to keep a safe distance. He realized that, though he didn't know how, Kim Do-woon had completely broken free from his mind control. In the blink of an eye, Kim Do-woon swung a powerful red energy blade, cutting down anyone in his path with a single strike. Even after realizing the brainwashing spell was broken, Kim Cheon-jun remained terrifyingly calm. He calculated to himself that no one could escape this deathmatch barrier, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to finish off Kim Do-woon to claim all of his skills and experience. He roared at his minions, "Hold him down. Do not let him move." The men in suits shouted in unison and rushed at him like moths to a flame. Kim Do-woon, with his glowing red eyes, gave a cold, contemptuous smirk. "Humph, you're someone else's puppet and you don't even know it? You idiots." Without a hint of hesitation, a brutal sword strike descended, leaving his obstacles screaming in agony. He walked coldly through the pool of blood, making Kim Cheon-jun panic. He frantically urged the archers, "Why are you just standing there? Attack him now." The arrows tore through the air, piercing straight into Kim Do-woon's chest. But he kept walking nonchalantly, whispering a disdainful, "Useless." Realizing the situation was dire, Kim Cheon-jun decisively pulled out a Molotov cocktail and ordered his subordinates to bring more. He ruthlessly forced his lackeys to hold him back. "Don't let him get near me, even if it costs you your lives." The minions trembled as they rushed in, hugging Kim Do-woon from behind to restrain the Reaper. "Humph, cowards." Kim Do-woon clicked his tongue in contempt. Kim Cheon-jun smirked triumphantly. "What are you yapping about? Your biggest mistake was not finishing me off from the start. Victory was mine from that moment on." Kim Cheon-jun laughed manically. He insisted that someone like Do-woon couldn't do anything to him since the rules of the death match meant there was no running away. He felt confident because he still had plenty of minions willing to be human shields to hold him back. Kim Cheon-jun spoke while lighting the Molotov cocktail. Finishing his sentence, he put all his strength into throwing the bottle toward his target. Before the fire erupted fiercely at his feet, Kim Do-woon coldly uttered a cryptic question. A mistake? Amidst the raging flames, Kim Do-woon stood firm even though his body was reaching its limit. He wheezed in pain. "I don't know about that, because the reason I came here was to die anyway." Kim Cheon-jun sneered cruelly, intentionally twisting the knife into his opponent's pain. "Oh, is that so? Or is it because your wife and child died on the very first day of the apocalypse, right?" Arrows continuously pierced his body, leaving him unable to resist. In his final moments, Kim Do-woon silently thanked the mysterious savior for their sudden appearance. "They really had shown up. Thank you for setting me free, letting me die with my dignity intact." His body collapsed onto the cold ground, taking his last breath in peace. Kim Cheon-jun gritted his teeth in fury as he realized his mind control spell had been completely dispelled. He roared madly, "That bastard Kang Seon Ho. Breaking my control over Kim Do-woon is one thing, but now you dare to snatch the loot right in front of me." He clenched his fists, looking around the empty yard, roaring like a wounded beast. "Where are you hiding? You filthy, cowardly rat." He looked up to the sky, swearing that if he found them next time, he would tear them into 100 pieces. Amidst the city ruins, Kang Seon Ho and Jo Soo-yeon walked quietly as the battle ended. Seon Ho sighed. Today had truly been a long day. Jo Soo-yeon wearily agreed. He decided he would move somewhere else, feeling that if he stayed here much longer, he'd lose his mind. Seon Ho planned to find a place near Hyunjun's area to make it easier to support each other. Suddenly, Jo Soo-yeon stopped, bowed low, and sincerely expressed, Kang Seon Ho, even though I still have a dozen questions I want to ask you, I still want to sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving my life. Kang Seon Ho just laughed, waving his hand, telling her not to worry about it. He insisted that if Jo Soo-yeon hadn't been keeping a careful watch from above, the two of them wouldn't have escaped so easily. Recalling the moment she signaled about the zombies and the faction approaching, Kang Seon Ho felt this coordination was absolutely essential. When Jo Soo-yeon asked why he let Faction C go, he just smiled secretly and said it was his intuition. Kang Seon Ho touched his finger to his lips meaningfully and asserted firmly that it wouldn't be long before they destroyed each other. After the incident at the shelter, Seon Ho decided to take 3 days off to rest. Even though his survival instinct skill wasn't activated, his body was completely exhausted after the breathless confrontation with the murderer. However, that didn't mean he just lay around lazily. The system notified him that Kang Seon Ho had officially reached level 16 and received 200 potential points, while also unlocking the lifeform tracking skill to trace creatures in the area. On the first day, after taking inventory of the loot from the murderer, he spent 300 points to buy a top-tier weapon. An orichalcum sword with infinite durability and terrifying sharpness. Buying a weapon to protect himself was for the best, because as long as he lived, he had everything. While setting traps to hunt saber-toothed boars, Kang Seon Ho unexpectedly received a message from a comrade. This warrior was in a remote northern location and excitedly bragged that the zombies there were very weak, and there were also lots of free experience points. On the second day, Seon Ho and his beetles started working on repairing the damaged reinforced plastic shield. After that, he and his little partner used a drone to scout the goblin camp to the northwest to map out the locations of the hidden tunnels they had carefully tucked under the foliage. By the third day, Kang Seon Ho spent time tending to his bell pepper garden in his personal space and was surprised to see that plants in the valley years. Otherworld grew with magical speed. Early on the fourth day, as usual, he went to the balcony to exchange information but felt like something was wrong. The paper airplane from Yuhen didn't move as flexibly as usual this time. Kang Seon Ho curiously picked it up and froze when he saw a thick letter inside. Looking at the content, he exclaimed in shock, "What a rude jerk. Just because he's in Hyunjun's team, he can act like this?" Kang Seon Ho gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about how much he had benefited from supplies and news from him, yet now he was repaid with betrayal. In a dark moment, he even thought about ending the guy himself, but then quickly reassured himself not to refusing to let hatred turn him into someone like Kim Cheon-jun. Seon Ho tried to push his emotions aside, forcing himself to view the situation with a cool head. According to what Yu Han revealed, Yu Han has been constantly provoking and directly confronting Hyunjun at every turn, scheming to seize the leadership position for himself. Seon Ho realized that Yu Han and Bora are secretly conspiring together. He told himself that a suitable opportunity would soon arise to get rid of them with a valid excuse. He couldn't let Jukter Jo stay isolated forever, either. But that time hadn't come yet. Seon Ho reminded himself to stay calm, to not let his emotions dictate his actions, and to keep playing his own game. For now, his top priority was clearing out the goblin nest in the middle of the woods. He quietly asked, "Dingo, are you ready?" The little wolf pup answered clearly with an excited bark. "You're such a smart pup. Feeding you has definitely paid off." Seon Ho affectionately patted Dingo's head, noting that the pup's bark had become much more powerful as he matured. Turning to the colony of beetles scurrying over, he asked if they had finished their scouting mission. The red beetle held up the report, confirming there were 3 hobgoblins and 18 regular goblins guarding the nest. Seeing the beetles acting nervous about the overwhelming number of enemies, Kang Seon Ho chuckled confidently. "Hey, you little guys, you still don't really know who you're dealing with." He shrugged, proving he wasn't as weak as he looked. On top of that, being in a bad mood today made him decide to strike fast and hard. Watch closely. This is how a goblin nest gets wiped out. He focused intently, aiming his gun straight at the monster's base hidden in the distance. The gunshot rang out suddenly, and one goblin quickly fell, leaving the rest startled, having no clue what just happened. Before they could regain their senses, Seon Ho and Dingo charged into the fray like a whirlwind. Each swing of his sharp sword swept through the goblins amidst their shrill screams. In the heat of the fight, he didn't forget to remind his companion, "Dingo, follow the plan. Got it?" Dingo darted away like an arrow, leaping over rocks and letting out a resounding howl. The noise immediately made the hobgoblins in the camp turn around in surprise. Kang Seon Ho was secretly pleased that the baiting plan had worked perfectly. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, Kang Seon Ho stealthily moved to the flank. He drew his bow and unleashed a barrage of fatal arrows, sending the goblins falling with every scream. The monster formation fell into complete disarray under the unexpected ambush from an unforeseen direction. Seeing that the enemy numbers had dropped significantly, and they were suffering from various debuffs, Seon Ho decided it was the perfect time to test his new weapon. He pulled out the energy core and unsheathed the glowing Orion greatsword. He leaped into the air, bringing the blade down like a thunderbolt into the center of the goblin nest. The terrifying explosion wiped out all resistance in an instant. As the dust settled, Kang Seon Ho panted, thinking to himself that cleaning up the battlefield was always more exhausting than the fight itself. The beetles flew over, cheering excitedly. With the revenge complete, they were finally at ease. The system notification showed he had gained 60 points, which left Seon Ho a bit disappointed. However, the beetles led him to a secret storage area. Kang Seon Ho was stunned to see a room filled with fireflies, charcoal, and even new poison toads. He smiled in satisfaction, knowing this hunt had brought in a massive haul for both himself and Dingo. Seon Ho walked heavily along the trail, drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. As he pressed an ice pack to his head to cool down, he muttered that the heat had truly reached record levels. Thinking back, it was all quite strange. Because in the other world, the weather was cold enough to freeze lakes solid, yet the forests remained lush and the crops grew at an incredible speed. Clearly, that land hid some kind of mystical power that he couldn't fully comprehend yet. But the reality he was facing here was just as bizarre, since the zombies here didn't respawn after being killed like they did in the game. This led Seon Ho to believe that regular zombies and reinforced zombies wouldn't appear randomly unless certain conditions were met. Those conditions might be the appearance of creepers and keepers at dawn or the summoning of mutated zombies during the tutorial stages. Simply put, one had to appear before the other would show up. Oh, a sudden thought struck Kang Seon Ho, making him stop in his tracks. If he built a shelter in a completely isolated location where there were no zombies, would their attacks still happen? Furthermore, based on the changes from the update during the week he was away, the rewards from events like Speed Run or First King had likely been completely overhauled. Deductions kept popping up one after another in the veteran player's mind. Lost in his theories, Seon Ho soon reached the rice processing complex. His eyes lit up when he saw the warehouse packed with various grains and animal feed right next to the space portal. He told himself he definitely had to inform Hyungjun about this valuable location later. Kang Seon Ho tightened his gloves, decisively preparing for the next task. All right, let's get started. With all this food, I won't have to worry about starving. The next morning, Kang Seon Ho started his day with his regular physical training. He knew that maintaining a routine was the key to keeping in top shape, especially during the apocalypse. While working through his push-ups, he told himself he would turn today into a highly productive day. Currently, there were 3 important things for Seon Ho to handle. First, maintaining contact with Yoo Hyun. Reading the note, he learned that the boy's previous letter was forced by Yoo Hyun, while also gaining the crucial information that Director Jo Soo-yeon would be moving into the Rio apartments this afternoon. The second task was to go scout the forest in the other world with Dingo. Seeing that the little wolf had actually caught a wild boar, Kang Seon Ho cheered excitedly. Oh, you actually caught it? Today, we're having boiled pork. The last part of his routine was checking the positions and greeting the team through the system. However, while opening the auction house interface during his meal, Seon Ho was shocked to discover that someone had been using the top-listed items as a public bulletin board. Curious, he clicked on the comment window and saw a huge number of people checking in, from check-in 7 all the way to check-in 10, in a massive flood of activity. Witnessing the sudden surge in logins, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but worry, since when had so many people started logging in. He realized this was truly a major problem and decided he had to find a way to verify how this system worked. While enjoying his plate of boiled pork, he fell into deep thought. Since Hwang Sok-hoon was someone who loved attention, finding his location wouldn't be difficult. But not being able to send a direct private message right now was a major hurdle. Because they were both so busy, they hadn't yet managed to set up any secret codes or private communication signals. In this situation, Seon Ho realized that before, Kang Seon Ho needed to figure out exactly how many people were actually using the auction house. Since the system guaranteed total anonymity, he couldn't rule out the possibility that someone was just artificially inflating the traffic alone. To test this, he decided to list an item that would grab everyone's attention. A bag of ice was the perfect choice. It satisfied the need to cool down during this record-breaking heatwave, and it wouldn't give away his personal traits. Kang Seon Ho figured that if he listed this item at a ridiculously low price, those people would surely go crazy for it. He firmly pressed the button to confirm the ice bag listing. For 5 points on the system screen to see how many fish would bite. Heh. Kang Seon Ho held his breath, arms crossed, watching the community's reaction the moment the ice bag went live. Notifications started pinging repeatedly, and he couldn't help but shout in excitement. Whoa, the reaction is way bigger than I imagined. A barrage of skeptical comments began flooding the screen. What? Real ice? Who would even sell this on the auction house? No way. That looks fake as hell. Damn it. A starting price of 5 points? Forget this clown. Some people wondered how he even got ice in this crazy Korean heat, even suspecting it was an item from overseas. But that theory was quickly debunked because the game had just launched here, and it was impossible for any player to have reached level 15 that quickly. The wave of criticism grew even harsher. Only an idiot would buy this. Do you know you have to kill 3 zombies just to get 6 points? The ice is cold, sure, but I'm not buying it. They must be a crafter class user. Please, drop the price to 1 point. What a scam. Some even compared him to some jerk, causing the forum atmosphere to descend into chaos. Seeing the comment speed skyrocketing, Kang Seon Ho secretly concluded that there were definitely at least 10 people on the auction house right now, not just one person playing games. So, he had hooked 10 big and small fish. The extreme insults from that crowd made Kang Seon Ho furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted at the screen. Hey, I'm not forcing anyone to buy this. Who told you to buy it? Shut up with those insults. He roared in frustration. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes to drill ice from the lake and carefully cut it into small pieces with a wire saw? Whatever. Feeling that arguing was pointless, Kang Seon Ho wearily grabbed his head, intending to pull the item down to end the whole thing. Right at that moment, a notification chime suddenly rang out. Ice bag sold. You received 4.5 points. Kang Seon Ho froze in shock. He stammered, asking himself, what idiot wait? No, what distinguished guest bought it? The new owner of the ice bag was revealed to be a seductive woman in a dazzling red dress. She nonchalantly pressed the freezing cold ice bag against her face and sighed in satisfaction. I can't even remember the last time I felt something this cool. Must be nice to be rich and know how to enjoy yourself. Ignoring the insults of idiot or crazy from the broke losers in the chat channel, she disdainfully told them to worry about themselves first instead of judging others. The woman stood up with authority. A mystical, dark purple energy engulfed the entire ruined street as she activated her zombie-dominating skill. Facing the undead with glowing red eyes bowing at her feet, she coldly ordered, You guys know what to do, right? Under the control of that mystical purple energy, the zombies started slaughtering each other madly, turning the street into a tragic battlefield. Notification lines saying you received 2 points popped up rapidly, filling the mysterious woman's system screen. She calmly watched the results of her loyal minions' labor without breaking a sweat. Lounging on a luxurious armchair amidst the ruins, the girl in the red dress lightly marveled at how easy it was to earn points, while everyone else out there was still struggling and clawing for every little bit. Suddenly, she clicked her tongue in regret as she looked down at the water bag in her hand, realizing the precious ice she'd just bought had completely melted in the sweltering heat. Curiosity about the identity of the ice seller began to sprout in her heart. She wondered if he was an ice-type ability user or some kind of genius crafter. A calculating smile appeared on her beautiful face. She decided to cast a line to see who this ice seller really was. Her finger, with its vibrant red nails, firmly pressed the contact icon on the virtual screen. With a charming tone, she officially revealed herself under the nickname Dak and sent an ambiguous greeting. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she sent a direct question. Hey, ice seller, where are you right now? Hey, you ice seller, where are you hiding? The provocative message from the girl in the red dress appeared, leaving Kang Seon Ho stunned. He hadn't expected to accidentally hook a big fish, a true veteran of the survival life world. The chat channel immediately exploded at the appearance of a high-level master. Some admired her, some were suspicious, and some even invited her to join their base in Seoul. But Dak didn't care. She just urged Kang Seon Ho to sell more ice because the heat was driving her crazy. Kang Seon Ho narrowed his eyes, observing the intense reactions on the screen, thinking that even if he couldn't verify the truth, the chaos was real. When someone tried to pry, Dak firmly declared she only wanted the ice seller and issued an extremely rude threat. Shut your mouth, you idiot, before I stab something through you. Witnessing that familiar, poisonous tongue, Kang Seon Ho laughed, confirming it was definitely Dak, no mistake about it. This girl still kept that same crazy personality, ready to curse anyone who stood in her way. Dak began to lose her patience. She demanded he answer immediately within 10 seconds if he didn't want to see her go crazy. Kang Seon Ho secretly thought she was exactly the type of bully who only bowed to someone stronger, just like her personality in the game years ago. Even so, he decided to keep his identity a secret because he didn't want to be caught up in unnecessary pressure and misunderstandings. No way am I revealing myself. Kang Seon Ho replied firmly, I'll list more ice, but I have no intention of revealing myself. Dak smirked, sinisterly asserting that once she set her sights on him, he wouldn't have a choice. Kang Seon Ho only replied with an ambiguous warning. Don't be too shocked. Seeing the other party wouldn't budge, Dak begrudgingly urged him to list the items quickly. Kang Seon Ho quickly pressed the button to confirm the sale of the ice bag for 5 points, hoping to complete the transaction quickly before Hwang Seok-hoon could log in and cause more trouble. But speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. A brilliant message appeared. The queen has arrived. Dak blankly asked for the identity, and the response made Seon Ho gasp at the unbelievable coincidence. I am the real Hwang Seok-hoon. Dak immediately suspected this was an impersonator because the real Hwang Seok-hoon would never talk in such a polite, stiff way. Hwang Seok-hoon hurriedly made excuses, claiming she had her own reasons she couldn't reveal. Seeing how hard Hwang Seok-hoon was trying to keep her promise to behave, Seon Ho suddenly realized something very unusual. She pondered the word teammate that Hwang Seok-hoon had just mentioned and suddenly grasped the truth about the connection between him and the stone seller. Her eyes sparkled with calculation as she saw bags of ice constantly being listed and then disappearing from the auction list. She had vaguely guessed the identity of this sly stone seller. By the way, he chatted casually with the veterans without flinching. She cracked her knuckles, called him a brat, and scolded him, saying that after everything they had been through, how could he just ignore her and vanish from the group like that? Hwang Seok-hoon, should we stop by our eatery? Hwang Seok-hoon, who was still way up in the north, said she was on her way but would be a little late. Kang Seon Ho wiped sweat from his brow while looking at the screen, thinking to himself that if 10,000 survivors were all gathered here, they might as well just organize an in-person meeting. After the chaos at the auction house, Kang Seon Ho headed to the apartment complex to help Dr. Jo Soo-yeon move. On the way, he noticed the windows were sealed shut and the curtains were drawn tight, proving that the difficulty of the tutorial had been lowered and there were more survivors than he had expected. Another important point was that zombies in the central area did not respawn after being killed. Even though densely populated areas had now become lawless, Kang Seon Ho realized that as long as they were careful, they didn't need to leave immediately. While he was lost in thought, he heard Mi-kyung calling out, "Oh, Seon Ho!" She waved brightly, inviting him to join her, Jo Soo-yeon, and Yoo Hyun for a meal. Walking into the room with a stern face, Kang Seon Ho made Yoo Hyun tremble and ask, "Why do you look so scary?" Seon Ho thought to himself, does this guy really not know why? Yoo Hyun proudly showed off that his ability had been upgraded to teleport 2 people at once and that he had helped Jo Soo-yeon move here today. However, Kang Seon Ho immediately pointed at the wound on the boy's arm and demanded to know why he had hidden it. Yoo Hyun panicked and made excuses, saying he just accidentally got hurt while moving stuff earlier. Kang Seon Ho cut him off firmly. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Everyone can see that's not what happened. He turned to ask Mi-kyung for confirmation. The doctor calmly confirmed, that's right. Specifically, that's a wound caused by a crossbow bolt. I've already treated it. Ignoring Yoo Hyun's attempts to stop her, Jo Soo-yeon insisted he couldn't hide anything from Kang Seon Ho, emphasizing that this was absolutely not an accident but that someone had intentionally targeted him. Kang Seon Ho repeated in shock, intentionally? Mi-kyung began to recount what had happened about an hour ago. At that time, she was moving large items to the rooftop using her ability, while Yoo Hyun was in charge of moving small boxes on the ground. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, and Mi-kyung felt like something bad was happening. She hurriedly checked from above and saw that Yoo Hyun had been attacked earlier. The perpetrators were a group of 3 people in mountaineering gear, and one of them even had a crossbow in hand to threaten him. Mi-kyung firmly told Kang Seon Ho that this was clearly a deliberate act targeting them, not a coincidence. Seeing his teammate bullied, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be outraged. He gritted his teeth and thought, these bastards dare to touch the people I've been working so hard to cultivate. To him, these people were not just friends but also played an extremely important role in his long-term survival team plan. Kang Seon Ho silently calculated each person's position in the formation. Yoo Hyun would be the eyes and ears, Mi-kyung would handle transportation, and Jo Soo-yeon would be the one to heal him whenever he was injured. Even though he only knew for now that the opponents were 3 people in mountaineering gear, Kang Seon Ho had made up his mind to eliminate them soon to prevent future trouble. Meanwhile, Yoo Hyun whispered to Mi-kyung that even though Seon Ho and Jo Soo-yeon were officially outsiders, he felt like they were true members of a combat squad. Mi-kyung listened and could only silently agree with that thought. Jo Soo-yeon suddenly wondered about the absence of Hong-jun, assuming he would have come by now. Yoo Hyun scratched his head, explaining that according to the schedule, Hyung-jun and Bora were supposed to stay and guard the base, but they had suddenly left on their own, violating the group's rules. When Kang Seon Ho asked about their location, both Mi-kyung and Yoo Hyun shook their heads helplessly, as they had no idea where those two had gone. Kang Seon Ho sighed wearily. He asked if Yu Han's paper doll was still at the base. Upon receiving a confirmation, he stood up decisively, deciding to find Hyungjun immediately, as he also had an important item to give to this senior. Yu Han immediately activated his scouting ability and reported that all three were currently gathered at the base. He urged everyone to go check it out immediately because the situation seemed very tense. Through the eyes of the paper doll, Yu Hyun noticed they were glaring at each other with hostility, their physical enhancement traits already activated. Kang Seon Ho stared into space, lost in thought. Realizing that the excuse to take action had finally arrived, he firmly ordered Mi Kyung to teleport both of them straight into the base immediately. Mi Kyung hesitated slightly, asking if they should observe for a little longer before acting. Kang Seon Ho insisted they needed to stop any bloodshed that might happen right now. He grabbed Mi Kyung's hand tightly, and she responded firmly. Understood. A giant purple flash erupted, teleporting them through space in the blink of an eye. Due to the rough landing, Kang Seon Ho tumbled onto the floor and groaned in back pain. Their sudden appearance startled the three people inside. Kang Seon Ho patted his senior on the shoulder to reassure him, saying he would explain it later, then coldly demanded that Hyungjun stop his aggressive behavior immediately. Hyungjun roared in a rage, arguing that an outsider like him had no right to interfere in the group's internal affairs. He argued that if they left, the group's combat strength would drop significantly, but Seon Ho calmly cut him off. That won't happen. Seon Ho declared loudly that the reason was that both he and Dr. Jo Soo-yeon would officially join this squad, ready to establish a new order for the group starting from this very moment. Yes, we need order. We can't just have internal fighting forever, brothers. Hyungjun smirked sarcastically. He couldn't believe Seon Ho would dare ask to join and take his place. He thought Kang Seon Ho was just spouting nonsense, but Seon Ho remained calm, insisting that if he listened carefully, the proposal wasn't unreasonable at all. Kang Seon Ho demanded that both sides immediately deactivate their physical enhancement states so they could talk like normal human beings. Although Yu Hyun was extremely annoyed by this order, Hyungjun decisively agreed to do it first. As soon as Hyungjun retracted his fierce red aura and declared that fighting right now was pointless, Yu Hyun showed extreme resentment. He bitterly admitted that he hated this current situation. Yu Hyun begrudgingly turned off the electric current around his body and started blaming others. Hyungjun always nodded in agreement with everything Kang Seon Ho said, while always dismissing all of his own ideas. Faced with his complaints about fairness, Hyungjun calmly explained that it was simply because Kang Seon Ho's advice was more beneficial for the group, and if Yu Hyun were right, he would be ready to support him fully. Come on, you two, cool down and let's keep it civil. He coldly reminded them that no matter the details, they were still responsible for the whole team. Faced with Yu Hyun's confusion and dismissive attitude, Seon Ho suddenly emitted a terrifying pressure that made the other man shudder. He affirmed that in the apocalypse, responsibility was more important than ever. Seon Ho sternly listed a series of violations, from disobeying orders and abandoning guard posts to secretly contacting other groups, and declared that this was more than enough grounds to kick them out of the team immediately. Seon Ho turned to ask for Hyungjun's opinion to confirm this harsh verdict. While the senior was still silently contemplating, Bora suddenly spoke up, trying to argue that it was all just a huge misunderstanding. She insisted that those actions were actually for the group's common benefit, aimed at approaching the auction house to gather intelligence as quickly as possible. Bora smiled cunningly, claiming this was just a difference in approach and that they had even sacrificed themselves for the team's growth. Yu Hyun immediately chimed in smugly to defend his own wrongdoings. Bora continued to argue that approaching the veterans was necessary, even deliberately dragging Kang Seon Ho into it by claiming that his contact with Yu Hyun was no different from their actions. Seeing Kang Seon Ho being insulted, Mi Kyung immediately stepped up to protect him fiercely. She asserted that Seon Ho not only helped everyone before the catastrophe but was currently still sharing supplies and news without asking for anything in return. Mi Kyung bluntly questioned whether the people Yu Hyun was colluding with had done anything for the group like Seon Ho had. Seon Ho gently intervened, thinking that wasn't the focus of the argument, but Yu Hyun hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. He admitted he was wrong to compare Kang Seon Ho to strangers, but still stubbornly insisted his actions weren't for personal gain. Just as Hyung-hun intended to use twisted logic to cover things up, Hyungjun coldly interrupted and asked by what right he had to decide everything on his own. Hyungjun firmly declared that if he had to choose between those who didn't share his vision and Seon Ho, he would definitely choose his close younger brother. Yu Hyun was stunned and about to speak, but Hyungjun put a hand on his shoulder, asserting that this wasn't said in the heat of the moment, but was their last chance to part ways peacefully. He even generously offered to help them move their belongings if they left immediately. Both Yu Han and Bora were stunned by the offer. Hyungjun began to expose the real reason they were still clinging on. He guessed they weren't sure they would be allowed to take the supplies, right? Hyungjun saw right through them. As Yoo-hyun's personal trainer for 3 years, one look was all he needed to know what he was plotting. Hyungjun wanted to end things decisively so they could still face each other later. Realizing there was no way out, Yoo-hun had to accept leaving without further complaint. The two quietly stepped outside, leaving a dry slamming sound echoing through the room, finally getting rid of those two ungrateful people. Hyungjun sat wearily on the floor, saying he would pack his own things, and thanked Kang Seon Ho for letting everything end peacefully without causing more trouble. Seeing his younger brother's somewhat naive expression, the senior smiled bitterly because he knew perfectly well that Kang Seon Ho was just testing his reaction. In reality, he had also intended to resolve the issue with Yoo-hyun early on. Kang Seon Ho looked at the senior, deep in thought. He firmly promised that if allowed to operate freely, he would officially join the team in the near future. Hearing that affirmation, both Hyungjun and Mi-kyung were overjoyed to finally get a nod from their close friend. Seon Ho said he needed a few more weeks to observe the situation, but he affirmed that traveling together was entirely feasible if everyone stayed in this area. Seeing everyone regain their fighting spirit, Hyungjun asked Mi-kyung to go call Juter Jo Soo-yeon and Yoo-hyun to discuss the next plan. Seon Ho smiled slightly, taking out from his bag a thick notebook and told himself their enthusiasm made him a little less worried. At this point, a clear head saves 70% of people, right? Oh, I also brought another gift. Seon Ho decisively took out the diary containing all his heart and soul, leaving Hyungjun and Mi-kyung speechless with amazement. He began to recall the game's fateful slogan, "One day, hell will open." The world of survival life was truly a brutal and unfriendly place, where horrific disasters and bizarre monsters could swallow humanity at any moment. The notebook Seon Ho gave Hyungjun was actually like a diary recording all the bloody experiences he had been through. In reality, many things had been deleted or changed compared to the original version in the game, from monsters like hobgoblins, werewolves, and a bias to precious ores like gold or cleansing stones. However, there was one key setting. He could confirm for sure: the portals. These portals were similar to his personal ability. Depending on the scale, they were called lairs, dungeons, or mysterious mazes. Long story short, he was relying on his past experience and the game to deduce what was in that notebook. In the game world, portals acted as key hubs for events and monster summons, a system that simply couldn't function without them. After confirming Jo Soo-yeon had joined the team, Seon Ho returned to the desk to review everything about them. He pondered deeply. Once the first animal attack event ended, the goblins would pour through the portals and trigger the lair event, right? Even now, Kang Seon Ho still felt this mechanism was bizarre. First, the system lets you earn meat, then immediately throws goblins at you. No matter how hard he tried to search, the exact time the event would occur was never recorded. However, Seon Ho could still make a rough prediction. It would be when the zombies had absorbed enough nutrients and started to walk differently. They weren't standing upright anymore. They were starting to look like ordinary humans. Kang Seon Ho secretly hoped Hyungjun's team was preparing thoroughly, because unlike zombies, goblins actively hunt humans, so setting up barriers outside the building is crucial. I can't just feed them if they're this reckless. If they don't do this right, Kang Seon Ho told himself that now he could help them directly. With that in mind, he began his preparations in earnest. To get ready for the series of events about to unfold, he focused on leveling up his proficiency with various weapons. Between training and handling odd jobs, his stats increased significantly as the midsummer period passed. The system notified him that his strength stat had increased, and the paralytic poison injection method he'd been practicing since before the apocalypse finally bore fruit. A blue notification popped up, confirming Kang Seon Ho had acquired the level 2 paralysis resistance skill. Although he secretly wished it were complete immunity, he was still satisfied with the result. On the 10th day, just as everything felt like it had finally clicked into place, a paper airplane from Yoo-hyun suddenly flew into his room. Kang Seon Ho opened the note and read the urgent message. Hyung. A tiger appeared. A confident smile appeared on Kang Seon Ho's lips. He knew that moment had finally arrived. The true beginning of the apocalypse had officially started. Through binoculars, Yoo-hyun excitedly cheered when he saw a fierce tiger prowling below. Whoa, that's insane. Isn't it super cool? Standing next to him on the rooftop, Hyungjun sighed in exasperation. He barked back, Kid, I don't know if you're optimistic or if you've completely lost your sense of reality. Do you not see anything else? As he spoke, he pressed Yoo-hyun's head down so he would look at the brutal reality. Hyungjun warned him sharply, if you get any closer, it'll tear you in two. Mi-kyung worriedly wondered where the tiger had suddenly come from. Jo Soo-yeon thoughtfully speculated that it might have escaped from a zoo. The doctor analyzed that the reason they hadn't seen many animals was likely because most of them had died on the move. Kang Seon Ho nodded in agreement and remarked that unlike in games where animals are summoned, this harsh reality doesn't work that way. Or maybe it developed poison resistance before rampaging all the way here. Mi Kyung wondered if the animal attack event had also been adjusted to fit reality. Kang Seon Ho admitted that for now, that seemed to be the case. Suddenly, both Jo Soo-yeon and Mi Kyung turned their eyes toward him and asked, "So Seon Ho, what should we do?" Kang Seon Ho replied, confused, "Huh? Hyung-jun is the team leader. Why are you asking me?" Hyung-jun, while headlocking Yoo-hyun, laughed and said that was obvious because apart from this kid, everyone here was gathered by Kang Seon Ho himself. Yoo-hyun could only cry out in frustration at his senior's blunt remark. Kang Seon Ho smiled slightly and decisively took responsibility. "I understand. In that case, I'll explain everyone's roles." He began to outline the plan, prioritizing hunting animals to ensure a food supply for the group. Kang Seon Ho assigned Yoo-hyun and Jo Soo-yeon to support roles, demanding they always keep watch to react quickly. Turning to Hyung-jun, he asked if his senior was ready to join him on the front lines. Hyung-jun flexed excitedly, insisting that he be given all the heavy lifting. Finally, Kang Seon Ho looked at Mi Kyung with trust, declaring she was the key to this plan, in charge of connecting the two lines using her blink skill, which made her worry about whether she could actually pull it off. Seon Ho reassured Mi Kyung that she had great potential and to be confident. She promised to try her best. When Seon Ho asked if the group had any other feedback, everyone suddenly fell silent and stared at him, making him wonder if he had done something wrong. The group unanimously denied it. Jo Soo-yeon and Yoo-hyun couldn't help but admire him because this was the first time they had received such organized and professional orders. Hyung-jun stood behind them, laughing bitterly, feeling a bit hurt that his longtime leadership efforts were being ignored so bluntly. Seon Ho laughed and revealed that the tiger from before wasn't actually their main target. Seeing Jo Soo-yeon's confusion, he vaguely hinted that the target would be chosen by the dingo. Seeing everyone look blank, Seon Ho explained that was the nickname he gave Dingo because of the little guy's special sniffing ability. On the way here, Dingo showed signs of trembling with excitement as he sensed something very different lurking nearby. That dog's nose is never wrong. Immediately, Kang Seon Ho and Dingo sprang into action. Both darted like arrows through the rubble of the city. Dingo showed incredible speed, leading Kang Seon Ho to approach a pack of mutated sheep wandering through the ruined streets. The mutated sheep, with their glowing golden eyes, didn't show any fear. They let out piercing cries and frantically pawed the ground, ready to charge into a dramatic life-or-death battle. He decisively drew his crossbow, focusing intently, aiming straight at the moving target. Taking out the lead ram should be fine. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing the sheep's back, making it howl in pain. Seon Ho clicked his tongue in regret. "Damn it, I should have finished it in one hit." The loud noise attracted zombies from all directions, making him realize the situation was becoming complex. Now the zombies wouldn't waste any time. He immediately ordered Dingo to continue herding them toward the target point. The little wolf barked loudly, nimbly weaving through the undead to carry out the herding mission. Watching the zombies with their glowing red eyes closing in, Seon Ho realized they were all those that had absorbed enough nutrients to be much stronger than normal. He told himself if he fought properly, he could kill them all. But right now, the number of monsters was the top priority for the plan. Kang Seon Ho decisively reached behind him and shouted, "Mi Kyung." She immediately appeared and answered, "I'm here." Kang Seon Ho grabbed her hand and asked if she could handle using blink repeatedly. Mi Kyung confidently affirmed that she was a fan of extreme sports, so this wasn't a problem. Both of them constantly vanished in brilliant purple light, moving in flashes through the ruined buildings to execute the siege. Witnessing the smooth coordination, Kang Seon Ho secretly marveled at Mi Kyung's immense potential. Suddenly, a teammate's voice called out from behind, "Seon Ho." Hyung-jun stood there, straining under the weight of two mutated sheep on his shoulders, tired but looking quite proud. "We let one get away." Yoo-hyun stood nearby, unable to stop praising him. "Hyung-jun, you're so cool. You're just as impressive as you always were." Seeing his brother figure struggling, Kang Seon Ho stepped in to offer a hand, but Hyung-jun flatly refused, telling him to go on ahead with Mi Kyung. He excitedly shared that it had been a long time since he could really let loose, and he wanted to enjoy this feeling a little longer. Before he could finish, an arrow flew out of nowhere and slammed straight into Hyung-jun's left arm. He screamed in pain as his teammates watched in shock. Seon Ho and Mi Kyung panicked, rushing over to check his wound immediately. A group of burly strangers approached from behind. The leader, wearing a red jacket, brandished a crossbow and offered a fake, casual apology. "Oh, my bad. My hand slipped, I didn't even notice. Seeing his face along with the girl in the blue tracksuit beside him, Kang Seon Ho immediately recognized them as the people he had encountered at the large camping store. Mi Kyung gritted her teeth in fury, confirming to Kang Seon Ho what happened with Yoo Hyun last time. Kang Seon Ho's eyes turned cold and murderous. He stared straight at the leader and demanded to know their motive. The guy smirked wickedly, noting that Seon Ho was as sharp as ever. The red-jacketed man haughtily gestured, claiming that since Kang Seon Ho's group had taken down 2 sheep, they were going to take one for themselves. He acted as if he were doing them a favor by announcing he would leave 1 sheep for the whole group. Witnessing such shamelessness, Kang Seon Ho suppressed his rage and asked for one last question. He looked toward the 2 figures lurking behind the leader, none other than Yoo Hyun and Bora. Kang Seon Ho loudly challenged them, asking if they had broken the rules and conspired behind everyone's backs just to join such a trashy gang. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Carrying a sheep on his shoulder, he looked at them with icy eyes. This time, because his teammate was injured, he would let it slide. But he didn't forget to leave a warning that next time, things wouldn't end so peacefully. When night fell, the group gathered in the room. Hyungjun, covered in bandages, tried to lighten the mood over a pot of hot meat. He forced a smile, saying that at least everyone was safe and having meat to eat was a good thing. However, Jo Soo-yeon pensively argued against his excessive gentleness, and Mi Kyung nodded in agreement, stating that staying silent and enduring attacks like this was completely wrong. Yoo Hyun tried to speak up to support Hyungjun's decision to endure, but Kang Seon Ho immediately cut him off, declaring that the kid had no right to interfere in this. Turning to Hyungjun, Kang Seon Ho recalled the vow they made years ago in front of the convenience store, when the man himself had insisted that if the apocalypse came and they were threatened by others, the only way was to destroy them. Hyungjun went silent, admitting he still remembered those words clearly. Kang Seon Ho declared that while he respected the team leader's decision, he believed the team must absolutely never bow down to evil, even if he didn't actually intend to kill them all. Right then, he thought, a decade is not too long for revenge. Just wait for the right moment, brothers. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Kang Seon Ho raised his cup and suggested everyone put everything aside to enjoy the meal. He pensively told himself that such precious, peaceful days probably wouldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, in a dark and deserted corridor, the silence of the night was suddenly broken by strange noises. A glowing red crack in space suddenly appeared in midair. The crack quickly shattered and expanded into a brilliant red portal, signaling the start of a new, terrifying catastrophe about to unfold. The next day, at the training camp in the other world, Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but be amazed by what was happening before his eyes. "Oh, you little guys are truly incredible," he exclaimed excitedly. The little beetle blacksmiths had just dragged him out here to show off their hard work. On the ground lay an array of rare ores like emas, glowing stones, flint, charcoal, and even precious midran ore. Seon Ho scratched his head, wondering where these bugs had scavenged this stash of rare, hard-to-find minerals in this valley. Before his surprise could fade, another group of beetles came struggling to carry a large suitcase, which made him curious. What? There's more? The moment he opened the suitcase, Kang Seon Ho gasped in shock. This is insane. You guys are serious, aren't you? Inside were weapons crafted with exquisite detail. Emerald spearheads glowing blue, red-hot chili bombs, and even a set of sharp emeralds throwing knives. Kang Seon Ho was stunned to realize that even though he had only provided the materials a short time ago, the bugs had finished their KPIs with lightning speed. He examined them carefully and noticed that even the pouch and the handles of the throwing knives were made from the claws and skin of the Aobia with extreme professionalism. These are definitely not ordinary craftsmen, he thought with admiration. In a playful moment, Kang Seon Ho asked if they were the legendary waft dwarves in the bodies of beetles. This made the little bugs a bit confused but also very proud. He smiled to reassure them. Come on, I was just joking. He firmly picked up a throwing knife to test it out. Still, I should check the quality, right? Kang Seon Ho muttered with anticipation while spinning the knife on his finger. As the bugs chirped as if to cheer him on, he put force into his arm and shouted, "All right, let's go." A shocking explosion rang out. The knife pierced through and completely destroyed the target. Kang Seon Ho couldn't help but marvel at this incredible power. Damn, look at that performance. That's top tier. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately grabbed the next item. Next was the chili bomb. Kang Seon Ho firmly threw the bright red chili bomb toward another wooden target, but seeing the faint smoke rising, he frowned in doubt. Isn't the firepower a bit weak? The beetles flew around chirping incessantly as if to warn him of something, but Kang Seon Ho still commented, sounding a bit disappointed. But before he could finish, the spicy red smoke from the explosion caught the wind and hit him directly in the face. Immediately, Kang Seon Ho screamed in agony, crying like a summer rainstorm due to the heart-wrenching spiciness of this special weapon. The beetle blacksmiths just stared blankly at their master, who was struggling through the trauma of daring to underestimate the power of a chili bomb. Even while lying flat on the ground with tears and mucus running down his face from the spiciness, Seon Ho still managed to give a thumbs up of satisfaction. He confirmed that this type of bomb was more than satisfying, because monsters with sensitive senses of smell would certainly have to turn tail and run away immediately if they were caught in this cloud of smoke. After finalizing the quality of the weapons, Kang Seon Ho looked at the little blacksmiths and made an unexpected offer. "Hey bugs, how about you come live with me?" The beetles chirped blankly, full of doubt at the sudden invitation. Kang Seon Ho began to persuade them that the forest out there was still filled with many dangers. The weather is freezing, and food is hard to come by. He insists that if they move into his bunker, all their problems will be solved, and most importantly, they can comfortably craft whatever they want whenever they please. Kang Seon Ho beams, declaring this a win-win deal for both sides. The bugs start gathering, buzzing excitedly as they weigh the tempting offer. Finally, they all chirp in unison, a definitive confirmation. Seeing their excitement, Kang Seon Ho smiles and asks, "So, that's a yes, right?" He confidently holds out his hand to seal the deal. "No backing out once it's decided," he says, gently touching the red bug's horn to officially establish their pact. After completing the handover and getting the bugs safely to the base, Seon Ho and his wolf, Dingo, immediately return to the ruins to begin their regular patrol. Walking through the desolate wreckage, Seon Ho quietly calculates that it's time for goblins to start appearing in the real world. Hiding behind an old wall, he silently observes a man being fiercely attacked by green monsters. Seon Ho muses that, in reality, zombies still seem tougher in melee combat than these goblins. However, looking at the surrounding signs, he realizes the monsters aren't just appearing, they're building a lair right in the middle of the city. This is clear evidence that a new monster nest event has officially begun. Dingo lets out a low growl, signaling to his master that he has found an important clue. Kang Seon Ho can't help but feel proud of his partner. "That's my boy, Dingo." Great sniffing. Following the little wolf, he discovers a glowing red spatial rift, emitting eerie magical electricity right on a building wall. This nest is too exposed, but the scale seems smaller than I thought. He tells himself that while it's easy for a veteran like him to find, for other survivors who don't know about the Goblin Nest event, this thing is nothing more than a deadly trap. These crimson gates are starting to appear all over the city. Without a second of hesitation, Kang Seon Ho and Dingo dive straight through the red light into the nest, ready to clear out the monsters. It's a good thing this lair has a structure similar to the game, Seon Ho mutters as he and Dingo step deep into the glowing red space. A question suddenly pops into his head. If he uses his portal opening ability right here in the dungeon, will the exit lead back to reality or return to his base in the other world? To verify, he decisively orders the portal open. Kang Seon Ho nods in confirmation. It turns out it leads to the other world. So, the Goblin Nest is actually built deep underground in the real world, just like the legends say. He immediately activates his inventory slots 1 through 3 to retrieve his gear. Seon Ho holds a steel ball in his hand and notices it hasn't rotted or decayed at all. He concludes that these event dungeons don't belong to the real world or the other world, so it's best to consider them a third space. This actually provides a huge advantage because it means he can freely use all metal equipment without worrying about the iron rot disease. He quickly puts on his watch to boost his perception and wears a glowing gemstone necklace to illuminate the dark surroundings. "Alright, let's get moving." Kang Seon Ho flashes a confident smile, ready to wipe out this nest. Seon Ho sprints through the darkness, his determined footsteps echoing throughout the stone corridor. He reminds himself that since this is only the early stage challenge, the nest only has one path and absolutely no traps. That makes dealing with the goblins much easier. Without hesitation, he swings his longsword, which is glowing with blue spiritual energy, delivering devastating slashes that send the monsters to the afterlife in a single strike. However, as he goes deeper, he suddenly stops at a fork in the road. Goblins from small side passages start flooding out to surround him, their eyes burning red with bloodlust. He decisively pulls out his set of throwing knives and repeatedly launches lethal strikes that pierce through the goblins. With overwhelming speed and power, he easily crushes all resistance, turning the goblins' ambush into a spectacular one-sided training session. To Kang Seon Ho, these goblins are now just a minor nuisance. He glides forward, thinking, cleaning these guys up will be a breeze. Deep in the darkness of the lair, he spots a large figure sitting motionless between two flaming torches. There it is. Seon Ho stops and squints, observing with suspicion. What is this? In front of him sits a giant hobgoblin, clutching a massive, spiked club menacingly. He coldly asks, Are you in here all by yourself? The monster doesn't answer, but instead roars and charges with savage power. But Kang Seon Ho remains calm, swinging his longsword to send the monster to its grave. The hobgoblin collapses with a violent thud. The system sends notification after notification. He receives 32 points. The goblin nest has been officially cleared, and a random reward will be granted soon. A blue light erupts over the monster's corpse, making Seon Ho excited. Oh, something dropped. It's a quiver radiating powerful energy, a special weapon with ultimate penetration. Kang Seon Ho holds his new gift, smiling with satisfaction. Not bad at all. He starts walking out of the nest, mentally calculating that he needs to check on Hangjun's group soon to see if they're safe. However, tailing those mountain climbing guys is still his top priority. Just as he approaches the exit, Kang Seon Ho suddenly stops, alert. A confident smile appears on Kang Seon Ho's face when he sees dark shadows lurking just outside the glowing red gate. He thinks to himself, looks like he doesn't even need to go looking for them. The plan that pops into Kang Seon Ho's head is nothing major. Based on the aggressive behavior of the 3 mountain climbers so far, he predicts that instead of focusing on defense, they will choose to hunt goblins to improve their skills and power. And as predicted, the veteran's intuition was spot on. The red-clad group is right at the entrance of the nest, not missing a beat. The leader smugly boasts to his underlings. See that? That's the result of 200 hours of grinding and survival life, kids. The minions heap him with praise. They call him the best. But just 30 minutes later, the whole group trudges out of the nest with angry curses. What the hell is this? This is total trash. The leader turns to question Yu Hyun with a murderous look. He demands, didn't Yu Hyun say this area was full of cowards and not a single expert? As Yu Hyun sheepishly confirmed that was indeed what he had been thinking, the red-clad man roared. Then why does someone already know about the Goblin Lair event and cleared the place out before we even got here? Yu Hyun could only suggest that perhaps someone from another sector had arrived first. Yu Hyun hinted that it might be someone from the Gold F base near the villa, but was immediately scolded by the leader as a fool. The leader scoffed, calling it a pathetic excuse, saying that goblin lairs appear in many different locations and someone as experienced as Yu Hyun should have known that. Facing the leader's humiliation, Yu Hyun could only bow his head in apology. The red-clad man clicked his tongue in contempt, believing he had recruited a second-rate amateur. Regardless, his goal remained unchanged: search for other lairs, loot items, and kill goblins to claim their ultimate skills. Suddenly, he snatched a passing rat and crushed it in his hand. His eyes burned with malice as he declared their next target was Oh-jun's group. Hearing the plan to attack his former teammates, both Yu Hyun and Bora gasped in shock. What? The leader calmly explained that because Oh-jun's group had a surplus of supplies, they were going to go and steal them. Yu Hyun tried to object on moral grounds, but was immediately suppressed by the red-clad man's blood-stained hand on his shoulder. He sarcastically called Yu Hyun naive and asserted that Oh-jun's group would never welcome them back with open arms. The red-clad man specifically emphasized Seon Ho, the one with those terrifyingly cold eyes. He believed that if Kang Seon Ho was not eliminated soon, he would surely become a major threat to them later. When Bora worried about becoming a murderer if she killed someone, the leader coldly stated, the first life doesn't count. Anyway, Bora curiously asked how the red-clad leader could gather so much information. Yu Hyun hurried to explain that the leader himself had carefully checked everything and was even rewarded handsomely for it. The leader sharply cut off the conversation. Enough? Let's go. He urged the group to act quickly to make up for lost time before resting. From within the shadows, Kang Seon Ho quietly observed their every move through the spatial portal and silently judged. Maybe it's not the time for me to say this, but they are more dangerous than I thought. I had better stop them before they get too arrogant. He stepped through the brilliant blue portal, telling himself he would intervene indirectly to avoid revealing himself. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ruined streets, a man in a blue shirt was running for his life in desperation. Don't come any closer. Right behind him, a goblin lair with a glowing red rift suddenly opened, and the green monsters poured out like a waterfall, accompanied by bloodthirsty growls. A goblin raised a blowpipe and fired a poison dart, hitting the man squarely in the arm. His body turned purple as the poison took effect rapidly, and the goblins immediately swarmed to tear their victim apart, his screams echoing through the air. Witnessing the horrific scene from afar, the red-clad man pondered, wondering just how many goblins there were to rip someone to shreds that quickly. Sensing the situation was unfavorable, he firmly ordered the group to prepare to attack, but Yu Hyun hastily stopped him. The leader growled, asking why Yu Hyun had come to that conclusion. Yu Hyun nervously explained that charging in carelessly would lead to unpredictable consequences. Immediately, the leader flew into a rage, activating his green energy chains, which bound Yu Hyun tightly as he hissed threateningly. You damn fool. He sarcastically reminded Yu Hyun of how he used to hate the passivity of Oh Joon's group, yet now he was being cowardly himself. Yu Hyun struggled to explain that being too reckless was just as bad as being passive. Bora stood by, looking equally disdainful. She sarcastically said it was no wonder Oh Joon had kicked him out of the team. Yu Hyun turned red with anger, shouting that he had left voluntarily, not been kicked out, causing cracks to form within the group right in the middle of the battlefield. "Stop arguing and look over there." The red-clad leader cut off their argument and pointed toward a massive, dark silhouette standing ominously among the rubble. He couldn't help but wonder why a hobgoblin would be standing alone in such a strange spot instead of being inside a lair. He decided to change the plan. "We'll take it down before heading into the lair." Seeing Yu Hyun hesitate, he narrowed his eyes and asked if he intended to object again. Yu Hyun clicked his tongue and nodded in agreement, thinking to himself that killing such an exposed target was better than charging into a lair and dying like a fool. The group cautiously approached, but Bora started to feel that something was wrong. She leaned toward Hyung Hun and whispered suspiciously, "Hyung Hun, are we really going to keep following them? Look at the leader. He's just glowing and pacing around here. No matter how I look at it, this feels staged and very strange." Yu Hyun nodded slightly, agreeing with his girlfriend's assessment. However, he still harbored a dark ambition. He told Bora that if the monster was only wounded, they had to take the final blow at all costs to claim the precious skill for themselves. Yu Hyun clenched his fists, a powerful golden energy surging around his arms. He told himself that if he didn't do this, he saw no chance of surviving long in this freakish group. Yu Hyun turned to reassure Bora. "Don't worry too much. Bora, I promise I will." Before he could finish his promise, he gasped in shock to see the leader had already closed in on the monster. He roared in frustration. "What is this? Don't tell me they're trying to sneak off and eat our share without us again. The bastards." Yu Hyun lunged forward frantically, unable to accept being sidelined once more. "This has really gone too far." Yu Hyun shouted at the leader as he saw him crouching next to the carcass. He threatened that if they continued to treat him and Bora like outsiders, they would leave the group immediately. But the leader only replied calmly, "Hey, calm down and look for yourself." Yu Hyun froze as he realized the hobgoblin had actually been dead for a while. The leader bitterly explained that someone had put a glowing stone necklace on the corpse to lure them here. Yu Hyun gritted his teeth and cursed, regretting that he had been too cautious. If he had known, he would have used his power and killed it right from the start. Suddenly, Bora's shrill scream rang out. The leader snapped, asking what was wrong. Bora pointed tremblingly toward the carcass, stuttering in terror. Its arm is floating in midair." The red-clad leader cried out in panic. "What the?" From up high, Seon Ho, clad in his sealed protective suit, coldly countered with a mocking question. "What do you think it is?" He stated flatly, "It's fireworks." Then he casually dropped the glowing orb right into the middle of their formation. A blinding explosion erupted, leaving the group just enough time to scream in shock. "Are you messing with me?" The leader frantically demanded to know the identity of the attacker, but Seon Ho just scoffed at the trash, not bothering to waste his name on them. Before leaving, he didn't forget to deliver a bitter parting message. "Try to survive, you unburnable garbage." Immediately, a swarm of goblins appeared densely along the high wall, spears in hand, surrounding the group who were blinded and panicking. The man in red only had time to spit out a resentful curse before ordering the monsters to charge. The chaotic battle ended in a deathly silence. Kang Seon Ho stood before the glowing blue portal, looking down at the pile of zombie and goblin corpses scattered about to assess the situation. All three men in climbing gear, including the aggressive leader, had perished on the spot. As for Leung Hun and Kim Bora, they had already fled for their lives well before that, a move that Kang Seon Ho found quite impressive. He told himself that perhaps because those two still had a shred of conscience left, he would temporarily let them off the hook this time. In another ruined area, the battle against the goblins was becoming extremely fierce. One by one, goblins fell under the overwhelming strength of the older man, showing that the Gym Defense Group was still fighting extremely tenaciously to survive in this volatile apocalyptic era. Hyung-jun gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, the situation is really bad." He swung his spear, wiping out those blocking his path, but the monsters kept swarming in endlessly. Meanwhile, with her excellent combat instincts, Mi-kyung was fighting her way through, moving like a ghost among the monsters. From above, Yu Hyun was drawing his bow and shouting to provide intel. "It's bad. Goblins are swarming from the front and zombies are closing in from the west." Surrounded and suffocating, Jo Soo-yeon shouted in panic. "Is everyone okay?" Thanks to her timely medical support, the group was able to hold on against the horrifying pressure of the enemy. However, Hyung-jun looked back at the chaotic debris with a tense expression. He realized that even with their stamina recovered, the number of enemies was simply too high. They were so numerous that he felt completely overwhelmed. The cunning goblins began using cruel sneak attacks. A monster with glowing red eyes hidden in the shadows blew a needle directly toward Hyungjun. But he managed to tilt his head and dodge it in time. It didn't stop there. Blows from wooden clubs rained down, leaving him dizzy and in pain. Hyungjun clutched his injured arm, his breathing becoming ragged as his stamina drained. Standing before the goblins looming closer to finish him off, Hyungjun bitterly wondered, is this really how it ends? At that moment of absolute despair, a blade strike wiped out a swarm of goblins in a single instant with powerful sword arcs. Don't say things like that, brother. A confident and warm voice echoed. Kang Seon Ho appeared like a savior. He declared clearly, no one is going to die tonight, because I'm here now. Hyungjun looked at the bloodstains on Kang Seon Ho and asked worriedly if he was hurt. Kang Seon Ho nonchalantly explained that they were actually wounds he inflicted on himself to activate a special skill, which significantly boosts basic stats once health drops. Kang Seon Ho added that once any stat crosses the 20 mark, the power explodes, and if it reaches over 30, a person truly becomes a superhuman. He laughed, saying he learned this trick from a senior's video, and it really worked. Though he didn't understand all the technical jargon, Hyungjun still sighed in relief seeing that Kang Seon Ho's body was still stable. Kang Seon Ho took out a solar apple juice and claimed he was feeling as fit as a fiddle thanks to its effects. He told Hyungjun to retreat to the rear and focus on defensive support with Mi Kyung until midnight, while he would handle the front area alone. From that moment on, the massacre became completely one-sided. Whether it was the zombies, full and bloated from absorbing nutrients, or the countless weaker goblins, none were a match for Kang Seon Ho now. With his overwhelming power, at that moment, no creature could stop his crusade. The battle continued until the clock struck midnight, a sound echoing to signal the end of this tedious skirmish. He narrowed his eyes, staring deep into the darkness ahead, and gave a cold, faint smile as he sensed a familiar aura. Finally, he decided to show up. A hulking, skeletal black shadow emerged from the rubble. It was the creeper. Seon Ho squinted to observe the high-level monster. He silently noted, good, so far everything is still on track. But the silence of the plan was suddenly broken by an unexpected incident. A man in camouflage gear was running for his life, being chased closely by a creeper with a disgusting long tongue. He screamed and cried in despair. Please, save me. I beg you, spare me just this once. Witnessing that scene, Kang Seon Ho clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn it, why right now? Time was running out as the system menu flickered with warnings. The duration of the survival instinct buff was coming to an end. Seon Ho reminded himself to stay calm to make the wisest decision. A cold thought flashed through his mind. He didn't strictly have to save this guy, but the instincts of a teammate won out. Seon Ho firmly called out to Mi Kyung. Immediately, she responded, yes. Mi Kyung quickly grabbed the man right from under the monster's nose and didn't forget to leave a sarcastic greeting. Sorry, we're heading out first, leaving the creeper snapping at empty air in frustration. Hyungjun also coordinated quickly. He carried heavy items to reinforce the barricade and urged, well done. Now hurry to the hiding spot so you don't get in the way. Seon Ho looked at the backs of his two teammates who were devoted to saving people, and he smiled thoughtfully. He realized that as expected, they were exactly the kind of people this apocalypse truly needed. That also meant they were the very people he was forced to protect at any cost. Seon Ho told himself that people with crazy, reckless heads like his always needed kind-hearted people like them by their side to keep their humanity. Breaking free from his thoughts, he poured his strength into a devastating sword strike, slicing off the heads of the goblins waiting to attack. Seon Ho firmly took a step back and raised his hand to order the portal to open. A portal. A brilliant green glow erupted amidst the chaotic ruins. Just then, the surge of power faded, returning him to his normal state. He gazed coldly at the bewildered creeper and scoffed. All right, creeper, you've completely lost your target now. The skeletal monster let out a roar. Its burning red eyes filled with fury as it helplessly watched its prey vanish right before its eyes. A deafening explosion followed, with smoke and fire tearing through the silent night. Immediately after, Jo Soo-yeon hurried to use her healing powers to treat Kang Seon Ho's injuries. He softly apologized, worrying that the side effects of his skills might have affected her. Jo Soo-yeon brushed it off, focusing her radiant green spiritual energy to heal his arm. Once she finished, she patted him encouragingly, telling him that as long as she was here, he could fight with everything he had without worrying about a thing. Kang Seon Ho smiled and thanked the doctor sincerely. Turning to the man they had just rescued, Kang Seon Ho decided the group needed to have a serious conversation. The man in the camouflage military uniform scrambled up like a shrimp and introduced himself as Captain Kim Hyun-woo. He thanked the group profusely for saving his life at the last second. Hyung-jun looked at the soldier's youthful face and questioned his rank as a captain. Hyun-woo awkwardly explained that he had just received his promotion right when the disaster struck. When Kang Seon Ho asked about his former unit, Hyun-woo revealed he belonged to an infantry battalion of the 20th Division, but his actual mission was to guard the Kori nuclear power plant. Hyun-woo confirmed his primary duty was to protect the staff until D-Day and oversee the plant after the disaster. However, Jo Soo-yeon immediately noticed something suspicious and questioned why he was here, 40 kilometers away from his post. She couldn't understand how a soldier could abandon such a critical position to walk such a long distance in the middle of all this chaos. Hyun-woo pondered, admitting that was a sharp question, and began to reveal the true reason behind his actions. Hyun-woo looked everyone straight in the eye and revealed a terrifying truth. He had seen black plumes of smoke rising from the plant. Jo Soo-yeon gasped in horror. She feared a nuclear meltdown was underway. Hyun-woo admitted that as just a soldier, he didn't know the technical details. But he remembered the warning from a plant employee clearly. If you see smoke rising, evacuate immediately. Hyung-jun was still confused. He asked what on earth a core meltdown even was to make everyone so panicked. Jo Soo-yeon gave a clear, concise explanation. It happens when the reactor's core cooling system fails, causing radiation to spew out. She crushed a clump of dirt in her hand as a testament to the silent but devastating destruction of a nuclear disaster. A new wave of dread washed over the group as they realized their enemy wasn't just monsters or zombies, but an invisible threat endangering all of humanity. Summarizing the situation, Kang Seon Ho looked him in the eye and asked, "So, you traveled all this way just to let us know that radiation is leaking, is that right?" Captain Hyun-woo bowed his head in confirmation. He bitterly added that not everyone had treated him as kindly as Kang Seon Ho's group, and he felt truly lucky he hadn't been killed along the way. Kang Seon Ho nodded thoughtfully, admitting that was understandable. In these chaotic times, a stranger suddenly appearing to claim the power plant had gone kaput wasn't something anyone would believe right away. However, Kang Seon Ho turned stern as he pointed out a brutal fact. Above all, his arrival was a massive inconvenience. He recalled the terrifying scene when Hyun-woo was chased by the creeper and the zombie horde, screaming desperately for his life. Kang Seon Ho coldly scolded him, stating that because of the monsters he dragged along, not only was the group's plan nearly ruined, but his very presence had almost triggered a horrific undead parade. To prevent that disaster, Yoo Hyun and Mi Kyung had been forced to risk their lives to rescue him. Kang Seon Ho radiated a pressure-filled dark purple aura. He demanded firmly, "You're a captain, and this is the apocalypse. Do you think it's right to put civilians in danger with your reckless decisions?" Hyun-woo could only stammer in shock and deep shame. Facing Kang Seon Ho's sharp criticism, Captain Hyun-woo dropped to his knees. "I am truly sorry. Everything you said is entirely my fault." He took full responsibility, but Seon Ho remained unmoved. His eyes suddenly flickered with a haunting, cold red light. He stepped closer and declared, "No, I like to be absolutely sure about things." Kang Seon Ho suddenly pulled out a sharp knife, holding it in front of Hyun-woo and raising the tension. "Can you prove your words?" Hyun-woo gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his tense face as he faced this life-or-death challenge. "I can." Hyun-woo shouted with ironclad resolve, and without a second of hesitation, he grabbed the knife from Seon Ho's hand. Hyun-woo roared with determination. "If losing a hand is all it takes to escape this place and make up for my mistakes, I'm ready to do it." He swung the blade, intending to sever his own wrist. But just as the edge touched his skin, Seon Ho moved like a flash, grabbing his wrist to stop the suicide attempt. Seeing the soldier's shocked expression, Kang Seon Ho smiled slightly and said gently, "I've seen enough of your resolve." Hyun-woo stared blankly at his savior, unable to believe he had just passed such a brutal character test. Finding someone willing to sacrifice themselves for others was a rare thing in this apocalypse. Kang Seon Ho gently helped Captain Hyun-woo up and told him to calm down. Having witnessed the heart-stopping test, Jo Soo-yeon and Hyung-jun were both horrified and furious. Jo Soo-yeon snapped, "Are you crazy? I really thought you were going to cut his hand off." Hyung-jun chimed in, panicked. "That's right. What if your healing spells didn't work on a severed limb?" Before his teammates' criticism, Seon Ho could only scratch his head and laugh it off. He explained that from his perspective, he had to be certain of the newcomer's character. Accepting the truth that the Kori nuclear plant had exploded meant the group would have to move very far away to avoid radiation poisoning. The cost was immense. They would be forced to abandon most of the supplies they had worked so hard to stockpile. This would also completely disrupt the plan for Seon Ho to join the group. Hyung-jun thought deeply, admitting that when everything was laid out so suddenly, it was a lot to take in. It's hard to just blindly accept things right away. Jo Soo-yeon cut through everyone's thoughts and asked Kang Seon Ho directly about their next move. Without hesitation, Seon Ho laid out his strategy. First, I want to power up me to be a super soldier. He explained that while they didn't know what her new hidden talent was yet, it would definitely be a huge help for the team's mobility. Seon Ho turned to ask Mi Kyung for her opinion and got her full agreement through her message-carrying paper dolls. He clearly ordered the remaining members to start working on their other tasks right away. Hyun-ju made a suggestion. How about we head toward the June division? We need to move southwest while hunting, and that's the most suitable place. Captain Kim Hyun-woo immediately agreed and revealed an important piece of intel. He had sent some teammates ahead to the June division area, so it's possible they had already secured a Tier 1 warehouse there. He believed that if everything went well, that place would be a huge help to the group. Kang Seon Ho pondered the plan. Even though he noticed the crowd at the golf course was blocking their path, he still deemed it a solid option. Finally, the decision was made. All right, it's settled then. We'll use the villa in Gansonggu as a temporary base, then head straight for the Jine division. And for the next objective after that, I think the seaside farm would be an ideal stop. Any objections? Seon Ho asked definitively one last time to confirm the team's consensus. He received nods and verbal affirmations of agreement from Hyung Jun, Mi Kyung, and Captain Kim Hyun-woo. He wore a determined smile. Good. Then let's set out immediately. The group firmly headed out, beginning a perilous evacuation journey in search of a safer promised land. Meanwhile, in a far-off place, a bizarre scene was unfolding among the ruins of Hwang Sok-hoon's city. A burly, scantily clad guy was casually carrying a freshly severed zombie head. He looked around blankly and muttered helplessly, what kind of dump did I end up in? Looking at the piles of goblin and zombie corpses at his feet, Hwang Sok-hoon thought to himself, based on the number of enemies he just smashed, this definitely wasn't the north like he had assumed. Suddenly, a loud growl from his stomach cut through Hwang Sok-hoon's thoughts. He clutched his stomach and groaned. Man, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat around here? Looking at the pile of stinking trash nearby, he even had the crazy idea of digging through the garbage for food, reasoning that food is food, whether it's in the trash or in your stomach anyway. In his gnawing hunger, Boo sighed softly. I miss kimbap so much. He bitterly realized that since the second-hand market got so crowded, he hadn't received any food from the heavens from his old friend anymore. While busy complaining, Boo suddenly narrowed his eyes in caution. He coldly spoke up. Anyway, you the rat peeking over there. Why don't you come out now? Hwang Sok-hoon delivered a powerful kick, turning the zombie head into a ball that flew straight into the darkness of the tunnel ahead. A hollow sound echoed as the head was blocked. From the darkness, a well-dressed man stepped out with a calm demeanor. He casually used psychic energy to emit a green aura, holding the head hovering in his hand, and apologized. Well, I didn't intend to appear like that. If it made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. Hwang Sok-hoon. The man introduced himself as Libelmok, an agent serving under President Jang Moon-taek. He casually tossed the zombie head aside and clearly declared, I am here to invite you. Hwang Sok-hoon curled his lip in a smirk, thinking that inviting him to join would be an incredibly difficult challenge. Libelmok reassured him that he had no intention of using force, then suddenly asked a cryptic question. Do you happen to remember the survivor? Upon hearing that, Boo looked surprised. Oh, so that guy joined forces with the government? Libelmok corrected him, saying that instead of calling it a team, it should be seen as a mutually beneficial relationship. Libelmok continued to offer enticing invitations. He revealed that the government currently owned a large-scale bunker with a capacity of 30 to 100 people. He proudly boasted that they had recruited many heavy hitters, including the #1 survivor, with the goal of building a solid stronghold capable of withstanding sweeps by zombies and attacks from the most brutal monsters. Libelmok looked at Hwang Sok-hoon expectantly and asked if he wanted to join the government's bunker to build a future together. However, Boo just casually picked his nose and coldly replied, I'll pass. Rejected flatly, Libelmok panicked and begged Hwang Sok-hoon to reconsider. He emphasized the huge stockpile of supplies they had painstakingly saved. Seeing the warrior still indifferent, the agent played his final trump card, revealing that there was a woman extremely interested in him. Boo's expression changed instantly. He snapped, Hey, stop joking, old man. He felt insulted being viewed as a pervert obsessed with women just because of his habit of saying crude things. Hwang Sok-hoon insisted it was just a speech quirk of his and firmly told Libelmok to get lost so he could go find his friend in the south. But just as Hwang Sok-hoon turned his back to walk away, Libelmok delivered a lethal blow targeting his weakness. He casually reminded him, Hey Hwang Sok-hoon, if you keep going that way, you're going to end up in Ulsan. Boo was stunned. He realized he was hopelessly lost again, right in the middle of a crisis. Seizing the opportunity, Libelmuck made an offer he couldn't refuse. In that case, how about this? If you agree to visit the bunker, we will send a guide to take you there afterward. Hwang Sok-hoon turned back joyfully and asked, "Really?" Libelmuck confirmed he wasn't lying, because he had received orders to bring Hwang Sok-hoon back no matter what, regardless of what offer he had to make. Faced with his sincerity and the promise of a guide, Hwang Sok-hoon rubbed his chin and smirked. "Well, since you put it that way, I'll stop by to see your faces at least once to find out." Meanwhile, the city of ruins remained silent under the cold moonlight on the horizon. What is society? To Hwang Sok-hoon in the past, it was a word used to describe a group of people in the same boat, gathered together. But to him, that question was like an unsolvable riddle. Amidst the crowd with dark, emotionless faces, Sok-hoon of the past always felt lost and lonely. But everything changed completely. Once he became Hwang Sok-hoon, dressing up in his bizarre outfit with rabbit ears, he excitedly realized, heh, the game is definitely better than real life. Even though Hwang Sok-hoon often blurted out nonsense, strangely enough, there were still people who loved and accepted his eccentric personality. They laughed at him, calling him a loser for recycling his old jokes. But those were laughs of genuine familiarity. For the first time in his life, Hwang Sok-hoon had found people he could truly call friends. He still remembered vividly how his friends would scold him for being late. "Hey, why are you always late? If you make us wait again, you're dead." At times like that, Hwang Sok-hoon would just grin smugly. "Heh, a guy as handsome as me has to make a grand entrance, right?" Hwang Sok-hoon suddenly realized something. Even among friends, there are always some you feel a deeper connection with. Staring into space as if reminiscing, he confessed bluntly, "Hey old man, to be honest, I was never that close with the #1 survivor." Hwang Sok-hoon admitted that he and that person never really clicked and rarely hung out together. Libelmuck walked calmly ahead and replied softly, "That's usually how it goes, isn't it?" Libelmuck explained that the very concept of friendship is a type of social group, so it's perfectly natural for different dynamics or internal conflicts to arise. He mused that things might look very different if they had met in person instead of through a virtual screen. Hwang Sok-hoon nodded slightly. Maybe so. But then, Libelmuck made a sudden confession. He admitted that formally inviting Hwang Sok-hoon to the bunker earlier was actually just following orders from above. With a deep, contemplative gaze, the government agent shared his personal opinion. "Honestly, I think the government bunker should be more selective about who they let in." Libelmuck openly admitted he didn't agree with the two people who were so desperate to get into the bunker. Hwang Sok-hoon burst into a hearty laugh. He scratched his head, praising such high-class honesty, and admitted that he loved straightforward people like that. Libelmuck smiled and replied that he felt the same way. Finally, both of them stopped in front of a ruined, desolate building. Hwang Sok-hoon asked, confused, this is the bunker?" Libelmuck chuckled and replied, "Of course not. This is just the meeting point with my team." He spoke up decisively, "You can come out and greet our guest now." Immediately, a burst of purple light erupted, and a girl appeared unexpectedly. She bowed politely and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lee Yoon-jong, a specialist in space leaping." She didn't hesitate to reveal that she had mastered this skill and had unlocked more unique techniques like carrying others or flying over great distances. Yoon said her main job was to transport members safely to the bunker. Hwang Sok-hoon snapped his fingers. He realized that except for a small core group outside, almost everyone else was being kept safe inside the bunker. However, Hwang Sok-hoon suddenly stepped close, making Yoon jump in confusion. He asked curiously why she had to explain the details of her skills so thoroughly. Yoon-jong blushed and stammered, explaining that because her ability required physical contact to travel together, she was afraid Hwang Sok-hoon might think she had ulterior motives. Hwang Sok-hoon laughed and waved it off, saying she was overthinking it, and told her to just grab his hand. He confidently held out his muscular arm. "Even if I wanted to do something to you, with this body of mine, I couldn't anyway." The muscular rabbit warrior's hearty laugh helped ease some of Yoon-jong's tension. In the blink of an eye, a purple light enveloped both of them and transported them into a luxurious meeting room. President Jang Moon-tak was waiting. He smiled in greeting. "Welcome to the government bunker, Hwang Sok-hoon. I am Jang Moon-tak." Then he introduced a silver-haired young man sitting at the table. "And this here is the #1 survivor, Bai Yang-in. His specialization relates to bunker management." Bai Yang-in waved, "Hi," quite naturally. He looked at Hwang Sok-hoon with interest and declared, "How interesting. Aside from the long hair and the bushy beard, you look exactly like you do in the game. I recognize you immediately." The kid even winked and made a finger-heart gesture playfully at the veteran senior who had just arrived. Hwang Sok-hoon felt the atmosphere was incredibly uncomfortable. He coldly reminded Bai Yang in that they weren't close enough for him to be acting so chummy. Yet, the number one survivor kept a fake smile on his face, insisting that the four of them once had such fun memories together. Hwang So-kun sneered sarcastically. He would only acknowledge that fun is real if all four original members were present. Yang In didn't care much about that attitude. He arrogantly thought that didn't matter as much as the fact that they were all veteran players who had weathered so many storms together. Looking at the silver-haired guy's beaming, fake expression, Hwang So-kun only felt nauseous at the excessive phoniness. Not bothering to hold back, Hwang So-kun made a gagging gesture and curse, saying the number one survivor's act was disgusting and made him want to puke. Instantly, the atmosphere in the meeting room plummeted into tension. Yang In bowed his head in silence, his eyes turning dark and sharp, emitting a threatening, dark purple pressure. He gritted his teeth, saying that Hwang So-kun was crossing the line by insulting him right to his face like that. But Hwang So-kun wasn't afraid at all. The burly, scantily clad man smirked and cracked his knuckles. He challenged the other guy to throw a punch if he didn't like what he saw. Yang In stood up abruptly. Realizing the situation was about to spiral out of control, President Jang Moon-taek had to intervene to calm the deadlock. He politely invited Hwang So-kun to sit down to begin the formal conversation. Being a man who knew how to respect his elders, Hwang So-kun nonchalantly sat at the table and officially introduced his real identity. "My name is Hwang So-kun. Ability: Infinite Resurrection." To mock everyone's seriousness, he even joked that he was just a nimble 17-year-old boy. Hwang So-kun's joke left the whole room in awkward silence. The agent standing nearby could only gasp in surprise. Hwang So-kun clicked his tongue, criticizing those present for being too rigid and having no sense of humor. Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the table, demanding they stop playing games and get straight to the point. He wanted to know the real reason behind the government going to such lengths to recruit him. Was it as simple as they claimed? President Jang Moon-taek mused and confirmed that was indeed the only goal. He hoped that by speaking directly and explaining the mission to preserve the nation's legacy, he could persuade a notorious veteran player like Hwang So-kun to stand with the government. President Jang Moon-taek looked at Hwang So-kun pensively and sighed. "But now, having met you in person, Hwang So-kun, I feel this isn't the right time." He decided to set aside the pride of a leader and let him leave, at least for now. Hwang So-kun was quite impressed and gave a thumbs up in approval. "Wow, I guess not just anyone can be president. That was a very wise decision." Even though he was a bit disappointed that he couldn't get any favors from such a big shot, Mr. Jang Moon-taek kept his word. He ordered Lee Yunjong, "Can you accompany him? Can you part ways with him wherever Hwang So-kun wants?" The female agent gave a crisp salute and affirmed that she would give her all for the survival of the country. Before Hwang So-kun left, President Jang Moon-taek didn't forget to give him one final, important piece of advice. "Oh, one more thing. A notice will soon be posted in the auction house under the government's name. If you intend to head south, I strongly recommend you check it out." Meanwhile, at his base, Seon Ho was intently watching that emergency announcement on a virtual screen. The content warned that the Gori nuclear power plant had begun a steam explosion sequence due to a core meltdown. The government urgently requested all survivors from Ulsan to Busan to evacuate immediately. Kang Seon Ho fell into deep thought. Although he couldn't fully trust anonymous comments, he thought to himself how lucky it was that the group had listened to Captain Kim Hyun-woo's warning. Thanks to that, Heng Jun's group had finished all their preparations overnight and quickly moved to the safe villa area. While his friends were temporarily settling down by scavenging for remaining supplies, Seon Ho couldn't stop pondering the variables of this reality. He realized that real life had too many things beyond his control, and a devastating event like a nuclear power plant explosion had never appeared in the survival life game. Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through Kang Seon Ho's mind, making him freeze. Wait, if South Korea has encountered this disaster, it's very likely other countries are facing similar nuclear explosions. Seon Ho recalled that after the Russian ship incident, the UK had immediately begun the core cooling process for their reactors. But for countries that didn't suffer direct damage from the start, perhaps they had been complacent and had absolutely no response measures in place. He warily rubbed his head, telling himself these unanswerable questions would only give him a headache. Kang Seon Ho decisively cast aside all his stray thoughts to focus on his two most urgent goals right now. One is to get Heng Jun's group to a safe, permanent settlement before the monsters arrive, and two is to prepare his mental state for what's coming next. Kang Seon Ho confirmed to himself that those would be his top two priorities. Kang Seon Ho's gaze hardened with determination. He understood that everything was just the beginning, and the next step he needed to take was as soon as he stepped into the studio apartment complex. Kang Seon Ho didn't waste a single second. Instead of looking for a hiding spot, he began herding the zombies into one place to execute a carefully calculated plan. Kang Seon Ho told himself there were many reasons why he had to act aggressively as soon as he arrived. The first reason was to test the strength of the evolved zombies. He wanted to personally confirm how their speed and durability had changed after the recent events. Kang Seon Ho nimbly dodged a swipe from a zombie with glowing red eyes. The second reason was that he wanted to test how much power he would need to truly take them down without using any high-end gear. The curiosity of a veteran pushed him to verify his own raw power limits. Kang Seon Ho poured his strength into every strike, crushing the skulls of the zombies shrieking wildly around him. But more importantly, there was a third reason, a decisive tactical move. It was that if Kang Seon Ho could clear out all the zombies in this area, then when the clock struck midnight, he would prevent them from rising again. Then, this battlefield would only be left with the goblins, creatures that were inherently much easier to deal with than the bloodthirsty and persistent zombies. With his greatsword glowing with blue spiritual energy, Kang Seon Ho moved like a cyclone, decisively delivering the killing blows to the last enemies in his way to take complete control of the area. Clearing out the zombies now was to make the survival process easier. Kang Seon Ho focused intensely. He told himself that as long as this area was cleaned up, Hyungjun's group would almost never have to face real danger again. After a while of battling, Kang Seon Ho breathed a sigh of relief as he finished the first fight. The initial phase was completed smoothly. Next, Seon Ho planned to gauge the attitude of the survivors in the apartment complex and scout them out. But in reality, he didn't have much time to hesitate. Suddenly, a paper airplane flew toward him in the sunset sky. Kang Seon Ho looked at it in surprise and wondered, "Don't tell me you've already completed the level 10 promotion task." Realizing Yoo Hyun's lightning-fast progress, he broke into a bright smile. "Wow, really? In that case, Yoo Hyun, for now, take everyone to the location I told you." At the storage warehouse, Yoo Hyun couldn't hide his excitement at the huge pile of supplies and water. "Wow, we really hit the jackpot. With all this stuff, the four of us can survive for a whole month. You're the best, Hyungjun." Hyungjun just smiled modestly, saying he just got lucky. Kang Seon Ho walked over and asked, "But why four? Isn't it 5 people?" Yoo Hyun explained that Captain Kim Hyun-woo had rushed ahead to Jinhee to check the situation. He said that if the first-class warehouse wasn't intact, it would be embarrassing to bring the whole group there. Seon Ho nodded in understanding and then asked about the whereabouts of the other two. Hyungjun, while eating chocolate, explained that Jo Soo-yeon said she had some things she needed to get at the villa, so he let Mi-kyung go with her because he didn't feel comfortable letting her go alone. Yoo Hyun suddenly remembered and asked, "By the way, Seon Ho, Jo Soo-yeon warned us to avoid Villa C if possible. Do you know anything about that?" Seon Ho crossed his arms and thoughtfully replied, "I know more than enough. I went to see Jo Soo-yeon and ended up having to face a murderer." He briefly explained that the leader of the Gold Villa group in Area C possessed a brainwashing trick. That was the reason why the group decided to stay at Villa B instead of Villa C to ensure safety. He turned to ask Yoo Hyun about the results of the promotion homework he had assigned. The kid scratched his head shyly and revealed that he had received 2 new traits, but because they seemed a bit trashy, he felt quite embarrassed to show them off. The first trait was called Exploding Doll. To illustrate, Yoo Hyun grabbed a small paper doll, threw it, and yelled, "Kaboom!" Immediately, a small explosion erupted, accompanied by a burst of fiery red flames. He confessed that its power was actually very weak, nothing compared to real combat skills. Kang Seon Ho was speechless at the name of the move. He secretly thought that having to shout "K-boom" every time he attacked looked really stupid and tacky. Yoo Hyun quickly corrected himself, saying that luckily he only needed to cast that command in his head for the doll to explode. Otherwise, it would truly be an image disaster. Next, he introduced the second trick called the Smiling Communicator Doll. It's quite simple to operate. Just draw a smiley face on paper or a stone, stick it on, and the effect will be triggered. Yoo Hyun handed Kang Seon Ho a smiley stone and explained its function. At first, only he, the creator of the dolls, could send and receive secret signals. The second important feature of this type of doll is that it allows people holding them to communicate with each other via telepathy. However, Yoo Hyun also noted that unlike the previous dolls, this type cannot share vision or cause explosions. The boy still felt quite insecure, thinking these skills were too lackluster and wouldn't be very helpful for the team. But Seon Ho had a completely different view. He suddenly lunged at Yoo Hyun like a tiger pouncing on prey, his eyes glowing with excitement, asserting that these were extremely essential and invaluable skills for the team, whether in the short or long term. Seon Ho began to outline his strategy. If they attached the explosive dolls to arrows and fired them, the firepower of the attack would be significantly enhanced. Even against low-level monsters, the explosion would cause debuffs, leaving them in a stunned state. As for the smiling communicator dolls, the whole group could coordinate movement and combat extremely smoothly, sharing information constantly without fear of being detected by the enemy. Listening to Kang Seon Ho's analysis, Yoo Hyun felt empowered. He clenched his fist with determination. Yes, leave it to me. Meanwhile, at a ruined street corner in Jeonggu, Daegu, a horrifying scene was unfolding that made the survivors tremble in fear. A woman in a brilliant red dress, Dak, was nonchalantly sitting on a palanquin carried by bloodthirsty zombies shuffling through the rubble. What the hell is that? Are they hurting zombies? How disgusting. Whispers of fear arose as they witnessed the expansion of a powerful and bizarre awakened individual. At a ruined street corner, survivors were whispering about the strange woman who had just passed by. A young man mocked her, saying she was no longer just a regular crazy girl, but a full-blown zombie fanatic. The people around him laughed gleefully, even joking about what they would call a child if a zombie and a human had one. Yet they didn't know that every word had reached Dak's ears. Sitting on the grand palanquin carried by 4 people, Dak looked quietly toward the glowing red horizon, her eyes showing deep contemplation. Suddenly, she coldly ordered her minions, "Boys, see that? Let's go." Immediately, a zombie lunged from the shadows, grabbing the young man who had just insulted her. The crowd screamed in panic, yelling and accusing Dak of being heartless for taking both their people and their meager supplies. Faced with these accusations, Dak just curled her lip in annoyance. She coldly warned them not to let anyone dare call her by those names while she was in a bad mood, unless they wanted to meet a tragic end. Dak opened the auction house panel, her eyes stopping at the status message she had left. Only Kang Seon Ho or Hwang Seok-hoon are allowed to chat here. Anyone who dares to impersonate them will die. She gritted her teeth in anger, seeing that her 2 old teammates were still unresponsive. Are these brats still not trying to contact me? Dak slammed her hand on the seat in a frenzy. She could accept that Boone was crazy and erratic, but being ignored by Kang Seon Ho was unforgivable. Decisively shaking off her anger, she ordered the zombie horde to turn southwest. With her extensive experience, she was certain that if it were Kang Seon Ho, he would definitely choose a route toward Gyeongju or Changwon. While Dak was busy calculating the route, a group of people from above had silently aimed their crossbows at her. Dak sat back on the palanquin, analyzing that this coastal road was much safer than going deep inland. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air straight at her, but it was blocked instantly by a guardian zombie. Dak's patience finally reached its limit. She sighed in frustration. Ha! Damn it. They say even a dog shouldn't be bothered when you're thinking. She stood up resolutely, her brilliant red dress fluttering in the wind as she declared that those people needed to be taught a lesson about discipline. Dak raised her hand and performed a sharp, powerful snap. Immediately, she introduced her mobile pets with the proud title, the Dead Boys. It was a group of 5 special zombies who looked like a real band, consisting of Blood, Sung, Joe, Lucky, Chan, and Jack. They growled with dark purple glowing eyes, ready to carry out every order of their mistress. Dak coldly gave the instruction to Joe. "Joe, go catch them for me." Receiving the order, the blonde-haired zombie immediately dashed off at terrifying speed, leaving the 2 men below only enough time to gasp in horror. What the hell is this? Before they could even gather their wits, both were grabbed by the collar by Dak's zombie. Joe dragged the poor guys down from the ruined wall without hesitation. The powerful landing right at the feet of the zombie queen made them collapse to the ground, trembling and not daring to raise their heads. Dak nonchalantly tapped her red heels, looking down at the 2 men gasping for air, and spoke coldly. "Hey, you old fools." Dak's eyes showed clear contempt as she questioned them. "Did you really have to act like that while I was in a bad mood?" Facing the Reaper, the 2 men could only clasp their hands and beg in desperation. "Please spare our lives, Zombie Queen." Hearing the new title, Dak raised an eyebrow and repeated it with amusement. "Queen, huh?" She smiled slightly, remarking that at least they knew how to flatter. Dak declared that she would let them live since she had no intention of becoming a murderer. The 2 men were overjoyed as if they had been brought back from the dead, repeatedly bowing to thank the Zombie Queen. But their smiles were immediately extinguished when Dak turned her back and left a cryptic remark. "But I can't just let it slide like that." While the 2 were still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, she coldly stated, "You dared to target me, so you have to pay the price, right? Isn't that fair?" Right behind her, the entire Dead Boys zombie group with glowing red eyes appeared in unison, looming over the 2 prey who screamed in terror. A few days later, at the hidden base deep in the forest, the life of Seon Ho and the White Wolf Dingo remained very busy. Looking at the glittering gear on the table, he couldn't help but be amazed at the talent of the tiny blacksmiths. A Midran hook and an Emas-level longsword with a market value of up to 3,000 points had been crafted exquisitely. Seon Ho praised them. "Wow, You guys are truly the best. You crafted exactly what I asked for. Kang Seon Ho gave a big thumbs up to encourage his swarm of bugs. On top of everything, they were even managing the garden and tending to the animals. Truly SSS-Rank bugs, he thought. After heaping praise on his partners, he got straight to the point and asked if they knew where to find the shadow grapes, the ones strappers thrived on. Kang Seon Ho explained that the Speed Zone event was coming up, and inside that space, it was so dark that you wouldn't be able to see a thing without this vision-enhancing item. He emphasized that shadow grapes were something the group would need to use constantly, even back in the real world. Once the red bug heard this, it fell into a deep thought before suddenly chirping with excitement. It immediately flew over to the wall map and pointed a tiny claw at a remote area deep in the forest. Kang Seon Ho was stunned. Huh, what is it? Do you know of a location that no one else has discovered yet? He stared at the marked spot and realized this had to be a massive treasure trove in the real world. Kang Seon Ho recalled that he had tried to scout this area with a drone before, but the thick clouds and dense canopy made it impossible to see anything clearly on his monitor. This location was tucked deep behind a treacherous ravine, and his original plan had only been to clear out the wolves to explore it. However, because he had so much on his plate from grueling training just to stay alive to supporting the teams of Hung, Jun and Dr. Jo Soo-yeon, he had never actually stepped foot in there. Kang Seon Ho realized that even the online community was completely in the dark about this place. It was clear that this wasn't a spot you could just bumble into without thorough preparation. Kang Seon Ho decided to set off and explore the mysterious forest. Instead of sitting around and regretting it, he decided to see for himself. As soon as he stepped deep inside, he felt a difference. It was ridiculous. The pressure here was nothing like what he saw through the drone. He leaned down and warned his little partner, "Don't do anything stupid. We're only here to find the shadow grapes, got it?" The two began a thorough investigation amidst the thick mist covering the forest, but luckily, there was still enough daylight for them to move around easily. Along the way, Kang Seon Ho came across strange plants he had never seen anywhere else. However, since no god appeared to give him a hint, he just clicked his tongue and let it go. Useless, he muttered. The deeper he went, the more he noticed something was off. There wasn't a single trace of predators or even timid herbivores. This eerie silence didn't last long, as dingoes barking echoed from afar. Following the vines, they finally found their target. The system confirmed shadow grapes enhances night vision. Kang Seon Ho was thrilled. Jackpot. With this much, we'll be set for months. He was about to ask the bugs to start harvesting when a strange noise suddenly rang out. Kang Seon Ho drew his sword, alert. What was that? Seeing Dingo growling, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Don't tell me it's those sword-toothed wolves again." Given the gluttonous nature of the monsters in this region, Kang Seon Ho silently reasoned they wouldn't dare venture this deep inland without any prey to hunt. He ducked behind a tree, sweat beads rolling down his cheek as he realized a terrifying truth. The reason he hadn't sensed any animals or weak creatures since entering this area was because this was the territory of a werewolf. A hulking six-pack werewolf with grayish-purple fur and glowing golden eyes emerged from the mist, radiating an overwhelming murderous pressure. Kang Seon Ho told himself to stay as calm as possible. His top priority now was to take off his watch so he could be ready to retreat to the real world whenever things spiraled out of control. He narrowed his eyes to observe his opponent, noticing that the beast seemed to have lost most of its reason under that thick layer of fur. Luckily, since it was acting purely on instinct and had lost the ability to speak, it still hadn't pinpointed his exact hiding spot. However, it wouldn't take long for it to find him and Dingo by their scent. Kang Seon Ho realized bitterly that in his current condition, he had absolutely no chance of winning if he chose a direct confrontation with a werewolf. Dingo whimpered nervously in his arms, sensing the extreme danger. So just like when he dealt with the previous guy, Kang Seon Ho made a firm decision. He had to stick to the plan he had laid out. Without a moment's hesitation, he hugged Dingo tight and suddenly lunged out of his hiding spot. To grab the beast's attention, he shouted a challenge. "Hey, you jerk!" Kang Seon Ho yelled, taunting it. "Come here." The werewolf let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes burning with madness as it saw its prey walk right into the open. It charged like a whirlwind, sharp claws ready to tear the insolent human apart. At the hair-raising moment of impact, Kang Seon Ho commanded the portal to open. A flash of blue light exploded right in front of the monster. The werewolf could only roar in frustration as its attack missed completely. Phew, that was too close. Kang Seon Ho let out a sigh of relief after narrowly escaping through the spatial rift. He told Dingo to stay put and rest, knowing the upcoming battle would be brutal. Watching the werewolf frantically claw at the empty space, he realized its hot-headed, berserk temper was the perfect weakness to bait it. Kang Seon Ho smirked, mocking it. "What's wrong? How does it feel to hit something solid that you can't even see?" Kang Seon Ho gripped his spear tightly, coldly reminding the monster, "Don't be so impatient. We'll be seeing each other again very soon." He silently analyzed the situation. Unlike the battle with that one guy where he had the flame sprites to help, finishing off a werewolf under normal conditions was an incredibly difficult challenge for any player. Taking advantage of the spatial rift he just opened, he drove a fatal spear strike through the gate, piercing the werewolf straight in the chest. The monster let out a blood-curdling screech. Kang Seon Ho thought, if not for this spatial swamp strategy, he and Dingo would have been torn to shreds the moment they stepped into its territory. Noticing the enemy roaring in a frenzy and preparing to counterattack, he ordered the gate to close to secure his position. The werewolf stared in confusion as its prey disappeared into thin air once again. Before it could regain its composure, Kang Seon Ho ordered the gate to open again, launching another surprise ambush from an unexpected angle. However, he knew his own limits. This kind of high-stakes, one-way attack could only be pulled off twice in a row at most. But then, an unexpected development occurred that made Kang Seon Ho's face turn deadly serious and anxious. The system suddenly displayed a bright red notification. Wolf instinct activated. Kang Seon Ho was horrified to realize the tide is turning in a terrifying way, and the main reason he has to be cautious is that this dangerous awakened ability of his opponent boosts their senses and strength when they're backed into a corner. Image Index Drytane. The Wolf Instinct skill has just been activated, instantly turning the beast into an opponent of an entirely different caliber. This ability significantly boosts Kang Seon Ho's awareness and agility stats to the absolute limit. His piercing strikes, which are usually incredibly accurate, are now being dodged by the werewolf with ease, as if it had anticipated every attack trajectory beforehand. Not stopping at just dodging, the beast daringly uses its bare hands to grab the shaft of Kang Seon Ho's spear right in midair. Along with that comes the incredible recovery ability inherent to the stubborn nature of wolves. The wounds he struggled so hard to inflict earlier are closing and healing at a dizzying speed amidst the white smoke. However, Kang Seon Ho remains terrifyingly calm. He tells himself that no matter how fast it heals, his attacks are still wearing down its stamina little by little. Decisively changing tactics, he activates inventory slot number 2 to pull out his secret weapon. Let's see how you handle this. He understands that the only way to disrupt the keen senses of a wolf is to attack them directly. A bright red chili bomb is thrown with absolute precision, exploding right in the beast's face in a cloud of stinging red smoke. The werewolf is completely caught off guard. It stands dazed amidst the thick smoke, unaware that the real nightmare has only just begun. With a sense of smell thousands of times more sensitive than a human's, the heart-wrenching spicy smoke from the chili bomb is like a brutal torture attack, striking directly at its nervous system. The beast lets out a desperate howl in pain. All its agility and hyper-awareness are neutralized in an instant. Gotcha. Kang Seon Ho cheers inwardly as he sees his plan succeed perfectly. Seizing the chance while his opponent is disoriented, he lunges forward with all his might, his Orion broadsword glowing with a brilliant blue mana aura. A devastating strike lands squarely on the werewolf's body, officially kicking off the restaurant owner's counterattack. The werewolf howls in agony as it takes the brunt of Seon Ho's surprise attack. Kang Seon Ho focuses intently, observing every move of his opponent. As soon as the werewolf swings its razor-sharp claws to retaliate, he nimbly dodges by a hair's breadth and decisively steps back to maintain a safe distance. The battle erupts again as Seon Ho puts his full strength into driving his sword into the beast's chest. This is followed by a desperate roar from the werewolf. He repeatedly slashes, tearing through the thick fur. But the beast isn't a pushover either. It swings its arm to block Kang Seon Ho's attack, creating massive shockwaves. Facing the beast's ferocious power at close range, Seon Ho grinds his teeth against the pressure, thinking to himself, this guy is really tough. Realizing his direct frontal assault is stalling, Seon Ho decisively changes tactics. Taking advantage of the broken spear still embedded in his opponent's thigh, he lifts his leg and kicks down hard to drive it deeper into the beast's body. The werewolf lets out a wretched shriek and collapses to the ground in pain. Kang Seon Ho quickly retreats. He tells himself that even though a few variables appeared, everything is still going exactly according to the plan he laid out. He focuses on watching the growling beast and reminds himself, now before it can use that deadly move, Seon Ho decisively pulls the Min grappling hook from his magical bag. He begins swinging the hook to build up powerful momentum. I need to. His goal is clear. Take the high ground. The grappling hook whistles through the air and embeds firmly into a large, ancient tree branch overhead. Kang Seon Ho smiles confidently as he sees his plan succeed. Gotcha. He pulls on the line to lift his body off the ground, calculating his next move once he climbs up. Damn it. Seon Ho grinds his teeth, looking down from the rope as he sees the werewolf has not only fully recovered, but is also entering a berserk state. A mess of invisible notifications flashes bright red. The werewolf is going crazy, and its combat instinct has been activated. A deep red aura surrounds the beast, making the pressure radiating from it even more suffocating. Kang Seon Ho curses its tenacity under his breath. He pours his strength into climbing faster. It even has combat instinct now? Damn it, just a little more. He looks up at the branch above with a sense of urgency, because if he's even a second too slow, he'll be torn to shreds by the beast lurking right under his feet. The werewolf lets out an earth-shattering roar and suddenly leaps, its razor-sharp claws digging into the tree trunk to chase its prey to the end. But Kang Seon Ho is one step faster. He climbs onto the high branch, sits firmly, and lets out a sigh of relief. Phew. Looking down at the enemy growling below, Kang Seon Ho coldly mocks, "You really are a pain, you know that?" Not giving it a chance to react, he pulls out a glowing blue cube from his hidden storage and decisively declares, "Anyway, here's a question for you." With its combat instinct burning, the werewolf puts all its power into its legs, preparing for a decisive leap. Kang Seon Ho calmly watches the target hurtling through the air, heading straight for him, and wonders, how high can you jump? Just as the beast closes in with its jaw full of sharp teeth, he already has the answer. A black gun suddenly appears from the cube in Seon Ho's hand. He aims straight at his opponent's head and coldly announces the result of the equation. 4 meters. Goodbye. Seon Ho decisively delivers the finishing blow. The bullet pierces the werewolf's head, leaving it just enough time to widen its eyes in terror before falling freely to the ground. Not letting any mistakes happen, Kang Seon Ho fires 3 more shots in succession, completely ending the life of the domain's ruler. Kang Seon Ho has officially broken through to a new level of strength, becoming more powerful, and most importantly, he has successfully acquired the precious battle instinct ability from this formidable guardian beast. Awesome! Kang Seon Ho can't hide his excitement as he looks at the system notification that just appeared. After all his efforts, he has finally acquired the rank 2 skill he has been craving most, Battle Instinct. This is an incredibly overpowered skill, boosting his health, strength, and agility stats by 20% simultaneously for 3 minutes. However, Kang Seon Ho also realizes a fatal difference compared to the game. Instead of just calling out the skill name to activate it, in this reality, he must truly nurture killing intent in his heart to be able to use it. He tells himself he will soon have the opportunity to test this new power before the Speed Zone event, also known as the Tutorial Maze, officially begins. Seon Ho's gaze hardens when he thinks about the promise made to that guy, Kwon Ki-jun, the one who possessed eyes of deep, ambitious violet. Meanwhile, under a blood-red sunset blanketing the ruins of the city, Yoo Hyun sat alone on the rooftop, his expression taut with tension. He scribbled away, muttering curses at those bastards for the vile acts they committed every single day. Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder, causing Yoo Hyun to jump out of his skin and tumble off his chair. It was Mi Kyung, beaming as she arrived with a bag of food, not missing the chance to tease the kid for his cowardice. After a moment of joking around, Yoo Hyun's voice dropped as she asked about the situation at Villa C and the Good Party group. He didn't hesitate, hitting her with a blunt question. "What do you think, sis? They're absolute trash." Yoo Hyun began to recount what he had scouted out. On the first day, they were just moving supplies around like they were preparing to move house, which made me think even those thugs were scared of the radiation. But from the second day on, their true colors finally showed. They started openly looting supplies from the newcomers. And even more sickening, they incited the survivors at Villa C to slaughter each other. In exchange for food, they're willing to turn desperate people into cold-blooded killers. Mi Kyung couldn't help but feel horrified, shivering at their cruelty. Seeing her wonder why Kang Seon Ho had ordered him to keep such a close eye on people like that, Yoo Hyun looked at her with total seriousness and asked her back if she really didn't know the reason. He bluntly assessed that if I had to put it harshly, Kang Seon Ho is like a psychopath. But to put it mildly, he's an anti-hero. Seon Ho sets his own moral standards, judges who is evil, and ruthlessly eliminates them. Mi Kyung was stunned, remembering the times she had been near Kang Seon Ho. She had never seen the motor in his chest accelerate, nor did he ever show a hint of anxiety when facing danger. Yoo Hyun explained that it was because he didn't directly do the killing with his own hands. Instead, he used other, more discreet methods. To prove his point, Yoo Hyun brought up the mysterious disappearance of that tattooed guy, and the lackeys who used to stalk Mi Kyung, or even those 3 mountain gear-wearing guys who sniped at him with a crossbow. All of them vanished, without a trace right after clashing with Kang Seon Ho. Yoo Hyun advised Mi Kyung that if this weighed on her conscience, it was best to just turn a blind eye. However, he had made a different choice for himself. He decided to support Seon Ho with everything he had. because he believed that by standing alongside this dangerous man, they could save even more lives in this chaotic world. Yoo Hyun decisively launched a paper airplane carrying a heap of secret intel, continuing his role as the loyal eyes and ears for Kang Seon Ho's dark but righteous plan. Seon Ho sat thoughtfully at his desk, listening intently to the detailed report from Yoo Hyun via the smiley-face stone. After 10 long days of tracking Kim Cheon-joon, Yoo Hyun had finally pinned down his patterns. Unless some major incident occurred, Kim Cheon-joon mostly holed up in his lair and absolutely refused to step outside. Holding the detailed architectural blueprint of that slum building, Kang Seon Ho realized the old fox had turned his hideout into a true fortress. The entrance was reinforced with 2 extremely sturdy layers of doors. The outer layer was reinforced plastic, and the inner layer was a high-impact wooden door. Yoo Hyun explained that the reinforced plastic didn't even melt under normal fire. To break through it, they would need an oxytorch or a plasma cutter, specialized equipment that their group didn't possess at all. Even the idea of breaking in through the bulletproof glass windows was ruled out due to the high risk. According to Yoo Hyun's observations, although other shelters were far away to avoid beast raids, Kim Cheon-joon's lackeys would definitely rush to reinforce the position before they could break the door down. Seon Ho suddenly paused. He wondered to himself why he was planning a full-scale assault with Yoo Hyun like this. Seon Ho looked at the paper doll and asked straight out, "Hey Yoo Hyun, you gathered all this intel because you thought I was going to lead an army to raid that place, didn't you?" Yoo Hyun feigned hurt before laughing, saying that since the group had to pass by Villa C anyway to get to the din, doing his homework beforehand felt pretty interesting. Seon Ho smiled slightly. He realized the Rune Gym team were truly the perfect partners, unexpectedly in sync. Looking at the meticulous details on the map Yoo Hyun had prepared, he couldn't help but admire the kid's seriousness and professionalism. "All right, go get some rest," Seon Ho instructed Yoo Hyun. He cleared away the pile of blueprints and told himself he still had a few things to finish up tonight. As night fell and shrouded the city, Kang Seon Ho silently approached the C faction base. Standing from a distance, observing the sturdy building, he clicked his tongue in pity for the people forced to stand guard in the freezing night air. Looking at the 2 bodyguards in black suits standing at the gate, one of them was even yawning, exhausted. Kang Seon Ho noted that even though they had been brainwashed by Kim Cheon-joon, they seemed to retain human consciousness and natural reflexes. Seon Ho observed the dome-shaped building of Kim Cheon-joon's forces in the quiet night. He told himself that if the leader hadn't given any special orders, the guards at the other shelters must be fast asleep. But even if his prediction was wrong, it didn't matter because this time, Kang Seon Ho had prepared extremely thoroughly for the raid. He casually took out a dark grape and ate it. Immediately, his eyes lit up like crystal searchlights, enhanced to a whole new level. Looking down at the target from above, he decisively declared, "All right, let's put these big guys to sleep first." Then he flicked 2 blades that cut through the wind. The 2 black-suited guards outside couldn't even react. They felt the pain and collapsed immediately after being struck. Seon Ho landed silently and approached the motionless bodies. He clicked his tongue and whispered, "Don't hold a grudge. In a way, I'm doing you a favor." The next target appearing before his eyes was the sturdy double door. Even though Yoo Hyun had warned him that this place was impenetrable, for Kang Seon Ho, breaking it was as easy as flipping his hand. He raised his hand, and a blue energy from his magic pouch glowed, preparing to summon his special partners. A space gate opened, and the tiny blacksmith beetles saw the real world for the first time. Kang Seon Ho smiled, welcoming the tiny friends perched on his shoulders. "Welcome. Seeing the real world for the first time? As I asked before, punch a hole through this door for me. The payment is 5 bags of sweet potato jelly. What do you say?" The red beetle chirped enthusiastically, "Pai boo," agreeing instantly. Kang Seon Ho nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'm counting on you guys." Immediately, the beetles swarmed forward, using their sharp mandibles to gnaw at the thick door, creating a persistent, rhythmic chomping sound. Thanks to the talents of these specialized wood-boring beetles, blessed by the ancestors of their craft, a perfectly round hole quickly appeared in the sturdy door that had been deemed impenetrable. He praised them with satisfaction. "Good work. I'll come back to settle your payment once this is all over." He told himself the rest of the plan would be even simpler. Kang Seon Ho decisively activated inventory slots 1 and 2, summoning spatial cubes to retrieve his equipment. He pulled out a plastic rocket bottle and lit it, silently confirming that this weapon possessed power far beyond any ordinary Molotov cocktail. Everything was ready for Kang Seon Ho to turn the enemy's den into a sea of flames. He dropped it through the hole, then just had to step back and wait for the blast. A resounding explosion followed, and flames erupted inside the furry gang leader's rat hole. Two panicked figures immediately rushed to the entrance, trying to find a way to extinguish the spreading fire. At the scene inside, two female bodyguards from Team C scrambled to beat out the fire with their coats, their voices screaming in shock. What the hell is this? Kang Seon Ho watched from behind through the haze of smoke and dust, quickly determining by their figures that neither of them was his main target. Kim Cheon-jun, not wanting to waste time, he charged in decisively. Guess I'll just take them both down at once. With precise, clean strikes to the nape of their necks, both girls collapsed to the floor instantly. Kang Seon Ho looked coldly at his results and declared, "Done." He walked slowly deep into the dark, smoke-filled room. He loudly called out the name of the ringleader, Kim Cheon-jun. "Not planning on showing your face? That's fine." He silently thanked the guy, because thanks to the previous incidents, he now possessed the live-form checking skill. Kang Seon Ho's eyes glowed with a powerful golden light. He declared firmly, "I'll find you myself." Through the tracking vision, a glowing red silhouette was clearly visible right behind the long sofa at the end of the room. Kang Seon Ho mocked, "Hiding behind the sofa looks pretty comfortable, huh?" Exposed, Kim Cheon-jun poked his head out in a panic. His face twisted in terror as he recognized his familiar enemy. You're that bastard from the bathroom, aren't you?" Kang Seon Ho calmly admitted. "Yeah, it's me." Kim Cheon-jun gritted his teeth, cursing. Kang Seon Ho is a coward, then suddenly pulled the trigger on the crossbow in his hand. The arrow struck with terrifying force, piercing straight into Kang Seon Ho's shoulder before he could dodge. Even with the arrow embedded in his shoulder, Kang Seon Ho was strangely calm. He looked at the wound and casually remarked, "Doesn't even hurt as much as a shot." Immediately, the system displayed a notification. "You are directing killing intent at your opponent," followed by red text, "Battle instinct is activating." Kang Seon Ho decisively pulled the arrow from his shoulder. His eyes glowed with an eerie red light amidst the dark aura surrounding him. He stared straight at Kim Cheon-jun and growled, "You are really good at driving people crazy. But I'll give you one thing thanks to you. I've finally figured out how to activate my battle instinct." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Seon Ho dashed forward like a black bolt of lightning, leaving Kim Cheon-jun with no time to react. In an instant, Kang Seon Ho had closed the distance and drove an elbow into Kim Cheon-jun's stomach. Not letting his opponent catch his breath, he grabbed the man's leg and swung him hard against the floor with all his might, creating a terrifying tremor. Kim Cheon-jun was sent flying, lying gasping among the rubble. Kang Seon Ho stepped closer coldly and declared, "There are plenty of ways to kill someone while staying alive without the system labeling you a murderer." He threw a knife down in front of him and commanded, "Choose." Kang Seon Ho stood tall like an executioner and delivered an ultimatum. "End yourself with your own hands to protect that pathetic pride of yours, or beg like a pile of trash and die by a suicide I'll stage for you." Facing the desperate situation, Kim Cheon-jun suddenly laughed maniacally. "Hey, you bastard, you think you can strut around like this forever? There are already notorious gang bosses forming alliances all over the country." He glared at Kang Seon Ho with hatred and revealed, "In Jingyi and Trangwo too, the places you're forced to pass through to avoid radiation. If I could just scratch a piece of your skin right now." Kim Cheon-jun lunged madly for one last attack, but Kang Seon Ho decisively stomped hard on his hand, making him scream in agony. Kang Seon Ho looked down with utter contempt. He pointed his sword at his face and threatened, "Open your mouth one more time, and I'll gladly turn you into my first head count trophy." Kim Cheon-jun trembled in fear, but then he gritted his teeth in bitter resentment. "You bastard, I'm never giving you a single experience point. Even like this, I'm keeping my pride. Understand? I'll be waiting for you in hell." Kim Cheon-jun struggled up, his trembling hands picking up the dagger. He looked at Kang Seon Ho with eyes full of curses and uttered his final words, "You really are a psychopathic bastard." Kim Cheon-jun decisively drove the blade into his own chest to end his life, choosing death so as not to leave any benefit for his opponent. The battle at the C faction base officially ended in deathly silence. After witnessing the final moments of Kim Cheon-jun, Kang Seon Ho didn't leave the two unconscious women there but quickly moved them to the beetle area to ensure their safety. Immediately after, based on intelligence gathered beforehand, he and Dingo began sweeping the entire area around the imposters' headquarters. Just as expected, he found the stockpile of supplies they had secretly hoarded for their evacuation. And right inside that warehouse, he accidentally discovered Kim Cheon-jun's diary. Flipping through page by page, he finally understood how he communicated with gangs in other areas. It turned out that once a week, he would post specific black market items on the trading floor and use encrypted messages to exchange information. So, the secret to his communication network was completely exposed. By dawn, he returned to the area near the bunker to check on the condition of the brainwashed henchmen. He realized their memories seemed to have not fully recovered after Kim Cheon-jun's mind control spell was broken. Standing amidst the rubble, they asked each other in confusion, "Why am I here? Who are you all?" Looking at that scene, he really didn't know if this was a good sign or a bad one. Humans are social animals, easily swayed by herd mentality. Among the 11 remaining survivors, if most of them could retain their sanity, they could easily become our good neighbors. But if the majority became aggressive and violent, they could easily turn into murderous bandits at any time. For now, he decided to just observe silently without rushing to intervene. I only hope that no more sparks of conflict will break out in this neighborhood. But with the world falling apart, every passing day is a brutal test. Elsewhere, a young man is struggling to run, completely exhausted, silently lamenting a life filled with such unpredictable turns. My signature move is Flash, so why have we only made it this far? Jung trudged along with a heavy backpack, sighing constantly. Seeing her companion so pessimistic, Seo Hyun, the warrior known as Hwang So-kun, spoke up to remind her. "Hey Jung, stop with the sighing. You're about to dig a hole under your own feet at this rate." Jung wondered blankly if he was trying to comfort her, but then she immediately erupted in anger. "It's all your fault." While we were Seo, Hyun was still casually picking his nose, clueless about what he had done wrong. Jung clutched her head in frustration, reminding him that it was already September. She bitterly pointed out that if they had followed the schedule, they should have been in Muju County instead of still wandering around the outskirts of Song City like this. Jung asked if Seo Hyun wasn't the one in such a rush to see his friend Kang Seon Ho. That's true, but just walking the whole way isn't any fun at all. She knew it. Seo Hyun enthusiastically insisted he wanted to meet his old friend because it would be exciting, so if the journey there was boring, it wouldn't be worth it. Looking at the muscular lug dressed in nothing but his underwear and a cape, Jung was speechless and blurted out, "I really want to punch you." She trudged along, telling herself that her own weakness was her life's greatest regret. Seo Hyun hurried after her to coax her. He reminded her that despite her complaints, it was obvious she had fun when they cleared out that goblin nest together, learned a few new moves, and occasionally taught those bastards out there a lesson they'd never forget. Faced with such ironclad evidence, Jung sighed and admitted, "I can't deny that." Seeing her anger subside, Seo Hyun smugly told her to let the past go and promised to share some hot intel about Sarah. Jung asked suspiciously, "Really?" To prepare for their next steps, the warriors suddenly stopped to check the auction house. Jung couldn't help but be sarcastic, seeing someone who claimed to be a veteran but didn't know the schedule without checking the system. Seo Hyun ignored the jab and excitedly announced that the next survival race was the tutorial maze, also known as Speed Zone. He explained roughly that anyone participating just had to run headlong toward the center, and if successful, they would receive incredibly valuable rewards, even a spot on a separate ranking list. Jung just sighed after hearing this, finding the information too vague and impractical. Seo Hyun suddenly remembered another important detail and added that around that time, the system store would start selling bread. As soon as the event ended, goblins would appear, and the Level 1 system store would officially be upgraded to Level 2, with a slew of new items added. Seo Hyun softly asked if she felt any better. Jung coldly replied that she hadn't been angry in the first place. Seo Hyun smirked, saying her look earlier had been so scary it was like she wanted to eat someone alive. Suddenly, Jung stopped, bowed her head low, and sincerely apologized for complaining all this time, thanking him very much. This sudden, formal display of gratitude left the warrior Seo Hyun stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds in the middle of the ruined road. Jung suddenly became thoughtful. She quietly confessed that even though Seo Hyun basically only acted as a guide, he cared for and looked after her more than she expected. She still vividly remembered the times he meticulously explained that skills had tiers, but the most important thing was how to combine them effectively. Or the times he enthusiastically instructed her on those luck-based mechanics like accuracy and critical hits within the talent section. Jung admitted she never dared to imagine she could chat so comfortably with a true veteran like him. But seeing the flushed, perverted look on Seo Hyun's face amidst the flowers, she could only sigh in frustration, thinking that look really made her want to punch him just to feel better. Casting aside her wandering thoughts, Jung decisively grabbed Seo Hyun's hand and urged them both to focus and keep moving without getting distracted again. Seo Hyun enthusiastically agreed, but that determination didn't last long. Appearing before them was a guy with bulging muscles, long, flowing pink hair, wrapped in a pink scarf, and wearing nothing but ridiculous pink underwear in the middle of the street. He loudly greeted Hwang So-kun to Sejong City and claimed he had been dying to see his face in person for a long time. Faced with the stranger's over-the-top eagerness, Seo Hyun was still picking his nose, asking indifferently, "Why me?" When the other guy complained that he didn't remember him, Seo Hyun coldly demanded he identify himself because that ugly face didn't spark a single memory in his mind. Yun Jung, standing nearby, was speechless at her companion's rudeness. As soon as the name Strawberry Princess was mentioned, Seo Hyun suddenly remembered this was the guy who had used the ID Love Fairy back in the day. The Strawberry Princess enthusiastically suggested that both princesses should team up to conquer Song City together. Seo Hyun indifferently asked about the plan after taking over the city. The ambitious pink-haired guy declared they would enjoy a royal life with power and abundant supplies, then build a base to swallow the whole country. But Seo Hyun gave a firm answer. I refuse. Honestly, hanging out with my friends sounds way more fun. The Strawberry Princess smirked, thinking Seo Hyun's ambition was ridiculously small. He remarked that he wasn't as crazy as the rumors said, just pretending to be mad to hide his true nature. Seo Hyun's gaze suddenly turned icy. Take back that crack about my witchy hairstyle. Hwang Sok-hoon roared, killing intent radiating from his body, making the surrounding air feel frozen. He couldn't stand the insult to his appearance. With eyes wide with madness, he affirmed he wasn't just a common madman, but a madman on a completely different, superior level. Turning to his companion, who was standing there dazed, he decided, Yun Jung, sorry, but I have to put our promise on hold to go prove something real quick. Yun Dong could only scream in utter helplessness. Why on earth did he feel the need to prove he was a maniac? Ignoring the insults, the muscular warrior tensed his body with pure confidence. I never lose. Seeing the look on Yun Dong's face behind him as if he were about to cry, the guy didn't care at all and turned to stare straight at the Strawberry Princess's group. Hey, you little brats, you know how to play cops and robbers, right? He loudly declared that from this second on he was the cop and they were the robbers. The pink-haired guy started sweating bullets as he felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from his opponent. If you get caught, I'm gonna beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you. You hear me? I'm counting to 3. 1. His glowing golden eyes locked onto his target. 2. To the absolute horror of the Strawberry Princess, Boo didn't even wait for the final count. A massive, thunderous punch landed square on his opponent's face, sending the pink-haired guy flying like a ball, crashing straight into the debris far away. Witnessing the devastation, Yun Dong stood frozen in the middle of the rubble, his face clearly showing absolute exhaustion and despair. She wondered if she was under some kind of curse. Why did at least one insane mess like this have to happen every single day? She bitterly realized that with the way Hwang Sok-hoon kept causing chaos, she had no idea when the two of them would actually be able to reach Trang W to reunite with Seon Ho. Sejong City remained plunged in an eerie silence, leaving a journey ahead filled with unpredictable variables for this bizarre pair. That's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please hit the like button to support Go's channel. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.